To the second hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 1, Premier and Finance, for the additional round of inquiry into Budget Estimates 2023-2024. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Jeremy Buckingham and I'm the chair of this committee. I welcome Minister David Harris and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Aboriginal Affairs and Treaty, Gaming and Racing, Veterans, the Central Coast, Medical Research. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To all the witnesses, welcome and thank you for making the time to give very important evidence today. Minister Harris, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a member of the Parliament. Most witnesses who appeared at the initial budget estimates hearing before this committee also do not need to be sworn. Witnesses who are appearing with a new position title are asked to take the oath or the affirmation. As such, could the following witnesses please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation? And I will start with Dr. Levesque.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Doctor. Ms. White.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to point out the schedule has an incorrect role title for me. It
Yes.
should be Executive Director, Regional Coordination and Delivery in the Department of Regional New South Wales. I was sworn last hearing, but I'm happy to do it again for completeness.
We'll just swear again.
Yep.
And we'll just...
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Great, thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm, with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench, members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. We'll now begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister and your officials. Thank you for being here. Minister, I just want to start with the cashless gaming trials that we spoke about in the last hearing. Regarding the independent panel on gaming reform, can you tell me where we're up to with that trial, please?
Yes. Is that working?
Yeah, we can hear.
Yep. Okay. No, happy to do that. The panel have been working earnestly, getting together what is a very complex set of circumstances in order to make sure that the cashless trial works and is also spread right across the state. So we were first buoyed by the fact that originally the election commitment was to have 500 machines involved in the trial. When it went out to expression of interest, that came back way over what we would have expected. And then after the panel went through the applications, it was taken down to the current number of machines, which are spread right across the state. Last Friday, if my memory serves me correct, the panel met, and that trial will now begin, and we look forward to seeing the results of that happening. And I might add too that in the meantime, I've also had conversations with my counterpart in Victoria, and we're also at that state level looking at issues such as what might happen along the border.
Okay. Are you still anticipating the trial to be complete this year and a report handed in by November. That was the original timeline, I believe.
Yeah, so the panel is, they've still got that timeline, November this year. It may be that they require extra time, for elements of it, but we would be looking for them to be able to give us reasonably clear feedback by then.
Have they indicated they may need extra time?
Not this stage, but until it actually starts getting rolled out, the logistics itself will govern that to a certain extent. I don't like, and I think I mentioned this last time, hard deadlines always set you up to fail. So
You do need a deadline, though, with respect.
you do need a deadline, but it also has to be something that is actually workable, and if it requires extra time for them to make their determinations, and they're working really well together. Can I point out, this is the first time all stakeholders, harm minimisation and industry people, are sitting around the same table, actually looking and talking to each other. That's historic. So I have great confidence that they will do their job well. They'll do it in earnest, but they'll also do it right, and that's the most important thing.
Could I just specify what kind of elements they might require extra time for? You suggested there might be certain parts of the trial that will require an extension.
Yeah, so the trial will be rolled out across a range of venues in different metropolitan to regional to
I've
small
seen the
towns.
list. Yep.
It also is using different types of technology, and so in that scenario, there may always be a case where issues arise. So and you have to build that into your thinking from the start. That way you're not surprised.
Yes, which is why the deadline is useful.
Yes.
But just in terms of that technology, those different things that might require extra time, are there already elements of the trial that are anticipated to take longer because of some additional complexity? Like I know there are border towns, for example, you mentioned Victoria already, that will have the trial. Do you anticipate there are those specific areas that will require additional effort?
No, that's why at the moment we're sticking to November, and the panel knows that. I'm just putting it out there that if they come back to me, as I said, it's a panel that takes in all elements of the industry and harm minimisation. If they come back to me and say, Minister, we need additional time for X, Y and Z, then I would be very amenable to granting that extra time.
Thank you.
Minister, in terms of the state reaching cashless gaming and that being mandatory, when do you envisage that would happen?
Well, that's for the panel and the roadmap. I am not going to set deadlines or my thoughts. It's an independent panel. It's an independent process. They will give advice to me. If I go out there and say what I think is going to happen before they have that opportunity to produce that document back to government, and remember it has to go back to government and through the cabinet process and all of those things, then I would be doing them a disservice. If you're truly being consultative, then you're not anticipating the outcomes before you start.
But I guess my point to you then, Minister, would be obviously you're saying to us today, November is still the deadline, but it's not a hard deadline. They may need longer, and I respect what you mean in terms of the work of
Just
the
being
panel.
honest.
I appreciate that. But then obviously government then needs to consider it. So it becomes, I think, challenging for industry in terms of how they operate their business and what they're doing to not really have clear deadlines, to not know anything about implementation. Are you going to look at things like assisting, clubs and businesses financially if they have uncertainty, if they're trying to make decisions about purchasing machines or what they need to do in that interim period where there is uncertainty? What kind of financial relief or support would you look to offer?
Well, that's what they're going to tell me. That's why it's a roadmap. They will actually tell government what they think is needed, how it should look, how it should transition, what are the economic factors, and then government will then have to look at all of those issues and make a decision.
Okay. So, but it is something that you would consider if that was the advice from the panel, that there needs to be financial support.
Well, the government has committed to consider the roadmap that's presented to it.
But you need in that roadmap for that to be spelled out to you in terms of what kind of financial support you would need. That's what you're looking for the panel to provide, is that?
I think it was in their
correct?
guidelines, yes.
Right. So there's 16 members on the panel, if that's correct, and you met with them in December, I believe. Was everyone present the day that you met with them?
Pretty sure everyone was there. They were either there or online.
Okay.
Yep.
And obviously you've got sort of quite a as you've said, differing views and, a range of views from stakeholders on that panel. I guess from the meeting that you had with them or your engagement with them, how are those relationships going in terms of stakeholder? I'm assuming there's robust conversations, but, are some people unhappy with that process, or what's your take on how that's going?
Yeah, so definitely, and so it should be robust discussion. And I'm really pleased to get the feedback that the panel are working really well together in a very positive fashion. I've met with NCOS, I've met with Wesley separately, I've met with clubs separately, AHA separately. They all appreciate the fact that it's the first time they've actually been able to hear each other's points of view and technical information of how things actually operate. And so those relationships at the moment are very positive. That's the feedback I'm getting. They all value the opportunity to be able to put their point of view. That doesn't mean there won't be moments of contention, and it's the job of the executive group to weigh some of those things up and make sure that the final roadmap is represents the views of the whole group.
And then in terms of the final roadmap and any report that comes to government, if individuals within the panel maybe don't agree or have a differing view, will that be made clear in what's publicly available at the end of the process?
Yeah, what we've said is that whilst the panel is meeting, that things that happen there should be confidential so that people can say what they need to say without it appearing in the media. Once the process is over, these are independent organisations. We can't put a gag on them. They're obliged on behalf of their groups to have public discourse. And what I do hope, though, is that if there are any really contentious things, that we can actually work through those before the final roadmap is decided on. So, this is almost a bit like the United Nations in a sense. It's so far, touch wood, it's operating really well. It doesn't mean that there won't be blow-ups along the way, but I think what they're really concentrating on, which I really welcome, is that evidence base, listening to that evidence. I've asked them to look at some additional reports and give me advice on those, and it's a really valuable group. And I actually said to NCOS this week that I hope, not in this form, but I hope that ability to all sit around the table together continues after there's a decision made, because I think it's really valuable. It's a good initiative for the community.
Sure. Can I just clarify, you mentioned earlier in your evidence about the number of machines, but how many venues are participating in the trial? Is it 28? That's what I thought, but I'm happy to be corrected if you're...
I can help if...
So, please.
So we've got 28 venues, 21 clubs, 7 hotels, 24 LGAs, 8 of which are regional, and 4,852 machines.
Sounds like you've practiced that answer, Mr.
I thought it
Barrett.
might be asked.
Yeah, funny. Well, I'm glad you did. Have they all started? Have the trials all started in each of those venues?
So that approval's recently been given by the panel, so the technology will be implemented in the venues from March, and then the trial will be rolled out in a staged way.
Okay,
from
starting
March.
from...
Late March.
Okay. And when would you anticipate they would have all begun by if they're in a staged way?
I'd have to take that one on notice, but I'll come back to you today.
Thank you. And then there were more applicants, though, than participants, is that correct? So those who might have applied but aren't part of it, what happens to them?
So they'll stay on the list, and if I think largely the issue there was that we had so many machines and venues that manufacturers were going to struggle to implement the technology in all of them. But if we get to a point where that is possible, then there's nothing stopping the panel making a decision to add more venues or machines to the trial as we go.
Okay, thank you. I want to move now to the issue of responsible gambling officers to being clubs with more than, or pubs and clubs, I should say, with more than 20 poker machines. Minister, where did this policy come from?
The department have been working on this for a while, and it was one of our election commitments. So after the election, there was a paper put out with a discussion paper with the industry. And I might add that some of the industry had already taken this up themselves voluntarily, so they were already implementing it in their venues. And we actually made the announcement at Central Coast Leagues Club where they'd had a responsible gambling officer regime in place for 12 months. So yeah, we're not claiming it's it's new.
Yeah,
What we're
well, that was
saying
gonna be
is
my next question,
we're
'cause
we're
it's already
claiming
in
that it will be mandatory.
Right.
And that's the difference.
So, my understanding is, I think via Clubs New South Wales, I think there's already about 340 clubs that do this. Do you have any data on how many more venues this regulation will capture now that you're making it mandatory?
Yeah, what's
So we don't have the exact figures, but it'll be any venue with over 20 gaming machine entitlements. So we could quite easily get that
Yeah, if you
number
could take
for
that
you
on notice and come
Yep.
back, that would be great. Thank you.
Can I also add?
Sure.
We hope that venues under 20 machines will, or 20 entitlements, will take it on board voluntarily. But we understand that there's issues around number of staff, etc., and shifts, and that's why it was set at that 20 limit.
Okay. You said that it's something that the department's been working on for a while. Does that come via liquor and gaming as well, or is that separate? How does that work? What's their interplay with these sort of policy initiatives?
They've consulted, but yeah.
Yeah, so liquor and gaming, New South Wales sits within hospitality and
Yeah.
racing, and
Yeah.
so we developed the position paper that the Minister was talking about initially, the consultation paper on RGOs that was released to industry,
Yeah.
and we will take the lead on working with the Parliamentary Council to draft the regulation to mandate these requirements to commence from 1 July.
Sure. And then in terms of, obviously there will be some pubs and clubs that will have to put these officers on that don't currently have them in terms of having 20 machines or more. So do you have any data, or can you tell us how many you expect will be needed to fill these vacant positions across New South Wales? I mean, maybe you need to take that on notice if you're taking the number of clubs.
We have
but-
done that thinking. I think it will be significant, and so the position paper as it stands makes clear that it's a staged rollout. To these people are going to have to go through additional training. They'll have to not only do the responsible conduct of gambling training, they'll have
Yeah.
to do the advanced responsible conduct of gambling training. We're confident there's enough training providers out there to provide those courses, but it will take some time for all of those people to get up to speed. So we've provided that position paper now,
Right.
so that venues know what their requirements will be for their staff, and
Okay.
then the regulation will take effect from 1 July. But I
Who-
can get those numbers.
Yeah,
on
who's
notice for you.
I
gonna-
can give you some of the numbers now if you'd like.
If you have
Yeah.
any, Minister, that
Yeah,
would be
so
great.
1,153 venues have 20 or more entitlements who will be affected by the policy. There's already 1,476 people in New South Wales that have done the advanced RCG training, and there's 13 registered training organisations in New South Wales who can deliver the course. It's a minimum of 6 hours to complete. The department anticipates more than 3,600 individuals will need to complete the training to implement the policy over a staged approach.
Okay, so it's sort of an extended version of the RCG. What's the terminology you just used? Sorry, it's the
RCG is the responsible
Yeah, no,
conduct of gambling,
but
and
then
this
there's
is
a
the
high, it's a
advanced
higher,
response.
advanced,
It's a high
advanced,
threshold. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. And so who pays for their training? Do they need to pay for it themselves if they're going to be taking on that role?
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay, and then
Or the venue.
Venues.
The venue may
Or the
take that
venue.
on. Yes.
Yeah.
what happens now? If you know, so if someone already holds this role, because again we know that there's several hundred clubs that are doing this, do they have a higher salary or award recognition of the fact that they've got that advanced training? Is there a sort of financial incentive for somebody to do this and take on this role above their ordinary work in a pub or club?
We can take that one on notice just so I can get you a specific answer on that.
Okay, that'd be great. And I think, Minister, did you say there's 13 RTOs that can deliver?
Yep, that's
This-
the information I've got.
If you could provide, and again, happy for it to be on notice, a list of who is sort of accredited to provide that training and where they're located as well. Thank you. I'll hang on. Yeah, no, I'll hand over to Jackie. Sorry. Yep, thank you.
Minister, I was wondering, could you please tell me how much money has been provided to the Responsible Gambling Fund? Obviously, that funds things like Aboriginal safe gambling, and explain from this year's budget and the forward estimates, if possible, if you've got that year by year.
To get the exact figures, we'd probably have to take that on notice.
So I've got, I haven't got the fours, but I've got for last financial year. So the key revenue for the fund is the casino supervisory levy, which was 17.21 million last financial year. then there's 5 million from the point of consumption tax, and then there's similar amounts this year. So for the casino supervisory levy forecast for this year is 22.2 million. Point of consumption tax forecast is 5.212 million. Plus there's the additional 10 million that the government committed to the RGF for this financial year from the $100 million fine to the Star. Going forward, I'm happy to take that on notice.
Yeah, that would be useful. I was wondering if, I guess you're aware that the volume of revenue that has come from the racing industry has increased pretty significantly in the last couple of years. You're aware of that, Minister?
Yes.
Yes, good. And I'm wondering if there's going to be a change to the amount of funding that the Responsible Gaming Fund or Gambling Fund has in the budget commensurate to that increase in gambling revenue.
Yeah, so I met recently with the board, and they put some ideas to me, and I would take those under consideration.
Okay, and can I ask what that idea is? What are those ideas?
No, there was a couple of ideas about how their recurrent funding, because revenue from casinos is dropping, and so they raised that as a concern. I said I would take that on board, obviously have discussions with the Treasurer, but I was amenable to the issues that they raised.
So do you think that those discussions will be reflected in the next budget?
Not in the next budget, because the budget
After
process
that?
is well underway.
I'm
Yeah.
aware, yes, that's why I'm wondering when you've had the discussions.
Yeah,
and-
only 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And at the moment, it's not an issue because of the $10 million that's been guaranteed over the next few years. But after that, it may become an issue.
Okay, and when you say it might become an issue, how do you see those issues playing out?
I haven't got my crystal ball with me today, so.
But you must be having
Well, it
discussions with the
depends.
Treasurer
I mean,
about what those
racing,
options might be.
casino revenue is going down. It may go up again.
Do you think that there are other funding sources that...
Well, that's what we've said we'll have a look at, yeah.
Yeah, so can you explain which funding sources
No.
you're looking at?
No. Because I've had one discussion and I listened to what they said. I have not had time to go and investigate it in detail in 7 days. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So we'll be asking at the next budget estimates about that, I'm sure.
Yeah, but again, I point out that with the $10 million over the next few years, that's not an issue. It's more of an issue into the future. So it's probably even out of the forward estimates.
I guess they're then getting into discussions about whether that $10 million is enough in itself. Obviously, problem gambling has been a big part of the conversations I'm sure that you've been having, and obviously around the cashless gaming trial.
Yeah.
So it's whether those numbers are getting worse. Obviously, people's patterns of gambling behaviour are changing a lot.
But the $10 million is additional to their current funding sources.
Yeah.
So that's extra. So that's $10 million they didn't have before in the past. So we've already made a commitment. We've increased the amount they're getting, and that's
Sufficient
our election
for now?
commitment. Well, everyone can always use more money, but I think having an extra $10 million a year to do their work is certainly think they won't be disappointed in the short term.
Okay, and that the revenue from gambling and betting taxes were revised down even in the last 6 months, like in the mid-year economic update. So they've been revised down by $314.3 million over the next 3.5 years. That's pretty significant. Is that what you're speaking to the Treasurer about?
The Treasurer and I are having discussions across a very broad range of areas in this space. No decisions have been made, but we are actively having those discussions. We're getting a lot of input from industry, from harm minimisation, a whole range of groups, and that is will be part of the budget process moving forward.
Okay.
Thank you, Minister. We'll now turn to questions from Mr. Latham. You've got 10 minutes, and then we'll be going to Ms. Hurst with 5 minutes, Ms. Higginson with 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you,
Mr.
Chair,
Latham.
and thank you, Minister, and your officials. As Racing Minister, do you support the sale of Rose Hill?
That is being done through an independent process. So it's up to the Australian Turf Club and its members to determine that.
But as Racing Minister, have you got an opinion on the sale of the second most important asset for racing, thoroughbred racing in New South Wales, the home of
Mr.
the
Latham,
Golden
can I just ask you to bring the microphone a little bit closer?
I thought I did.
Just so
Okay.
we can hear you.
Sure.
Look, I think that's up to their members. If their members vote to go down that path, then that's a decision for them. I'm not part of the process thus far, and I think rightfully so, and they will make that decision. So, ministers and government need to be very careful interfering with the rights and views of actual memberships of independent organisations. They brought that, the ATC brought that proposal to government. They now have to go and do their work with their membership and then come back with their unsolicited proposal. So I'm not commenting more than that.
Why is it rightfully so, as Racing Minister, you're not part of the proposal to sell the second most important thoroughbred racing asset in New South Wales? What's the point of being the Racing Minister if you're not involved in the biggest thing that's happened in New South Wales racing in our lifetime?
Yeah, it's around probity. So unsolicited bids have a special process they go through, which is independent, and it's not appropriate for individual ministers to get involved with that. They will follow the process. The bid has come from the organisation. They will come back with their proposal. If their membership supports it, it will go through an independent process. I'm not getting involved in and putting out in the public when there's an independent process involved.
You say it's not appropriate for individual ministers to be involved. Why were individual ministers Scully, Halen and Mookie at the announcement at Rosehill with the Premier and the ATC officials on the 7th of December, and you weren't? A lot of people in the racing industry are asking, where was our minister?
Yeah, I'd have to check my calendar, but I'm pretty sure I was required somewhere else, so I wasn't there. But it's not something that I was informed by the Premier that a proposal had been put in. I had not been part of the conversation before that. That's appropriate because of the way the process works, and we'll wait for the members to have their say, and they will vote on it. And then if a unsolicited process proposal comes forward, then it will go through the proper independent scrutiny.
Did you know in advance about the announcement on the 7th of December at Rosehill?
I was told on the 22nd of November at 3:15, and that was appropriate because of the way the proposal had been put forward. Through that process, that it wasn't appropriate for me to know before then.
But if you're not to be involved, why did they tell you weeks in advance and undoubtedly seek your opinion about it?
Well, because obviously it involves one of the racetracks, but it was made clear that how the process worked, what my role would be. I asked the department to prepare how I should interact, so my probity responsibilities, I've now received that, and I won't be commenting any more on it because it's an issue for the membership, and if they put forward a proposal, as the Premier said yesterday, it will be assessed on its merits.
Right. Did you know in advance of the announcement on the 7th of December, or you heard about it in the media?
No, I was told on the 22nd of November.
That there'd be an announcement on the 7th?
No, I didn't know when the announcement... Well, I think we did know when the announcement would be. I'd have to check. I can't remember.
Can you take that on notice?
Yep.
Okay. Just racing people are stunned that the Racing Minister would have so little involvement in this. But as it progresses beyond an unsolicited proposal, a thought bubble, and it gets to rezoning and sale and development proposals, and the idea that you can put 25,000 homes on 150 acres, are you planning as Racing Minister to have involvement at that stage, particularly in checking how the money is spent? The idea of a new training facility at Horsley Park and the upgrade of Warwick Farm?
As I said, I've received advice on how I should act in terms of this. That's what I'll be following.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, as it goes beyond, it won't stay a thought bubble forever. It obviously has a plan with the government's approval on the 7th of December to advance it to rezoning, development, building housing. The government said it supports the construction of the housing. Are you planning as Racing Minister to get involved when it becomes a firm proposal, particularly looking at the financing of a new training centre at Horsley Park and the upgrade of Warwick Farm?
Yeah, so if it gets to that stage, and then there are other decisions have been made in terms of how racing operates in the state, then yes, of course, I would be involved or talking about those issues.
Yeah. Have you spoken to other ministers about what I'm told is disquiet in the government about the idea of putting 25,000 homes on 150 acres? That's 167 homes per acre, so it's not exactly the quarter acre block, is it? We're talking about most likely, once you factor in some land for open space, schools and transport, 100 60-storey towers on that site.
Yeah, no, I haven't spoken to other ministers.
No.
No.
Okay. Do you have a view on that
The
feasibility? Like the ATC is saying they'll raise $5 billion, but that is contingent, it seems, on 100 60-storey towers at Rose Hill.
Yeah, look, as I said, I'm not going to comment any more on it
Okay.
until we actually see the outcome of the proposal, if there is one.
And have you thought about a plan B? You mentioned the voting rights of ATC members, which I'm pleased to report on one. But it seems unlikely, doesn't it, that you'd get 51% of ATC members now that Gai Waterhouse and Chris Waller, the two preeminent racing personalities and contributors to the industry, have come out so strongly against it.
Yeah, that's for the membership.
Right. Is there any plan B that you're aware of?
I don't know.
This is plan A. Is there a plan
Yeah.
B?
So the club came to the government. The government didn't go to the club, is my understanding. So I don't know that it's up to us to have a plan B. It's a proposal that's come from them. It will be assessed through the process, and we'll see where it ends, and then we will have to make decisions.
Right. I just saw the
if and
government
when
saying it
decisions
wanted the
made.
housing, that there might be a plan B to achieve that goal.
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of. And have you had discussions as racing minister with the trainers affected at Rose Hill, particularly Chris Waller?
Not at this stage, because, as I said, when I received the probity advice, it was not to, at this stage, that I should not be involved.
What's the basis of that advice? Why would anyone say on probity grounds a racing minister shouldn't talk to Australia's leading racehorse trainer, Chris Waller, especially Chris's statement that the ATC should give themselves an uppercut, and he's talking about moving to Melbourne? Aren't you worried about that?
Yeah, we would be if Mr. Waller moved. But look, as I said, this is a, as you described it, it's a proposal that has come from the club itself. They will go through a process of talking to their membership, who will vote on it. If there's a positive vote, then it will go forward as a unsolicited proposal through an independent process. And I'm not talking about it more than that.
But what really is the basis of the probity advice that stops you from... You've said you'd be very worried if Chris Waller went to Melbourne. We all would. It would be a devastating blow to racing in New South Wales, but that's what he's talking about. With this sale of Rose Hill, he's not happy to move to Horsley Park if in fact that's at all viable. So what's the probity advice that would stop you as racing minister sitting down with the leading racing trainer to talk about his concerns and the possibility of losing him to our state?
So understand that the ATC signed a confidentiality agreement and a memorandum of understanding, and I have to be very careful then how I deal in that space. So I'll be following
What's the corruption concern here? What is corrupt in you sitting down as racing minister with someone like Chris Waller, who's flagging he'll move to another state, to do everything you can to keep him here in New South Wales? What's the problem with that? Isn't that your job?
Yeah, look, I talk to industry all the time about a range of issues, but I have to be very careful in engaging in this process. That's all I'm
Why?
saying.
But you can't say why. No one can understand why, as a racing minister, you wouldn't talk to the leading racehorse trainer.
If I can help, Mr. Latham, the unsolicited proposals policy that's published, that's been adopted by Cabinet for many years, does set out that once a proposal is live, that proponents and others who have an interest in that proposal should not lobby ministers. So it's not unreasonable for.
Well, it's not lobbying. Chris Waller doesn't want to lobby the minister. He wants to outline his concerns, and we want to save him in this state.
Just to explain further, it's not unacceptable for the minister to speak to stakeholders, but not about that proposal.
Sorry?
Thank you, Mr.
I can't
Draper.
talk about the proposal. Yeah, that's.
You can't talk about the proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Latham. Thank you, Mr. Draper, for that. Ms. Hurst.
Well, he's not a lobbyist.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I've got a few questions, but I just want to ask Mr Griffin a couple of questions, and then I'll probably have some follow-up questions to you, Minister, based on what I hear from Mr Griffin. Mr Griffin, has GWIC ever done their own internal audit or checks to confirm the number of greyhound deaths reported by the industry are correct?
Yes, we have.
And when did that occur?
As part of the E-Track rollout, tranche 1 of E-Track that's just been finalised at the end of last year.
So that finished around what month?
End of December last year.
End of December. And did you discover through that process that the number of greyhound deaths identified are the same as the number of greyhound deaths reported by the greyhound racing industry participants?
There is an under-reporting of greyhound deaths generally. We found that were very aged. We're talking about 11, 10 years old. And certainly a lot of those participants or former participants, those people have left the industry. But what we can say unequivocally, we do have the most accurate database of greyhound register in Australia and New Zealand through the first tranche of e-tracking. I've seen reports in relation to Victoria, and I can tell you that in terms of deaths of greyhounds post-race injuries, we completely monitor that process.
Just in regards to the identified greyhound deaths that weren't reported, do you have the figure that you discovered of dogs that were dead that hadn't been reported?
I'll have to take that on notice. Yeah.
From your recollection, was it hundreds, thousands more that hadn't been reported?
I'd have to take that on notice, but it's certainly not in the thousands, it's in the hundreds, my understanding. As I said, a lot of the reason for implementing E-Track was the fact that it was relying upon a paper-based reporting system historically. But since E-Track's been in place, then those things, that process is streamlined.
So is that why is that what would be classified as a legacy euthanasia?
Yeah, it certainly would. So we obtained statutory declarations from participants about those deaths or rehoming incidents that they advise us of that occurred pre the creation of GWIC. Mm-hmm. And so to make sure that we've got something on record as to the whereabouts of those greyhounds.
And Mr Griffin, sorry, of those hundreds of dogs that had that are dead that hadn't been reported, did you report this to the Minister?
We're in the process of still trying to define how many there are, so we've still got to do investigations. What we can say is that amount of greyhounds are not accounted for, so we need to determine whether they're been rehomed or they've died. So we don't know that. As I said, these greyhounds are...
so they haven't been listed as legacy euthanasias?
No. So let me clarify that. They haven't been... at the moment we're doing inquiries to establish where those aged greyhounds are. Mm-hmm. And as I said, the majority of the greyhounds are attached to people who are no longer in the industry. So we need to track down those people and find out what happened to those greyhounds. Were they rehomed or did they die a natural death and so forth?
Okay. Minister, given that there are hundreds of missing greyhounds as been identified by GWIC, does that concern you?
Look, what I can say is that since we've taken government implementation of E-Track, we're looking to have a robust system that is transparent and that keeps up to date. There will be legacy issues. I can't control history, but what I can say is moving forward that we now have a regime in place that will track dogs across New South Wales from birth to death and make sure that the right thing is being done. So that's the commitment from this government. E-Track gives us the ability to do that, and it will make sure that these issues don't occur into the future.
Mr Griffin, has any of these missing greyhounds occurred while the E-Track system or the AusChase platforms have been in place, or we don't know at this point? Yeah,
we don't know. Well, certainly. Through it, E-Track's been in place since 2022, so there's nothing, and as the Minister said, that gives complete transparency to what's occurring. And so, and particularly, so we would know and identify if there's any deaths, so all deaths are, and particularly injuries are well known within E-Track. Again, we're looking at very old legacy system. We inherited a database that was 30 years old.
I understand that the legacy system is old, but I mean, when we're talking about hundreds of missing greyhounds, what are the date ranges for those missing greyhounds? Could they have been missing and possibly dead over the last year, or over what period of time?
So, again, we're talking very aged matters, so certainly not in recent times. So we're talking about things that are very historical. So we need to do our inquiries with those former participants that were involved and find out where those greyhounds went to, and then we can determine and update the system in relation to those greyhounds.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Ms. Higginson.
Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
When we last met in estimates in October, you committed to setting up the Independent Treaty Commission. What steps have been taken since that time to now to set that commission up?
Sure. So the department's been doing the hard work of putting the structure together. We've also been working with experts to make sure that it's structured in a way that will be effective. So in the next few weeks, months, then
I was going to ask you, could you be a little bit more particular about next few weeks, months?
Yeah, I'm not going to give you a day, but we're currently putting together the committee that will go out for expressions of interest for commissioners. The actual rollout of the process, we've got a timeline in place where we're hoping that that will be achieved. And I think I mentioned to you last time that we'll be starting with free, prior, informed consent, making sure that community's ready to have a discussion. Whilst that process is underway, there'll be the expressions of interest and the selection of the commissioners.
Can I just ask, sorry Minister, just to interrupt, can I just ask, in terms of that expression of interest, the feeding into the terms of reference for those commissioners, how's that come about? Who's been involved in that?
Yeah, Shane might be able to give you some detail on that.
We haven't actually refined those. I mean, that's going to be part of the advisory panel to give us the advice around what should be in the selection criteria for treaty commissioners. So we established a panel. Part of their role is to...
So can I ask who's on that panel? Is that public? Is that...
No, it's not. We haven't finalised that yet.
Okay, so there's not yet a panel. There will be a panel?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Minister, are you concerned it was October? It's now at nearly end of February. Are you content with the timing of things at the moment? When we spoke, you were saying very early this year.
Yes.
So we don't quite have a committee yet?
Yeah, no.
A panel?
We had to be... understand that many in the community, Aboriginal community, were quite devastated after the voice referendum, and so we made the choice to ensure that we took that into account rather than just come straight over the top again with another process. I think that's really reasonable. What we're doing is, and this is hard for government, it's hard for us, is that it has to actually be Aboriginal community making these decisions. And so we will set up the structures, but they have to then determine what, essentially those structures become, because it's a consultation with community. It's not
That's
government
right.
telling community what they should be doing.
But you're the minister in the position to lead, drive and advocate positively for what we know First Nations communities have been asking for decades and decades. South Australia, for example, right now is going full steam ahead with creating a voice to Parliament. Why are you suggesting that this is not a positive project forward, and why are we not hearing about it?
I'm not suggesting it's not a positive project forward. I'm suggesting that we want to make sure that we do it correctly with community.
But and so far we don't have a panel, we don't have a committee, we haven't. Has there been any engagement more broadly yet, or we're still just waiting?
No, we've been talking to different groups. Look,
which groups?
I have a lot of confidential conversation. If you start naming groups, then they often become targets. So I'm not going to do that. What I will say is that we want to make sure that when we go out for expression of interest, that criteria is developed by Aboriginal people, that the commissioners that are selected by Aboriginal people, and that the consultation is done with Aboriginal people,
So, Minister,
by Aboriginal
the
people.
expressions of interest for the commissioners you think will be out weeks, months? How many months possibly at the outer are we looking at?
Yeah, we've got a timeline, but I'm not going to tell you that here today, because there's a whole
Sorry?
range of factors.
Why? It's estimates. Is it possible? Can I just confirm? There's you've committed $5 million over 12 months.
Yes.
So have you? Is there any? Has that been spent? Has any money been spent on that?
Yep. So
Because that was for the treaty process, but it sounds like the treaty process hasn't started.
that's right.
Has any money been
And the process
spent?
will start when the
It's been
commissioners
nearly
in place.
12 months, Minister. Nearly 12
Yeah,
months.
look, I want to get this done more than anyone, but it has to get done right.
Well, you need to do it,
Yeah.
Minister. You need
Yeah.
to do it.
So
Respectfully.
we've been
Thank you.
Thank you.
doing a lot of work around closing the gap and making sure that government's set up for that, and this is part of that. So it's all interconnected. So it's not just one thing out by itself happening. It has to be part of the total work of government, which is currently going on. There is massive amount of work going on inside of government
We're not
in terms
seeing
of
it,
closing
and-
the gap.
Okay, well, it would be lovely to know what that is, Minister, and that's what today
Well,
is
it
about.
gets reported on each year, so the Premier will be reporting on
In
that.
12 months' time, when will we find out?
Order.
just-
Thank
yeah.
you, Ms.
Thank you,
Higginson.
Chair.
Your time has run
I'll
out.
come back. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, what's the government's position in relation to the Star and their suitability to hold a casino licence free of independent management?
That's a matter for the independent regulator.
Right. So there's a new inquiry that's underway, as you would know.
Yes.
But don't you think the public should know what your position is as the Minister and your views on these issues?
Look, this is really in the realm of the regulator. They are responsible to make sure that the casinos are meeting their requirements. They are going through that process. They keep me informed on what is happening all the time, but it is a process for the independent regulator.
Okay, so you say that they keep you informed. Are you confident that the NICC are progressing that mission to reform the Star to a point where they will eventually operate independently of appointed management?
I am really confident that the Casino Commission are doing some excellent work and making sure that the dual purpose of harm minimisation and also anti-money laundering becomes part of how casinos operate in this state.
So the current manager was appointed by the Commission in October 2022. I think that was meant to be for a period of 90 days. My understanding is that's now been extended 3 times and we're sitting at 489 days. I assume you're aware of that. Do you think that's an issue?
I think the Commission is giving Star the opportunity to show that they are changing the way they do business. There's a lot of jobs involved, but probably it's more appropriate for Phil Crawford to comment on those specifics. We also have to be aware that making public comment in this area is quite a serious matter, particularly because Star is listed on the stock market. So I'm happy if you want to ask.
We might ask Mr Crawford this afternoon, if that's
Fine.
fine, Minister, because we've got a little less time with you. My understanding is that Star had hoped to have a remediation plan implemented and concluded by the end of this year. Is that your advice as well?
That's a question for the Commissioner.
Okay. But you met with Star on the 1st of November, is my understanding from your...
Last year, yeah, that was the last time.
In terms of that meeting, did they indicate that they were pleased with the process, they're happy with what's happening with the Commission? What was the feedback?
I think they have a commercial view, but our view is that the regulator is the person who makes, or are the people who make these decisions. They, I think, know their work very well, and I trust that they are making sure that Star is sufficiently compliant, and they will decide whether they're up to standard to get their licence back or not.
But in that meeting, did they talk to you about wanting to be independent from the Commission in the engagement that you had?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And were there any concerns that you discussed in terms of the remediation of STAR at that meeting? What was sort of your approach to that discussion?
They are matters for the Commission and STAR.
But you're the minister, with respect.
Yeah, but I'm not the regulator. So this is, again, we have to be very careful. When there's independent regulators, ministers are in very dangerous territory when they start meddling in that regulation. I, at a macro level, along with the Treasurer, have listened to concerns from the industry, and some of those concerns have been taken into account. But at that micro business operation level, that is a matter for the regulator.
Okay, well, we might come back to this with Mr Crawford this afternoon just for a little bit more detail. I'll hand over to my colleague.
Minister, onto club grants. I'm wondering if the government intends to remove or dilute the club grants at all. Obviously, the majority of charitable recipients of those grants don't actually receive any other sort of government support. So I wanted to understand where that's up to.
So the government is doing a review of club grants. We are committed to transparency and accountability in the grants program. The review, a review hasn't happened since 2013, so that was a decade ago. Liquor and Gaming's leading that review with the Cabinet Office and with Treasury. There was terms of reference were published publicly on the Liquor and Gaming website in October 2023. That review is underway.
I'm just wondering if you intend to remove or dilute the grants with the review happening now. There are a lot of organisations that are very heavily community focused and rely on these club grants who have been put out completely in terms of their operations, whether it's a small regional club or a larger urban organisation that is dealing with education, children's welfare. There are organisations like this that rely on club grants. So they're very concerned about the lack of certainty at the moment and where their funding will come from in the future. So I'm trying to get an understanding on their behalf of what the government intends to do.
Yep, so the government intends to look at the findings of the review and make a decision based on that.
So if the decision is that the club grant scheme is not working at the moment and wholesale changes need to occur, which means that community organisations, charitable organisations don't receive funding anymore because there's no money coming through that stream, will they be compensated?
I think you can be assured that the needs of the community and some of the benefits of the current scheme are not at risk.
When you say some of the benefits, could you explain what you think those are?
Look, you're asking me to keep commenting on reviews that haven't finished yet. So,
well,
why would you have a review if you're already asking what the answer is going to be? I don't know. I will get the information back. We've spoken to NCOS. That's why we put the review in place. Their feedback has been really important. We've certainly spoken to Clubs New South Wales about it. The review is underway. Tarek might be able to tell you exactly where that's up to, but I'm not going to speculate on what the answer is going to be before we actually see the report.
Well, I think it's about certainty, and I guess the question is around ensuring that you as Minister are focused on making sure the club grants scheme works effectively rather than scrapping it altogether.
Yeah, no, and that's what we said from the outset. We want it to work effectively.
So does that mean something like focusing on those organisations that are not following the rules, which is part of the reason for this review, that there are some specific organisations that are not doing the right thing? So being very targeted about the approach of dealing with those organisations and leaving the rest.
Yeah, so two things have actually been underway. One is the review. The second thing is there's been an audit undertaken of club grants to make sure that people are compliant with the current rules. And there's also been an examination, as I said, Treasury is part of this, about some of the the tax implications of the scheme. So those things are all happening as part of this review, and when we get that report, we'll be able to give you, a fulsome pathway forward. But this was never about scrapping them all together. It was about making sure they actually were meeting the original purpose, which is what NCOS was worried about, that some organisation had got away from that, and that it was being administered in a way that was transparent.
One of the common pieces of feedback that we've been receiving about this review is that charitable organisations are not being given an appropriate mechanism to actually provide feedback, that the feedback is geared towards clubs rather than charitable organisations, and the impost on charitable organisations to actually make recommendations is not so much through the form response survey online, but actually that they have to provide a full submission that they have to prepare. Takes obviously quite a lot of time, and particularly charity organisations don't have a lot of time and money. So I'm wondering if you're aware of that, Minister, and if you have been receiving an appropriate amount of feedback from those charitable organisations in addition to clubs.
I'm personally not aware of if people have been contacting us about that. Tarek might be able to...
So no, look, I'm not aware. Sorry, I'm not aware of that. But I would say that if there is a discussion paper out publicly until the 18th of March, there are a number of ways feedback can be provided. But if there are other things that we can do to make it easier for these organisations, then very happy to do that.
All right, thank you. We'll be in touch about that. The specifics of the club grant funding, this goes to the review and the structure of it, whether club grants will have a consideration of multi-year funding rather than a single-year funding to provide additional certainty to charitable organisations that are working in the community. Is that something that's under consideration?
As part of the review, I think, everything's really on the table as part of this review. To the Minister's point, it's not really appropriate now to preempt any outcomes, but I would expect that the concerns you've raised and the concerns of these organisations will come to us through the review, and they'll be put to government for its consideration.
Okay, so Minister, when are you expecting to get the final review paper and the audit report?
Is there a set date yet?
There's no set date for when we'll provide that to government. As I said, the discussion paper's open on the 18th until the 18th of March. I think the timeframes after that will be determined by the quantum of feedback we get and the complexity of that feedback, and we'll need to do some work then to provide government with appropriate advice. But I think the expectation of Minister and government is that but certainly before the end of this year, they'll have something in their hands to make some decisions.
Okay, well, it didn't sound like the Minister had that expectation, but as the Minister, are you asking your department to make sure that there is an expectation for a delivery timeline? Because obviously clubs are working under regulations that may not exist into the future, and therefore charitable organisations are extremely concerned that their funding streams are not going to be viable into the future. So can you give them some certainty that you are putting a timeline and a deadline on your department to get a review and to make a decision about this club grant scheme?
Yeah, so obviously it's a priority. It was one of the first things we announced when we're getting on the job of doing it. Can I point out, this hadn't been reviewed for 10 years, so you guys had the chance to have a look at this multiple times and you didn't. We're actually doing something.
I know that things are getting frustrating.
Putting timelines on us and all this sort of thing. It's pretty hypocritical when you guys had all that time and you didn't address it at all. So,
here we go. Well,
at least we're doing it.
What I'm actually asking from you, Minister, as the Minister, is to provide certainty and a timeline.
And we will do that. We'll get through the process as quickly as we can, making sure that we're doing it properly.
So that's a report to you from the department by the end of the year?
I would expect so.
And a decision would be made how long after that?
How long is a piece of string? It would have to go to Cabinet, etc. So to get a response.
But is it a priority or not? You've said it's a priority.
Keep wanting actual dates, just so that you can come back. No, so you can come back in the future and say we didn't meet them or not.
The one thing the public should be able to rely on.
You guys in this
from
space
ministers
did nothing.
and from the
You did
government.
nothing, and you put us in this space. You put this in its
The
place.
point of order's been taken.
Well, I think we're both,
Mr. Primrose.
a number of people are saying, questions been asked, the minister's providing a detailed response, and the member doesn't seem to like the answer being given, and talks over the minister. So if it's worth asking the question, my point of order is, as a matter of courtesy, it's appropriate for the minister to be
Yes,
allowed to
Mr.
respond.
Primrose, I uphold the point of order. As a matter of courtesy, if we ask the question, the minister is entitled to answer, and we should avoid interjecting and talking over the top of him. So, Minister, have you concluded your answer?
Yeah, we will get it done by the end of the year.
So the report will be done by the end of the year, but a decision will be made by the end of the year as well?
Well, I can't commit to that because I don't know how detailed it is, and there's a cabinet process, there's a whole lot of factors in place.
Okay.
So I'm not going to give
Well,
you
how-
ambit dates.
How about when the decision is made at some point in the future, we don't quite know when yet, guesstimates, will that decision be made, and then there will be a timeline in which that new decision is implemented? Do you have an idea of when the new scheme would be implemented after this decision is made? Like, do clubs and charities have a year to prepare for a changed grant program? Do they have 6 months? Do they have 2 years? I mean...
Well, with all these things, there would be obviously be a transition.
But can you anticipate
No,
how
because I don't know
that
what's
would
going to be recommended yet.
Minister, if I could just ask you, you said before in your evidence that you don't want to give dates because then we'll come back here and ask you why you didn't meet them. Well, that's accountability in government. But it's not about the opposition, it's about the charities and the clubs who are wanting to know what's happening. Can you give them any clarity today in terms of a time frame?
We are working on it in a purposeful way. The report will come to us, government will make a decision. We will do that as quickly as we can in a sensible and considered way. That's our commitment.
Okay.
We've taken on a lot of reform in this space, and it is unreasonable to want exact timelines. What we want to do is make sure that we actually bring the industry with us. So we are talking to them, and as far as I know, they're currently comfortable with the process that's been undertaken. So
Isn't it unreasonable for them to have so much uncertainty? Because that's what they're telling us.
look, it is a massive reform agenda. There's no doubt about that, and that's why we're talking to them every step of the way. But we're trying to fix a whole lot of things that are decades old, and that's difficult work, and it means engaging with stakeholders right across the board and bring them with us, and that's what we're attempting to do. We're not going to come in and arbitrarily change the rules on people. We want to do it in a supportive way that makes sure that it works.
I think the problem is, Minister, that people don't know if it's a massive reform agenda or not, and that's the concern, that they are waiting for certainty and they're waiting to understand what on earth is happening, because there isn't much communication about what's on offer, and certainly no timeline, which is, it's the most important thing.
I think there is a lot of communication with industry.
I think when you're getting to stakeholder engagement and management, especially as government, surely the one thing that they can rely on, if not money or policy certainty even, it's a deadline and a timeline, and that's why I'm asking for that.
Yeah, we're talking to industry all the way through this. They are absolutely being consulted, and if they have problems, they give me a call, I can tell you.
Well, you might find your phone is ringing soon, Minister. I want to move on to the issues around the Racing for the Regions program. I asked you about this last estimates hearings and some of the upgrades and particular tracks. And there was some information provided on notice, which I thank you for, but it's obviously been some months. Can you let me know which tracks are still waiting for work to commence? And I want to particularly ask first about the Gosford Racing Club. The information that we got from you in November indicated that they were working through council density and minimum height issues prior to lodgement of a DA. Has that DA been lodged yet?
So my understanding is I only just recently met with Gosford Race Club, that those issues are still being worked out with Central
Right.
Coast Council.
So, no progress since we last received this information.
No, and that was part of the reason why we were meeting, although there will be some good news on a range of projects shortly. And
Under this program or just in general?
yes, I think it is under this program.
Okay. So how do you work through that issue with council and what will be the time frame to actually see delivery of the upgrade?
I don't work through it with council. It's a matter
How does the
between
club- you
Racing
said
New
you met
South
with
Wales. They've got a DA in with Central Coast Council, so they work with council to resolve the issues that they have.
Okay, but when you met with the club, you said you met with them recently, no idea of that time frame because it's stuck with council and you've just got to wait through
Yeah, like
that
a lot of
process?
things stuck with Central Coast Council. Yeah.
Okay. What about in Scone? The advice again was, I think that work's actually started and on track to be completed. 2 parts of it, one in April this year, one in December this year. Is that still the case?
If that was the times given to you, I understand that would be still the same.
Okay. Again, for both Maruya and Muswellbrook, again, the advice back in November, was when we received the questions on notice, was that they were going through the processes, but that they were going to have imminent lodgement of DAs. Has that occurred?
I will take that one on notice.
Okay. And you might need to take on notice as well. I think Cessnock, the DA, had been lodged as well. So if you could provide an update on that
Happy
particular
to do
track
so.
as well.
Can I make a correction too?
Sure.
Earlier you said that I'd met with Star on the 1st of November.
Yes.
It was actually, I met with Crown on the 1st of November.
Right. Sorry.
It may have
wrong advice.
been the Treasurer that met
Right.
with Star. And I met with Star last 27th of April because of the work being done with the independent commission. I've been leaving that to them to meet with Star.
But the Treasurer met with them.
Yeah, that was on the jobs guarantee.
Right. So he can meet with them, but you can't.
No, I can, but in terms of the jobs guarantee, that comes under the Treasurer, not me.
Right.
Yeah.
But you said earlier in evidence that ministers shouldn't be getting engaged when you've got an independent commission, but the Treasurer can do that, and that's fine.
If the work the Treasurer is doing is not connected, specifically. So he was working out the taxation issues, which were, again, a legacy from the previous government. He had to put in place that regime, and he was doing that work earnestly. And so he was meeting with Star over that, and that's appropriate.
Okay, well, we might come back to that. I just wanted to, actually, do you want to do?
Yeah, I'll just quickly ask about,
only
it
got a
was,
couple
it was very good to see you at the Woogalora ceremony on Australia Day this year, but I was a little bit concerned to note that it seems like a much smaller ceremony than in previous years, and I was wondering what the funding comparison for the event was this year compared to last year.
I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not involved in organising that ceremony.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, I note obviously if it's under a different portfolio that it's something that you would be consulted on as an event?
No, those sorts of events are put on by whoever the portfolio minister is, and we're only asked for input if it's necessary.
Okay. Does that concern you? Do you
No.
want to have more engagement in
Got 5
events
portfolios.
around Australia
my
Day?
time's very full.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Borzak.
I might just ask a couple of questions.
Just before we go to Mr. Latham.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Harris, thanks very much for coming today. I just want to ask you about Greyhounds as Mates program. The rehoming of greyhounds to PSD-affected police and first responders in the USA. How is that program going?
It's going very well. Let's see if I can pull up the actual... No, it's not working. I don't know if Steve wanted to give some detail on the program.
Yes, I can. Thank you, Minister. The program is part of the Aussie Mates program that Greyhound Racing New South Wales has put in place and it's been hugely successful. Let me just say that I think we all support Greyhound Racing New South Wales' its endeavours to look for other markets to rehome greyhounds, and we have actually conducted our own audit of the program just to make sure that the government and community can be confident that the program is best rehoming practice. So and we've done that, and our report in relation to that is on our website. It's a great program, and we fully support what Greyhound Racing New South Wales has done. They're actually looking to expand the program to include about another 500 greyhounds this financial year, is my understanding from speaking to.
So where is the program up to in terms of numbers of greyhounds that have been rehomed?
Just over 500 at the moment.
Just over 500.
And then and they expect to have at least 1,000 by the end of this financial year, is my understanding.
And where are they primarily going to?
Primarily to Dallas, and that's where they're arriving, and then moving off into other parts of Arizona and into believe Kentucky and other areas in central USA.
Okay, just to turn now, maybe through you, Minister, the E-Track system that GWIC set up going back to 2021. The original grant of funding was $3.59 million for that system. What's the current level of funding for that system?
Again, I have to hand over to Steve to answer that question specifically.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. The ongoing cost of E-Track, to answer your question, Mr. Balzac, is operational expenditure for the Commission that it incurs as part of its overall budget. It hasn't asked government for any more money. It's funded within its budget, and it costs the Commission around about $250,000 a year to operate it.
About $250,000 a year to run.
That's
okay.
correct.
All right. Has any other states or anyone else taken it up in Australia?
We're just currently in discussions with Greyhound Racing South Australia to look to licence E-Track to them, and also talking to Racing Western Australia in relation to looking at licensing the e-tracking component of E-Track to them.
So if a dog transfers out of New South Wales, what happens to it on the tracking system?
If it transfers out of New South Wales, Mr. Balzac, it's actually transferred in terms of if it's just visiting another jurisdiction for racing, then we know where it is in terms of the trainer that it's been taken to in that jurisdiction. But if it's been transferred to another owner in another jurisdiction, it's taken off the New South Wales register and placed on the register of the jurisdiction where the greyhound is now owned.
And is there interchangeability of the systems?
At the moment, the systems don't talk to each other directly, but what Greyhound Australasia does have is it's called a national data repository. So it allows information across jurisdictions to transfer very quickly so that dogs can race anywhere in Australia and New Zealand. So that allows that interoperability in terms of greyhound information, but it doesn't in terms of e-tracking.
Right. So how does the e-track system interact with greyhounds as mates?
So the greyhounds as mates is once they're entered into that program, they're placed on the Compendium Animals Register, and then they also then go off to the United States. So they're then no longer on the e-tracking system.
Right. Okay. And as you say, the dogs mostly are going to, I think you said Dallas. Are there other places in the United States that are showing an interest in taking up some rehoming?
Probably better question to Greyhound Racing New South Wales, but my understanding is yes, that there's a very large demand for greyhounds to be rehomed. The actual genesis of the whole program was approached to GWIC about 3 or 4 years ago by a range of rehoming organisations in the US. So because greyhound racing is in decline in the US, the demand for greyhounds and for pets is significant in the US.
All right, thank you. Mr. Latham? Yeah,
Thanks, Mr. Balzac and Chair and Minister. Minister, are you happy with the decision of Racing New South Wales to acquire what the Straight magazine has described as a $125 million property empire, including a Lucerne farm and inner-city apartments?
Yeah, again, Racing New South Wales is an independent body. They make those decisions at their board level. It has... people have expressed lots of views to me about the operation of Racing New South Wales, but that would be a better question to ask them directly.
Right, and you mentioned earlier on there's no plan B inside the government for the housing at Rosehill. Is there a plan B that you or Racing New South Wales are working on for the upgrade of Warwick Farm Racecourse, which is a museum from the 1970s?
Not at this stage.
Right. Would you be of the opinion that it's better to spend the $125 million on upgrading Warwick Farm, keep Rosehill, rather than spending this money on Lucent farms and inner city apartments?
Again, that's a matter for Racing New South Wales Board.
You've got no opinion on this major decision about assets?
No, they're
in racing?
responsible for their decisions, and my responsibility is to ensure they're complying with the Racing Act.
Right. Are you happy with the Racing New South Wales treatment of provincial and country clubs who are complaining they're under pressure to spend money they haven't got, and if they don't do it, they're threatened with being replaced by an administrator?
Not that specifically, but I have great interest in regional provincial race courses and industry. I have been having discussions with Racing New South Wales to ask for a better deal for the regions, and I believe they are starting to respond. So one of the things they have changed is that they've gone from yearly funding to more regular funding of those tracks. So I'm pleased that that advocacy at board level is being heard, and I know that they understand clearly that I have a very keen interest in that area.
Right. The concern I've just outlined to you, have you heard that from Wyong Club in your own electorate, the beautiful Wyong racecourse that
yes, very
was in
nice
the borders of your seat?
Yeah, look, there is, it's in an industry as big as racing with so many players, there will always be interplay about whether the board and the administration is spending money where they think is the right place. That is normal, but it's up to the board and the management to make those decisions.
Right. And Minister, what recommendations did you receive from the Office of Racing for those who go on the selection panel for the replacement of Mr Balding?
None.
So how was the selection made of the 3 individuals who've been chosen?
Yeah, so that's done through the process by the department and outlined in the legislation. So that
right.
was all
What
done.
recommendations did you get from the department?
Yeah, so they have lists of people that are eligible to sit on selection panels. They put names forward. I ticked off the names, and then they went through what is an independent process that has no interference from me.
How many names did they put forward?
I think it was this might be a list of 3.
Just to clarify, is the question how many names we put forward for the panel?
Yeah, for the Minister to possibly tick off.
To choose the selection panel, I'd have to take that on notice, but it was
Right.
multiple.
Did it include Mr John Dummersney from Harness Racing New South Wales, a very close personal friend of Peter Volandis?
The process is currently with government for decision, so I'm not going to talk about the details of that, but we can
Well, hang on,
get
it's
you
not
on.
with government. The selection panel's been chosen and Mr Dummersney is on it.
The selection panel has met and made recommendations to government, and it's with government at the moment.
Right. Did you recommend Mr Dummersney to be involved?
It's not a personal recommendation of me, Mr Latham. The panel has made recommendations to government. Government chose, the Minister chose the panel. A process was run.
Okay. Well, Minister, what basis did you choose Mr Dummersney? And given your earlier statement about a supreme concern about probity, weren't you worried about the close personal relationship he has with Peter Volandis, who's employed by the board?
Understand that the process includes declaration by any members about if there's any potential conflict. I was not aware of any conflict. The names were put forward, and at the time I had no reasonable purpose not to select them.
You'd never seen publicity in the racing media that Dummersney and Volandis are close personal friends.
I
A working relationship at Harness Racing New South Wales that goes back 20 years.
Yeah,
You were totally unaware of that.
Yeah, I was unaware of that, and what I would say is that most people in the industry have a whole range of relationships, and I can't know every relationship.
Well, this is one that is pretty common knowledge, but on what basis did you pick Mr Dummersney to be on the selection panel?
Yeah, so it's not necessarily a conflict because Mr Volandis wasn't being interviewed.
Well, he's employed by the board. There's not a conflict.
Yeah.
Okay, no probity advice on that one. Well, can I ask, did you receive representations from Mr Volandis about that selection?
No.
Can I ask your policy for stamping out the doping of horses in harness and thoroughbred racing in New South Wales?
There is a policy in place that's put in place by those particular boards, and that's a matter for them. And they, as far as I'm aware, that they are very, very diligent in their work to make sure that those things don't happen.
Right, that includes Mr Dummersney when he was running harness racing in New South Wales?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. What did you know about him
Thank
before
you,
you
Mr.
picked
Latham.
him?
Sorry, your time has
Okay, I realise that.
expired.
Thank
We'll
you.
get another round. Ms Boyd.
It's me, actually.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. Morning, Minister. Minister, I just wanted to turn to the issue of facial recognition in pubs and clubs. I understand that was an election commitment by the Labor Party before you formed government. Deadline 30th of June this year. Is that what's happening? Every pub and club in this state is getting facial recognition technology installed?
Yep. So there's a process underway to have a look at that particular issue, in terms of first, so personal or third-party exclusion. It is a very difficult discussion. We've been talking to some interstate colleagues about it as well. But yes, our work on that is underway.
So pubs and clubs right now, they're installing this technology. Is that what you're saying?
I have no idea what they're doing now, but it's not mandatory at the moment.
It's not mandatory, but you should know if pubs and clubs are installing facial recognition technology. I understand they are.
Right.
So
you tell me, Minister.
A lot of things that I wouldn't necessarily know.
Some venues, Ms. Fairman, have had this technology installed for many years.
Yeah, and so there's a rollout because Labor had a commitment to install facial recognition technology as part of its gambling, its pokies commitment. That was a key plank, Minister. So is it happening? Has there been public consultation on this?
We haven't had public consultation on it yet.
So the commitment from memory was to mandate the installation of facial recognition technology by the 30 June. The consultation that has occurred at this point, and it's not to say that's the end of the process, has been through the independent panel. So the independent panel met was only recently, last Friday, to discuss a range of the outstanding election commitments. Facial recognition, statewide self-exclusion register, and third-party exclusion were three of those. I haven't got the full outcomes of that meeting because it was quite recently, but the panel is expected to provide some advice to government in the near future as to the implementation of those three commitments specifically, and possibly others as well.
In terms of mandated facial recognition technology, will that be legislated, Minister?
So our commitment is to mandate facial recognition for clubs and hotels by the 30th of June. It is an important...
Yes, I said that in my first question,
yes.
But now it's where's that up to? When is the public going to be able to have their say? Have you even checked whether this is legal to do?
Yep. So my advice is that legislative amendments are required to mandate facial recognition in New South Wales venues through amendments to the Gaming Machines Act and Gaming Machines Regulation. However, administrative arrangements may be implemented earlier through things such as government guidelines and codes of practice. There are, as you mentioned, privacy concerns, and that's part of what government is looking at, and I'm working with colleagues on those issues.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of privacy concerns. So in relation to something like this, how can the public be assured that they will get a say, that people who are concerned about privacy can get a say? I'm asking you now, it's not long really until the 30th of June. What's your government doing to open this up, to ensure that everybody is aware of it and it gets debated in the public? It's a very serious matter, Minister.
Yeah, so obviously we have had some initial discussions with different stakeholders on this and heard their views. So organisations like NCOS and Wesley as well as others
But
represented
that's
on the
part
panel.
of the panel. That's part of the panel, which is not the public. That is a very private discussion. I understand there's confidentiality agreements are signed, for example. I don't know what NCOS and Wesley have said to you in terms of facial recognition technology because they can't talk to me about it.
Yeah, so if and when the government makes the decision around legislation, there will obviously be consultation around any such legislative change. We're really examining it at the moment. So the concerns, there's a few concerns that have been raised. So casinos already have facial recognition.
Yeah,
that's
very
in
different to every
place and
pub and
operating.
club.
There's also the consideration of if there is facial recognition, where would it be located? So, for example, in small regional areas, it wouldn't be excluding people from a whole venue. It might only be a gaming room.
These are the discussions, Minister, that the public has to have. These are the discussions that need to be put to the wider, civil society groups, to the Parliament, to the public. When will that happen?
Yeah, and I'll get advice from the panel after their discussion about how we proceed with that. So,
will you commit now to making sure that any move to install facial recognition technology in our pubs and clubs, mandating it, will come before this Parliament?
Yeah, that's what we have to change
and
legislation
open
to
to
do
full public consultation.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Fairman. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Can I just start with, so I understand, Mr. Griffin, that GWIC lowered the greyhound racing participation age to 12. When did that happen?
2022.
Yeah. Those children will be exposed, obviously, to an environment of gambling, but also I understand they'll be working are working in the catching pens where many of the deaths and injuries happen. And often, there's a lot of quite confronting scenes where greyhounds are, with bones protruding and screaming and, broken spines and broken limbs and stuff. Was any research or any consideration given to the psychological impact on children exposed to those injuries and deaths?
No, there was no research done. The age for the associate attendant, the age of 12, 14, is designed basically for those young people that have parents already in the sport. They're not children that are not already familiar or participating in some way, shape or form in terms of in their participation in greyhound racing generally.
So they've already been traumatised.
Off the track, it's more about their participation on the track and being available for their relatives to help assist them handle their greyhounds at the track.
Did the New South Wales Government Minister get any advice about liability for future gambling or other psychological problems that these children might face in the future?
I can take that on notice, but not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. How many investigations, Mr. Griffin, are underway into assaults on children at greyhound tracks?
By GWIC, are you?
Yeah.
None.
Or any that you know of? Are there police investigations you know of in relation to assaults on children?
There is a police investigation in relation to a matter, yes.
Can you give me any more details about that?
I cannot. It's currently before the courts.
Do you think that racetracks are a safe place for children as young as 12 to be?
Generally, in what I can see, yes. They're part of their family groups. What's being alleged in these other matters are outside the track premises, from what I understand, but I can't speak about those matters, as I said, before the courts. But generally, the young people are with their families at the tracks, and so there's been no incidents that we've detected of any issues at the tracks themselves.
For a long period of time, greyhound racing in New South Wales has failed to meet the minimum track standards, and I know that GWIC has been doing quite a lot of work in trying to assist with improving the minimum track standards, but greyhound racing New South Wales is still falling short of those standards, isn't it?
The question to me, or to
Sorry,
if it's
I
a
will
question
a-
to
I
me,
will ask
look,
you.
GWIC doesn't have a role in enforcing the minimum track standards. GWIC's role is to approve the minimum track standards that are developed by Greyhound Racing New South Wales, and that was done in 2020. It's Greyhound Racing New South Wales' remit to then enforce the minimum track standards that it has developed
Okay,
on,
but they're
Greyhound
not-
Racing clubs themselves.
Sure, but those clubs are not compliant, are they, universally? They're still falling quite well short of the minimum track standards?
That's not for us to. What I can
You
say
have-
is
sorry.
those are matters for Greyhound Racing New South Wales.
Okay, but don't you, that Greyhound Racing New South Wales has said that they're not meeting those minimum track standards? It's quite well known.
I don't believe they've said that they're not, but I know that they've acknowledged that there's some tracks that need to be upgraded to
Yeah,
meet those minimum track
That's
standards.
right, so they're falling below the standards. Now, so you're saying that GWIC has no responsibility over that?
No.
But Minister, you do, because you approve the licence and the licence conditions for the Greyhound Racing New South Wales. It took us a long time under the previous minister to get the licence conditions, but we now know that they include a requirement to meet those minimum track standards. What will you be doing to ensure that those minimum track standards are met?
Yeah, so I've actually very recently had a discussion with the department about how we can assist those venues to do work that's necessary to bring them up to the standard. It was pointed out to me that some of the issues outstanding are of a very minor nature and very technical, and so hopefully they're pretty easy to fix. Some other ones may need more remediation. So we're actually actively looking at how we can support clubs to do that.
Is Greyhound Racing New South Wales suggesting to you that the solution to them not meeting their minimum track standards is to just reduce those track standards and make them easier to meet?
They have never put that proposition to me.
You've never seen that. Have you had any representations, Mr. Griffin, in relation to lowering those minimum track standards from Greyhound Racing New South Wales?
We've had representation to them about amending the track standards, yes.
And lowering them, like making them easier to meet?
I wouldn't say that. No, they're talking about attempting to include some innovation in design.
We might come back to that.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. We'll now turn to questions from the government members. Dr. Kane.
Thank you, Minister. On some topics we haven't touched on yet, how's the government supporting investment in cardiovascular research in New South Wales?
Thank you. Very, very important question. We're committed to making New South Wales number one when it comes to health and medical research funding. Of particular priority is funding an investment for cardiovascular research. Cardiovascular diseases contribute significantly to the fatal and non-fatal burden of disease in Australia, particularly for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander populations. 1 in 4 deaths in Australia are caused by cardiovascular disease, which is why investing in this area is critical and I note has strong bipartisan support. I'm always very pleased when I address meetings and to acknowledge that this is a bipartisan issue and pay tribute to former ministers for the work that they've done. Particularly, I run into former Minister Skinner on a regular basis, and I know this is very dear to her. The New South Wales Government has committed $150 million in cardiovascular research funds over a 10-year period from 2018. We have a terrific cardiovascular research capacity program with $15 million funding this year. This builds capacity in research to improve outcomes in cardiovascular disease. Since the launch of the research capacity program, $84 million has been allocated to 132 research projects. The research spans the breadth of fundamental science in state-of-the-art laboratories in our centres of cardiovascular excellence in New South Wales, to critical trials led by our dedicated New South Wales health clinicians in our hospitals, to projects focused on preventing key risk factors for cardiovascular disease such as diabetes and obesity.
Sorry, point of order's been
Point
taken.
of order.
Yes.
Given that the Minister is reading out from a pre-prepared statement, he may want to just table that rather than continuing so that we can allow the government to ask more questions?
To the point of order,
Thank you, Mr. Rose.
I'm sure the Minister may refer to copious notes regularly in his addresses, and I think it's up to the Minister if he wishes to table matters or...
Yes, it is up to the Minister, but I think there are people who are interested in this matter, and so the Minister is free to read from whatever he wants to. So there's no point of order.
And I was just about to hand over to John Fred to talk a little bit more about some of the great work that's happening in New South Wales.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. If I may just add to your description of the program that we're also going to have a specific targeted call for proposal for Aboriginal health in cardiovascular disease, which is an area where Aboriginal populations have worse outcomes compared to other groups in New South Wales. So we'll dedicate $5 million out of the program in the coming years to have this rolled out. And also just to emphasize the fact that we're also supporting the cardiovascular academic network in New South Wales, bringing the different academic settings together to increase both the competitiveness of New South Wales at the national level, as well as making sure that the research that's done is aligning with real healthcare system priorities.
Yeah, and we were able, the other night, attended an awards presentation where we met some of the people who've been working in the industry for a number of years, and some new researchers, and I have to say that very, very impressive the work that's being done here in New South Wales. The theme of the night was around Aboriginal heart health, and those practitioners actually working in Aboriginal communities are doing an amazing job, including Ray Kelly, who is working with people with diabetes, having amazing results without any drugs involved. So just lifestyle with incredible results right across Aboriginal communities. Everyone wants to do Ray's program. So thank you for the question.
Excellent. And again, on a separate issue, how is the New South Wales government supporting veterans in finding work?
Yeah, this is a really important initiative, particularly in light of the current Royal Commission that's underway, and making sure that New South Wales plays a role in helping veterans transition from service back into the community. What we know is that veterans have a wide range of skills when they leave service, but they often don't know how to quantify those skills in order to work on employment. So New South Wales has put together a plan for assisting veterans. I'm pleased to advise that 532 veterans were employed across the New South Wales Public Service through to September 2023, exceeding the 12-month target, which was set at 500. The program remains on target to hire 2,000 veterans into new roles within the New South Wales Government by December 2026. I was very pleased only a couple of days ago to join City of Sydney Council, who've come on board as a local government organisation to help with employing veterans. There are a number of local government areas that have taken on the role of employing veterans in their organisations, and they find great value to that. There's also other public service organisations, corrective services, and I know that the Fireys and others are looking at this as well. It's really important that government plays a role in that transition because we know of the terrible rates of suicide that occur, and so anything we can do as a state to support what happens federally is so important.
Thank you very much. And now a question I remember that you did speak to, I think based on questions from Ms Mitchell, because I know it's an area of interest for her as well. What is the New South Wales Government doing to support the revitalisation of Aboriginal languages in New South Wales?
Yeah, so I think I walked a couple of steps behind Sarah when the legislation went through. I think it was an important day. We're unfortunately losing our Aboriginal languages at a terrible rate, and the fact that New South Wales Government at that time stepped in with the legislation, I think we're the only state that has legislation to support and grow Aboriginal language, is a very important initiative. Yesterday I announced the next round of funding for language revival projects of $1.6 million, which will go to community to help them teach young students and also others in the community Aboriginal languages, which is a really important initiative. We know that through closing the gap, we improve outcomes for Aboriginal people through connection to culture and country, and there's no more important part of culture than language. These programs, and I've been to a number of preschools and schools, as I'm sure Sarah did as well, to see these young people learning their language, and it can be a bit tricky when you're sitting with them, as I did out at La Perouse, and they're playing the word games, and they were a lot quicker than me, I have to say, in picking up, although I don't have a great brain for language. So it was really, really good. And one of the lessons from that was that the young Aboriginal children were going back home and their parents were becoming interested in language as well. And so I think, as a country, as a state, we can be very proud of that 65,000 years of Aboriginal, the Aboriginal culture on this land, and preserving and keeping those languages is a huge part of that. We acknowledge that there's still too few Aboriginal language speakers in New South Wales, but there is a scholarship program in a direct response to calls from Aboriginal language stakeholders, so that we can actually train people up so that they can go into classrooms and teach Aboriginal language. So I think it's a great program. As I said, it's a bipartisan program. It was started under the former government, continued under the current government. One of the new initiatives we put in place is last year was the first ever Aboriginal Languages Week, and that was held at Redfern. This year it will actually go out to the regions, and during that week, as well as the grants to support community, there's also that celebration of Aboriginal language and culture in community, making sure that we are supporting that important link between language and culture.
Thanks, Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Mr Primrose?
We'll come back to some more maybe later on arising out of the Minister's future
All right,
point.
well, fantastic.
Chair, do you mind if
Mr
I-
Draper, you want to
Yeah, I
add
just
to
wanted to
answer?
I didn't want to take up anyone's time earlier, but just Ms Munro asked earlier about Woogalora.
Yes.
Just to clarify, that event, which is a fantastic event, and really appreciate your support in being there, is delivered by the Australia Day Council in partnership with the Premier's Department. And I can confirm that the funding hasn't reduced. In fact, it's gone up a little bit from previous years. I thought it was a terrific event. I didn't notice that it was any smaller. And my congratulations to all the performers who were there and all the staff who put that on. I thought it was a really wonderful event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Draper. We will now have a short break and reconvene at 11:15. Thank you very much. recommence, and we will recommence with questions from the opposition.
Thank you. Minister, nice to be here with you.
Always a pleasure.
In questioning from Mr Latham prior to the morning tea break, you answered a question in respect of the Rosehill Racecourse provision that you had signed a confidentiality agreement. Is that correct?
No.
So that wasn't correct.
I didn't say I'd signed anything. No.
Well, was there
I said that the government, my understanding is the government and the club had signed a confidentiality agreement and an MOU.
The government had signed a confidentiality agreement?
That's my understanding.
When did you understand that they had done that?
I think it was in very recently.
Mr.
in the last
Draper,
couple of
do you know?
days.
Do you know?
I haven't been involved in the process, so I can't comment.
So no. So there's a memorandum of understanding signed. I don't know the exact date, but it was certainly prior to that announcement last year. That was at an officials level, designed to allow us to engage with the Australian Turf Club in a way that was appropriate at that time. And it set out processes and it put in place arrangements such as that from that period we asked the Australian Turf Club, I believe, to refrain from, to meet just with those officials who were managing that process and to start conducting themselves in a way that was consistent with the idea that they would be leading into an unsolicited proposal process. So it's to support the integrity and probity of the matter. That they haven't lodged yet a proposal, so the full unsolicited proposals protocols haven't yet kicked in.
Well, let me come
trying to deal with it we're trying to manage it as appropriately as possible, and that was the purpose of that memorandum of understanding entered into between officials and the club.
Well, you, Minister, had formed the view, had you not, that the unsolicited proposals had kicked in by that date, had you not?
No, I had received a advice on if I was meeting with the ATC that I would have to ensure that we were discussing issues other than Rose Hill.
But you had formed the view that on the basis of probity advice that you'd received that an unsolicited proposal had in fact commenced.
No.
Well, when you talked about the media release on the 7th of December, you weren't there, were you?
No.
And in fact, the evidence you gave to Mr. Latham was that in relation to your not being there and commenting in relation to that matter, you wouldn't comment because of the probity advice that you'd received.
Correct.
So you had formed the view, isn't it right, that in fact an unsolicited proposal was in fact in front of the government?
No, what I have done is make sure that any of my decision making or any interactions I have couldn't be called into question. So I just formed that personal view that it wasn't appropriate for me to be engaging on it whilst there was another process underway.
Well, can I be clear, just to be clear, Mr. Tudhope, the memorandum of understanding, the probity, that relates only to the unsolicited proposals process. The Minister has other obligations in terms of probity as a regulator in that space. So he has other obligations.
Thank you for that, Mr.
we obtained the probity
just let me
advice.
ask you this.
Sorry, Mr. Tudhope.
Well, I had not asked Ms. Meltwater a question. I'm asking the Minister questions.
I think she was giving
important
clarification.
Yeah, I think you're giving important information. Ms. Mildwater, you had something to say?
I was just going to add to Mr. Draper's answer that the probity advice was obtained by the department for the Minister, given that there was a process, there was public announcements, and given his role, so we obtained him probity advice.
Well, just in relation to that, were you surprised in those circumstances by the announcement and those ministers who accompanied the Premier to the announcement on the 7th of December?
No, because the Premier informed me on the 22nd of November that there was a proposal that was being talked about.
Did you share the probity advice with them?
Did I? No.
Yeah. So you'd formed one view in relation to the probity as in your capacity as the regulator, no doubt, but it didn't apply to them. Is that what you're saying?
No. Look, I am following the guidelines that I was given, and I think that's appropriate.
Well, do you form the view that in fact what that if in fact there was an unsolicited proposal in front of the government on that date, that the media which they engaged in on
My
the 7th
understanding
of
is
December,
there hasn't been an actual unsolicited proposal put
well,
forward.
just in respect of that, when you say it wasn't an unsolicited proposal, what do you understand the proposal was?
I understand that an idea had been taken to government to see what their appetite was, and that the announcement was about saying that the club should go away now and do the work they need to do and talk to their members.
So it was a proposal, wasn't it? To sell Rosehill Racecourse.
Premier said he supported it.
Yeah.
Wanted it to happen.
Yeah, from the club itself. The actual
That was a
proposal
proposal.
itself is a formal process that is different and separate from that.
Just to clarify, Mr. Tudor, and I did explain this in another hearing yesterday with you, that the unsolicited proposals policy, which is published, does envisage engagement between government and potential proponents and other players leading into those proposals, because we don't want people to put in proposals that are of no interest to the government, and for them to understand the requirements that are going to be on them if they do put in a proposal. So
I recall your evidence, Mr. Draper, and in fact I recall it so clearly that in fact what has occurred is that an unsolicited proposal has been received in the Premier's office, which you weren't at that meeting, were you?
No.
Have you had any meetings with the ATC, by the way?
I'm just going to confirm we have not received an unsolicited proposal.
No, there has been no proposal.
2 months later, 2.5 months later.
Well,
it hasn't been on.
you and I might disagree on definition, Mr. Draper, but the fact is that you had no meetings with the ATC, have you?
Not on this, no.
No, in your time as a minister?
I've met with the chair, Peter McGorran, on a couple of occasions.
When was that?
I have to take
Is
that
it
on
disclosed
notice.
in your diary?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because I actually went out to. I got asked the question last time. We went as the Friends of Racing.
So since that date, have you had any meetings with the ATC?
Not a formal meeting, no.
Can I ask you this in relation to our, and again these were questions which have also been canvassed by Mr. Latham. There is a selection panel, I understand, to select a new chair for Racing New South Wales.
Yes.
And in fact, that panel, in fact, has provided a list of candidates to you.
Yes.
So they have finalised their determination.
No, it's now subject to cabinet process.
Yeah, but so there is a list. You will be making a recommendation to cabinet. Is that part of the process?
It's subject to cabinet process.
Subject to the cabinet process. There are names which are in front of you for the purposes of being approved by cabinet on your recommendation.
Yep, so it's subject to the cabinet process.
Subject to the cabinet. Who is on the committee? Can you tell me?
Sorry?
Who is on the committee?
Well, it's subject to cabinet process now.
No. The committee that made a recommendation to you.
The selection panel.
The selection panel.
So we haven't announced that.
Well, I'm asking you to tell us.
No, because part of that someone else has not. We've never broken. So part of it is that we don't do that. The purpose of that is that so they can't be lobbied whilst they're making the decision.
Well, you've disclosed to Mr. Latham that Mr. Dumsey is one of those people.
No, he said Mr. Dumsey
well,
was.
You confirmed it.
Yeah.
Did you not?
Sorry?
You confirmed it, did you not?
Oh, I said I didn't know that he had a relationship with anyone.
No. But you confirmed that he is one. Let's not split here. You confirmed that he is one of the people on the selection committee. Is that right?
I can't recall. I have to go back through Hansard.
Well, there is a process set down by the Act, is there not, for the appointment of the chair, and that process has been adopted for the purposes of appointing
as the Act
a chair.
says, yes.
Can you confirm with me that none of the people who you have recommended to Cabinet or who will be going to Cabinet will include Labor identities?
Well, that's confidential.
Will you rule out that a Labor Party identity will be appointed as Chair of New South Wales Racing?
It's a subject to cabinet. I'm not going to make that comment.
This is an opportunity. This is an opportunity for you to say that it will not be someone who has been a member of the Labor.
Yeah, and I can't break cabinet confidence.
That's fine.
Order.
And you've been a minister, and you know that too.
Please.
So it's a bit naughty of you to ask the question.
No, it's not naughty.
Well, you know that you know what happens in the cabinet process.
Minister, the appointment of Dr. Serene Cook, what process was gone through in relation to her appointment?
In what capacity?
Was there a selection panel appointed for her appointment?
Originally, yes.
What, for her?
Under your government?
No, for the 2-year extension which you have just given her?
No, because she was, under the recommendations that were given to me, she was recommended as not having any issues or anything and could be extended.
No. Have you read the Act, Minister?
You don't have to, when there's the set number of directors, you don't have to go the outside process.
Yeah.
And she was already in the role.
She's the deputy
we just
chair,
extended.
and well, let me tell you that when you made the decision to appoint Dr. Cook, you said that you're asserting here today that there is no process to go through.
No, we went through.
She had 2 4-year terms, had she not?
The department put forward to me their recommendations, which I accepted and took to cabinet through the cabinet process.
It wasn't a casual vacancy. She had in fact completed 2 4-year terms.
Yes.
Well, you should be aware that the requirements under the Act of the recommendation to extend Dr. Cook's term must come through an independent panel. That did not happen, did it?
I'd have to check. That's not the advice that I had.
Well, in the circumstances, is it the case that Dr. Cook may not have been properly appointed? Because the Act makes it clear that you must, in fact, establish a selection panel.
We don't believe that to be true, but we can take it on notice and get back to you.
Yeah.
Well,
in reading the Act, I didn't.
Have you read
I don't
the
see
Act?
that. Yes, I have, in that section particularly, given what's happened. I don't have the same interpretation.
Let me say, did you get advice that
Yes.
you had complied with the Act?
Yes.
So, are you prepared to table that advice?
I went through.
We'd have to take that on notice, but to the extent we can come back to you on that.
The advice that, in fact, her reappointment outside the 2 4-year terms that she'd already had, which are, in fact, defined by the Act, it does require...
The point of order, can I say that the Minister has said he would take this matter on notice?
Would you accept from me that if, in fact...
No, I won't accept conjecture. We'll check and we'll get back to you.
Sorry, Minister, there's
My
been a point of order
is
raised.
that the Minister said that he will take the matter on notice, and the Honourable Member keeps asking the same question.
Well, he's taken one. I'll rule on that. He's said that he'll take parts of that question on notice, and so the member may ask other questions.
So in the event that you have not complied with the Act, and this is self-evident, then the effect of her appointment may be invalid, may it not?
Yeah. Well, I don't accept the premise of your question. We'll take it on notice and we'll check, but the advice I received was the process was proper.
Given the manner in which we treated the appointment of Russell Balding, it is not unlikely that you have in fact made a mess of that, isn't it?
Order.
I don't think you really want to go down that particular road.
I'm happy to.
Given that the Shadow Minister and others on your side of politics were very heavily involved, and the only people I was lobbied by, not by Racing New South Wales, not by Mr. Balding, I was lobbied by Liberal and National Party members.
Not by
So
Mr.
if you want to go down that pathway, I'm more than happy. More than happy.
More than happy to demonstrate your incompetence. To demonstrate that you were incompetent.
You know that who they were. No.
Our first time in 100 years.
Order.
No, I
don't need you to point of order.
I keep my word.
Minister,
unlike
please.
some others.
Order. Please. We must treat witnesses with civility and courtesy at all times, and not make personal reflections on them.
Indeed.
So please desist from that, Mr. Tudor-Hope,
and
ask questions rather than make comments and engage in to and fro across the room. We've got limited time. Ask some questions and avoid making reflections on the Minister or any other witness.
You can go.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, obviously in your responsibilities, Minister for the Central Coast, you would have an ongoing interest in government funding and programs that benefit that region.
Sure.
Yeah. And I want to specifically ask you about the local small commitments allocation. That's a government program that will provide money into the Central Coast, that's correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And particularly in your own seat of Wyong, we now know that there are a number of projects that have been approved or announced for funding in that particular area.
Correct.
And I want to take you to one, $20,000 for the Soldiers Beach Surf Lifesaving Club.
Yes.
It's a club you know well, I understand.
I know very well. I'm a member of the club.
Yeah, you are. And I believe you were also the president for a period of time?
Yeah, for 3 years. I think I finished in 2016 season, end of the 2016 season.
Okay. Have you ever been able, as a local member, to secure any funding for that club in the past?
Absolutely.
Through what processes?
Through community building partnerships.
Right. How much have you been able, you can take on notice if you want.
Take that on notice.
Okay.
It's been over right back to 2008. So
sure, if you could provide that on
years.
notice. You'd be aware then, of course, that the community building partnerships process has quite strict rules around declaring conflicts of interest, including
Absolutely.
if you're a member,
Yes.
you have any benefit. You did that through that process?
Absolutely.
Did you have to do that through local small commitments as well?
Yes, my understanding was yes.
Well, did you or not?
Yes.
Who did you provide information that you might have had a conflict of interest to in relation to that?
Yeah. So initially, when the grants were put in, there was an online form which was filled out.
Sorry, when you say initially, these were pre-election commitments.
Correct.
We heard evidence yesterday from the Premier's department, who are working to administer the grants, that they received a list from the now Premier's office of those commitments, but
Yes.
you're saying prior to that there was a form that you had to fill out?
Well, we had to nominate the projects
But who did you nominate the projects to?
to the party.
Right. And did you declare your conflict
Yes.
of interest to the party? In what way?
Well, I just said it was an online form.
No, but in that online form, what information
There was a
did you
question
give?
saying, is there any potential conflict?
And you said yes because I'm a current member,
Yes.
or what? Did you reveal you'd been a president before?
Well, I always say that I've been a member of the club. Whether I've been president before, I don't know makes a difference. I mean, I'm there, I patrol, I volunteer.
Sure. And I have, look, no
Yep.
disrespect to the club, I'm sure they do amazing work and
They do.
very
They're also the
happy
only
for you to
surf
be a
club in
member.
my electorate,
Yeah,
so
no,
it makes it a bit easier to choose.
I understand that. But I'm trying to get to the process here because you're saying, so to Labor Party head office, is that who you declared the conflict of interest to?
Yes.
Okay. So the process has now gone through. My colleague asked a number of questions to the minister responsible about this, and particularly in relation to this particular project. He indicated that he was aware of the potential conflict of interest, and he requested that the project office review the project. Did the local small commitments allocation team or project speak to you about that conflict of interest?
Not that I recall.
So the only time that you declared that you had a potential conflict of interest was to Labor Party head office as part of a pre-election process. Since forming government and that taxpayer money going out, you haven't had anybody contact you to ask about whether there was a potential conflict of interest.
My understanding is, and I did hear the answer yesterday from Ms Ma, was that was a separate process. It went a separate probity check, and that I played no further part. Other than putting up initially, I played no further part in any decision making.
And I accept that, but my concern is that you, rightly so, understood you had a potential conflict of interest through your internal Labor Party processes, but it appears that that hasn't gone anywhere beyond Sussex Street, because no one in government or in an agency has come to you and said, is there any potential conflict of interest that we need to be aware of? That's your evidence?
So my understanding is that it went through a separate probity process that was described yesterday in great detail, and that was how grants were determined in the end.
But Minister Graham is saying to us on a question on notice that he's asked the project office to review it and go through that process. But I just want to be clear, you're confirming that at no point during the process that project office has gone through, that they've come to you and said, you know, Mr Harris is the local member.
I have filled out a separate form where again I did indicate that I am a member of the club.
But who did that form go to?
I think it went to Premier's.
Premier's office?
No, Premier's department.
Right. So there's two forms. One that you did pre-election to
That's my recollection.
Labor Party, and then now. So sorry, you said before that you hadn't had any contact, but now there might have been a form to go to the Premier's office department.
Yes.
About that, but no one that you can recall sort of tried to speak to you about it or had any kind of contact beyond potentially maybe a form.
No, not that I can recall.
And can I just be clear? The Premier's department was, and I think Ms Maher gave this evidence yesterday, so I'm just kind of verbally here a little bit, but we played no role in the nominations or or the process of how they arrived. Our teams were assessing the grants according to the guidelines once they had been received as a list consolidated from the Premier's office.
Thank you, Mr Draper. Mr Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Can we just get some clarity about what has happened with this unsolicited proposal? It hasn't been lodged, and when is the government expecting it to be lodged regarding Rosehill Racecourse?
Yeah, it's a pretty normal process, Mr Latham, that there's early engagement, and we, as I said, we encourage proponents or potential proponents to do that because we want to make sure that when they lodge it, it's in a form that we can assess. We haven't yet received it, but we do have received updates from the Turf Club that they're very advanced in preparing that proposal, and I understand that the Turf Club held some sessions with members. I don't know if you attended.
Yeah, it went terribly.
Well, I don't know. I didn't attend it. It's not really a matter for us in any case. But
it will be.
But I understand that they've pretty advanced. That they have engaged advisors, that they'll be lodging that proposal in the near future. But until they do,
well, the near
there's
future
very
being
little.
Weeks or months?
I would expect it more likely weeks than months, but that's not a matter for me.
Okay.
But this is a pretty normal time frame for receiving these proposals and a pretty normal process that it goes through.
Yeah, sure. So at the moment, all we've got is the December 7 press conference at Rosehill and some media speculation. There's no proposal being lodged with the government. Can I ask you, Minister, who prepared the probity advice saying you can't talk about this proposal?
The department.
Your department?
And I received that subsequent to...
Your department?
To the announcement.
Yeah.
What
date?
We obtained from an external probity.
Yeah, and on what date did you give that advice to the Minister?
Just recently. I'd have to take it on notice the exact date, but just
recently. Sometime in February?
Yes.
Right. And does that advice relate to the Minister can't talk about the announcement that was made on the 7th of December, or the Minister can't talk about an unsolicited proposal when it's lodged?
The advice covers what the Minister should do in the current circumstances.
So you've given the Minister probity advice that he can't talk about a press conference on the 7th of December, even though no unsolicited proposal's been lodged?
Mr Latham, what we've given him advice about is the engagement in context of the events that are out there. It doesn't talk about a press conference.
The events that are out there? Well, the main event out there is the press conference. You know, we're not silly here. We know what's happened. It's all on the public record. The main event is the press conference, isn't it, on the 7th of December?
No,
where the Premier said it's clear the ATC wants to do this and we want it to happen as well.
So the advice is about the matters discussed there, yes, not a press conference.
Well, Minister, why doesn't this advice apply to the Premier? If there's a probity problem in you, as Racing Minister, talking about the second most important racing asset in New South Wales being sold, how can the Premier on the 7th of December, and again at estimates yesterday, I understand, be saying that it's clear the ATC wants to do this and we want it to happen as well? Why doesn't it apply to your government leader?
You missed him, he was yesterday, so you'll have to ask him that question.
Why doesn't it apply to Minister Halen, who's modifying Metro West to accommodate this thought bubble?
My understanding is...
Why doesn't it apply to Treasurer Mookie, who was there on the 7th of December?
So my understanding is...
Why doesn't it apply to Minister Scully, who's trying to build in the housing, the 25,000 housing, as part of his housing plan?
If I could say, Mr Latham, if the Minister has regulator responsibilities, none of those other ministers you mentioned have those regulator responsibilities as a decision maker, as a regulator.
Well, they have responsibility for making this happen.
Planning minister's got more than anyone.
Yeah, and I also have to be really...
Mr Draper, have you prepared any probity advice for these other ministers that they can't make comment about this proposal?
No.
Have you seen the advice from the Minister Harris's department?
I don't believe I've seen that advice.
Does it sound like it's normal advice as part of an unsolicited proposal not yet received?
Well,
A minister responsible for racing can't talk about the biggest thing in racing in our lifetime.
And not in a court, not that I've been asked, but if you're asking me now, my view would be that if you're a regulator, I wouldn't participate in any detailed discussions with those proponents.
Well, on discussions, you mentioned earlier, Minister, that since the 7th of December, you've had no formal meetings with the ATC. Have you had informal meetings?
I'd have to take that on notice. I don't believe so, but I'll have to take that
You've
on
got no
notice.
recollection of discussing this with ACT officials at any stage
No.
since the 7th of December?
No.
But you'll check and come back to us on
Yes.
notice? Okay. Right. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm very sure that I haven't discussed this with anyone outside my office.
Right. Is that consistent with the probity advice?
It was consistent with my own caution, because it's also dealing with areas that are under the responsibility of other ministers, and so they're discussions for cabinet, not discussions that you would have generally out in public or stakeholders.
And on the selection panel for the replacement of Mr. Balding, we had a discussion earlier on. Well, I was talking about the credentials or lack of them, or potential conflict of interest for Mr. Dummersney, and you proceeded on the basis he was on the selection panel, correct?
Yeah, I think our policy has been not to say who is or isn't on the selection panel.
But we
for the
had
reasons
an
I outlined
exchange
before.
where you were confirming
so
he is.
Yeah, so
he
I'm
is,
not
he
not
is.
willing to discuss any of the process other than say that the correct probity was undertaken and people had the opportunity to put forward any potential conflicts.
Yeah, Mr. Dummersney didn't do that. He'd be
wasn't-
selecting the boss of his very best
I wasn't
friend.
part of that process because it was done.
Well, has Mr. Dummersney declared a conflict that he'd be part of the selection process for the boss of his
again
best friend?
because it's subject now to cabinet confidentiality. We're not commenting.
Well, this
on
is
it.
budget estimates, so we'd like an answer to a basic question of probity. Has he declared a conflict of
Mr.
interest?
Latham, if I could just I'd just remind you that we have to avoid making adverse mentions of any party.
I'm asking, has he declared that conflict of interest?
Yeah, but I'm mindful of some of the comments you've made about the relationship between this person and other parties.
Well, no one's
and-
denying that. It's on the
No,
public
I
record.
understand. I understand that, but we need to. I'm just reminding you that we need to avoid adverse mentions.
May I take the point of order? I understand the minister's taken this line of questions on notice previously, and for another member to be asking the same questions. The minister's already taken these on notice. Maybe I'm incorrect, but that was my recollection.
He has taken elements of the questioning on notice, but yeah, Mr. Latham's free to ask the questions he wants, but just I'm reminding him of that.
Well, I'm asking on the basis, we're working on the assumption earlier in this estimates inquiry that Mr. Dummersney was on the selection panel, and then in answers to Mr. Tudhope, the Minister was saying, I can't say whether he was or not. So I'm seeking clarity. Minister?
Yep. So I've given my answer that it's now subject to cabinet decision, and so I'm not commenting on it.
Right, but it's well known within the racing industry that Elizabeth Mildwater and Don Kaliqui and Mr. Dummersney are the three on the selection panel. So why are we in a state of denial about it here?
We've never confirmed or denied that. That's other people have made those statements.
It's like the CIA.
It's because it's important that when you're actually going through these processes that there is confidentiality. People are subject to probity checks. People are subject and given the opportunity to make declarations, and that's all built into the process.
Okay. I asked you earlier on about your policy for the doping of horses in harness and thoroughbred racing in New South Wales. You said it was up to the clubs and the organisations to deal with it. Are you aware of legislation in the United States where governments have legislated in serious offences for this to be a criminal penalty with jail time?
No.
You know, will you undertake to have a look at that? And do you acknowledge the problem in harness racing left by Mr. Dummersney, that there's a serious doping problem that's plaguing the industry, where there's one trainer in particular who only takes older horses, and within 2 or 3 weeks they've improved 20 or 30 metres, which is a fraud on the industry and animal cruelty to be doing this. Isn't it time to acknowledge that the cheats are always ahead of the vets, sometimes months, but many times years, as we saw, for instance, with Darren Weir in thoroughbred racing, And it's time for government to have criminal penalties and jail time for the serious offences of people who do this to the animals?
That's an issue that we can have a look at, but any things that you have raised, we have no awareness of that.
Okay. Can I raise with you a question of natural justice within harness racing for someone who had done the wrong thing but has now served a 12-year suspension, Cameron Fitzpatrick, who hasn't had his trainer's licence returned to him by Harness Racing New South Wales. Would you accept my representations about this and ask Harness Racing New South Wales, as someone who's served their time and clearly is rehabilitated, can't return to the industry?
Yeah, it predates my time, but if you make representations, we would be happy to write to the board on your behalf.
Okay, thank you. And turning to greyhounds, do you support the retention of greyhound racing at Wentworth Park?
Minister Camper and I have met with Greyhound Racing New South Wales, and we are open to them putting a formal submission to us, which will be considered, obviously, together with our colleague, the Minister for Planning.
Okay. And when's that happening?
We're waiting for them to formally approach us. The meeting that I had was a few months ago. The meeting with Minister Camper was just recently. And we indicated that we are open to them making submission.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Ms Hurst.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, to questions earlier by the Honourable Mark Latham, you said that you hadn't spoken to Peter V'landys in any aspect in regards to the selection panel. Can you confirm that no one within your office also spoke to Peter V'landys in regards to the selection panel?
I would have to, I'll take that on notice, but I don't think anyone had spoken directly to Mr V'landys.
Yeah, if you could take it on notice. And also just on notice as well, if he was appraised in the process at all by anyone within your office?
He was appraised.
If he was appraised?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, my understanding is no, but we'll check.
Thank you. Did you receive any advice or suggestions from Racing New South Wales about who should be on the panel?
It was an independent process that we set up, and they did the interviewing, etc. It's subject to cabinet, and no decision has been made.
As mentioned earlier, Mr Dumsey is a close friend of Peter V'landys, and I'm happy to provide this media article to your office as well that explains that. I understand that you said you didn't know that at the time. Now that you do know, do you have concerns about his involvement on the selection panel?
I'd have to take advice on whether that constitutes a conflict.
Do you agree?
Because Mr V'landys isn't a candidate.
Sure, but obviously he is. I guess the big question is, would you agree that this is likely to give rise to the perception that Peter V'landys may have had some undue influence over that selection process?
People were always going, no matter what the outcome, people were always going to make their own conclusions, because that's what happens in industries that have a lot of players. We've tried to play it straight down the line, make sure that we followed the procedures that are put in place, and Cabinet will make a decision.
Did any staff member from Racing New South Wales sit in on any of the interviews?
I don't know, I wasn't there.
Can you confirm or notice that no staff member from Racing New South Wales sat in on any of the interviews?
Yeah, so I'm being told that's because we're not talking about the process, it's not appropriate.
So you can't confirm that no staff member from Racing New South Wales sat in on any interviews?
Racing New South Wales were not part of the process.
So can you confirm that they didn't sit in on any of the interviews?
There's no role for Racing New South Wales in the actual process.
I'm just asking you to confirm that no one from Racing New South Wales sat in on any of the interviews. So you're confirming that that absolutely did not happen?
Yep, they did not play a role in the recruitment process.
Thank you. Minister, were you aware prior to today that GWIC had identified hundreds of missing greyhounds?
No.
And Mr Griffin, can you confirm that none of these missing dogs died or were killed in the last year?
Yeah, look, let me just say in terms of, I don't want to go into semantics here, but when you say missing, what the first tranche of E-Track has done has allowed us to cleanse the historical database. So now we have a number of greyhounds, as I said earlier, that we now need to do inquiries to find out where they're at. So when you say they're missing, to our mind, they're not missing yet until we complete our inquiries. So we
But
need
they're
to go
missing
through.
from the database. We don't know what's happened to them. We don't know
They're
if they're
still on the
alive or dead.
database. They're still there. We need to make our inquiries. They're associated largely with a lot of participants who are no longer part of this industry, plus they're very aged greyhounds. We're talking 11, 12, 13 years old, so they're probably not sort of, even dogs, the greyhounds don't live that long. So we've got to go through a process of finding out what happened to those greyhounds. So when you say they're missing, no, they're not missing, they're still on our database, but we've got to find out where they ended up, were they rehomed, did they die of death, so forth. So we need to go through a
They are
process.
missing if we don't know where they are or if they're alive.
So the good thing is we need to go through a process to find out what happened to those historical legacy
Sorry, I'll just
data,
take
and
you
then we
back to
can
the
come
question.
back to the, just to your point,
Sorry,
and then I'll
I've
be able
only
to
got a
come
few
back and
seconds
report
left,
to
so
the
I
Minister
want
if
to
there
bring
is
you
missing.
back to the question that I asked. Can you confirm if none of these missing dogs died in the last year?
I can't, I'd have to take that on notice.
And can you confirm that none of these dogs were used for breeding in the last year?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Minister, in regards to the Wentworth racing track, you've said that you've spoken to Greyhound Racing New South Wales. Have you consulted at all with the City of Sydney?
So we haven't actually received a formal proposal. So if we receive a formal proposal, then the government would obviously then consult with other groups. But all we've had so far is a conversation to say that they're interested in remaining and extending the lease.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just in your capacity as Minister for Central Coast, we've been putting up with illegal dumping of asbestos on the Central Coast for at least a decade now. You would be familiar, wouldn't you, with the...
Probably longer.
Probably longer.
Some of it goes back to the 70s.
Right, so Mangrove Mountain is in recent history. Vales Point, they had dumping of asbestos there. Are you as annoyed as I am that it's taken this long for any government to pay attention to the issue of illegal dumping of asbestos, and it only happens when it happens in the city?
I don't. I haven't formed a view about that.
Mm-hmm.
What I would hope is that we're better educated these days and we should be doing it, these sorts of things better.
So we know that it's easier to dump illegally outside of populated areas, and so it is, isn't it, pretty likely that the extent of asbestos dumping across the state is a lot bigger than what we're seeing in the city.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with your statement, but I'd only be speculating on the size of the problem. What I do know is that where there is bushland, councils and Aboriginal land councils and others have real difficulty around illegal dumping.
So knowing what you know about the situation that we've had on the Central Coast for some time and how annoyed Central Coast residents are about all of that dumping, would you support an inquiry into waste and dumping and illegal dumping in New South Wales?
Yeah, not a question that I can give you an answer today, but I would be certainly happy to have a discussion with Minister Sharp to see whether that was something that was feasible or not, and whether it would get the desired outcome. I think an inquiry, I'm not sure what that would achieve because we already know it's happening. I think it's more about what you actually do about it, and it is difficult because even when you put up cameras and other things, it's a really hard thing to track.
With the experience that you've had on the Central Coast, particularly in relation to Mangrove Mountain, where criminal charges were placed in 2014, do you have concerns that there is corruption and potentially there is organised crime within the waste industry in New South Wales?
Yeah, that would be speculation. I have no specific information around that, and I don't like to speculate.
Thank you, Minister. Just if I could, back on the treaty process, if that's okay. How many external consultants have currently been engaged in informing the treaty process to date?
Might get Mr. Hamilton to talk about that.
Just we've had one engagement with the Jumbana Institute of UTS.
Thank you. And how do you determine who to engage at this point?
Well, it's Aboriginal people in New South Wales. We haven't formed a view on how we would do that, because we won't do that until we actually appoint the treaty commissioners.
But even to date, in who you're engaging with to determine the first step? Is that just based on?
So what we've done to date is to look at other jurisdictions, at those states that have started the treaty process, so to understand how they've gone about that, what were some of the issues that they encountered and how they've overcome those, to get a good understanding. So Queensland, Victoria, South Australia.
And is that Jumbana's been engaged to assist you in preparing knowledge about that?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Can I just ask, Minister, about the investment? You say that nobody wants this more than you. In terms of the $5 million that you have announced that will go to this, will there be additional money in the budget next year, or will this $5 million carry on?
Yeah, so there's the initial $5 million is part of the budget of Aboriginal Affairs. There's a budget process.
Sorry, for treaty?
For treaty,
yep.
Yes, yep. As was said earlier, that I think probably don't want percentage, the vast majority of that is yet not spent.
So can I just get the answer to this question?
Yeah.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah.
Have you put in a request for more money for treaty process in the upcoming budget?
Yeah, so that's part of the budget process. So if it's necessary, we will certainly be making those sorts of requests.
But you did say earlier these discussions are well underway in terms of this upcoming budget.
Yeah.
Will we
At the moment, we think that it will fit within the $5 million of what's being done.
So you're not currently advocating for more money in the next budget for treaty process?
No, because until the commissioners do their work, we probably won't know what the
So you're
next
not
steps are.
advocating for any more money yet?
Unfortunately,
well,
thank you.
Advocate for what?
The questions has expired. It's now time for questions from
Mr. Barracker, can I ask you a question?
That would be in a future budget.
When Mr. Balding was reappointed in 2019, was a selection panel established to recommend his reappointment?
In 2019, I wasn't around in 2019, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Well, can I tell you the answer is yes. When Mr. Balding was reappointed in 2021, was a selection panel established and recommended his reappointment?
I'm happy for you to provide the answer to that one too, Mr. Chiho.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes. So when Dr. Cook was reappointed with no selection panel, does that concern you in those circumstances that her appointment may be invalid?
I think I'll just refer you to my previous answer on that one, which is that we'll take it on notice and come back to you with some detailed advice.
Yeah. Do you think that there is a potential that she may have been?
With respect, Mr. Tudorhope, I'm not here to offer my opinion.
That's exactly. I'll remind.
Are you concerned,
Mr.
Minister?
Tudorhope, officials are not to be asked opinion. That is a.
Minister, are you concerned?
Am I concerned?
That she may have been invalidly appointed?
Well, we'll wait and see what the answer is. So we're taking that on notice and we'll get back to you with an answer.
Thank you. Just in relation to the new chair for Racing New South Wales, will you rule out that Joel Fitzgibbon will not be appointed the chair of Racing New South Wales?
No, because we're not even going to talk about the people who didn't apply.
Okay, that's the good answer. Thank you.
Minister, going back to the Wentworth Park site, you've said that you've met with Greyhound New South Wales. Minister Camper has said that he's had discussions with you about the site. You said that you haven't received a proposal yet. I'm wondering what you think the site should be used for as Minister.
So as a Minister for Racing, I believe there is great historical value to the greyhound industry at that site. It's occurred there for a long time. Mm-hmm. Greyhound racing does not have a strong metropolitan base. And so I am leaning towards being convinced that if they seek an extension, then that might be supported. But obviously, I'm not the landholder, so that's a decision for Minister Camper. I think that it's something that should be looked at, and if it stacks up, then government will make a decision.
What do you mean by stacks up?
Well, they have to come back and demonstrate to us that it can be financially viable, that there is benefit, to the industry, to the area, all of those sorts of things. It's not just a matter of just saying yay or nay. It's a matter of actually looking at their proposal, seeing what they're putting up, and they had some interesting ideas of what they might be able to do into the future, and then it's a decision then of Minister Camper as the owner of the land.
Will you be making your representations to the Minister reasonably public about what you think the benefits or merits of such a proposal would be when I presume it arrives?
I will be very careful, because once a proposal arrives to Minister Camper and he enters the decision-making period, it is probably not appropriate for me to directly intervene, because he's got to make the decision. But if he, through the process in Cabinet, there's obviously lots of discussion that happens, etc. And I've told you my view. It may be when we get the proposal, I think actually no, that's not very good. But I haven't seen it yet.
Okay. Do you know the deadline for that site to have a confirmed future?
Runs out in 2026.
It's
2027.
2027.
Sure, but presumably there will be a decision made well before that time about the future of the site. So I'm just wondering when you anticipate that will be.
You love all these dates, don't you?
Well, it's actually quite important
We haven't
as a government.
We haven't got a proposal yet.
Transparency and accountability. So if you don't receive a proposal, then
the
you're
lease
not
runs
going
out
to
in
worry about
2027.
it. And that's, you're not going to
Well,
encourage the industry to...
If the industry doesn't make a submission, then the licence isn't renewed.
And will you be encouraging greyhound racing to make a submission?
I have encouraged them that if they want to remain there, they need to make a submission.
Which you'll support?
No, I said I haven't seen it. I said I'm leaning towards thinking that they may be not a bad idea, but until I actually see what they're proposing, I can't make a yay or nay call on that.
Okay. Minister, in budget estimates in October, we discussed the LEC report in relation to closing the gap with the New South Wales Police Aboriginal Strategic Direction. You said at the time that you believed it was important to meet with the Police Commissioner to talk about the issues, and you thought that that meeting would be in the next couple of weeks at that time. We couldn't find any diary disclosures that indicated that you'd met with the Police Commissioner, so I just wondered if you had.
I had. So you probably know, or may not know, the way diaries work is that we don't put entries when we meet with colleagues. It's only with external groups. So I met with the Police Commissioner and the Minister for Police and several other officers, have a discussion.
So you're not disclosing meetings with the Police Commissioner because it happened in the presence of a ministerial colleague?
I believe our calendar complies with the rules.
Okay.
I believe you're also right, having done that before, but just for the interest of transparency for the committee and happy for you to take on notice, can you let us know what date that meeting did occur? I know it's beyond what you need to, but that would be great.
It was a parliamentary sitting date.
Okay, well, you can take that on notice,
Yeah.
Minister.
The next thing I wanted to ask about that, the LEC report recommended that the New South Wales government amend its Closing the Gap implementation plan to list the New South Wales Police Force as a responsible agency. You said it was enough that the police reported into the Closing the Gap annual report, and the most recent report was released at the end of the year. And the recommendation that you referred to in your answer, which possibly was a supplementary or a question,
Must have been a supplementary,
response on notice, that the 2023-24 New South Wales Closing the Gap implementation plan specifically provides a commitment for New South Wales Police to, quote, design and deliver community-led prevention and early intervention initiatives, including a place-based community policing model. That single recommendation is listed in the planned section of one of the socio-economic outcomes, number 10. That's the one that is about Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander adults being overrepresented in the criminal justice system. That planned list means that it hasn't actually commenced at all. And I'm wondering if you still think that this is an adequate response from the police, that they don't actually need to provide a dedicated strategy, given that recommendation you refer to hasn't even begun.
So I'll take part of that on notice, but what I will say is that it was a very constructive meeting with police. Since then, as part of the Closing the Gap process, the police and the police minister, have met the Closing That, so Capo, and as part of Closing the Gap, and reported on what they're doing as part of that formal process.
Within Capo?
Within Capo, so within Closing the Gap, yes.
Yeah, the problem is that those meetings are obviously not public, or those reports to the meeting are not public. So I'm wondering if you stand by your approach, which is that the New South Wales Police don't have to come up with any formal public strategy or approach to actually deliver these outcomes. I mean, socioeconomic outcome 10 is not the only one that relates to policing. So it's really a matter of demonstrating that the New South Wales Police are taking these outcomes seriously.
Yeah, so the New South Wales implementation plan that was signed by the Premier and also local government, I think a fortnight ago, we did that at the Closing it before we had the reporting meetings, includes an action to design and deliver community-led prevention and early intervention initiatives, including a place-based community policing model. The New South Wales Police Force is also included in the New South Wales Closing the Gap governance through the New South Wales Partnership Working Group. So I understand through the working groups, those issues are being addressed and progressed, and we report on those outcomes each year.
So you're still not going to agree with the recommendation of the LEC report?
It's not up to me to agree with the thing. That the government will give a response to that report of the Police Minister. So
you're
that's
not
part of the process.
advocating for such a response?
Well, we're doing a lot of discussions behind the scene about the role of police and policing and a whole range, the court system, a whole range of issues under our work in Closing the Gap. Those conversations are continuing. I can tell you the Capo representatives ask very hard and direct questions, and that's all part of the process that we're implementing across government.
Okay. I mean, as I said, I think the problem is that these aren't public, and the reports that we're getting about the Closing the Gap targets is that many of them are still off track and worsening, and it's about demonstrating that the LEC report recommended that there be a public demonstration from agencies, and as the Aboriginal Affairs Minister, it's about understanding.
Yeah, so if
what
you're asking if I'm
advocating
advocating,
for.
yes, I'm advocating on the behalf of these issues, as I know does the department, and it's all part of that mix under Closing the Gap and that implementation plan.
Okay.
Minister, sorry, you said in your earlier answer just then that the government will respond to the LEC report, and I think there's only one recommendation in it. Do you know when there'll be a formal response?
No, that's not under my portfolio area.
Okay. Well, thanks.
Minister, there were dedicated positions for Aboriginal Australians funded under the previous government to enhance culturally appropriate care for Aboriginal people in palliative care. Are you aware of how many of these dedicated positions were requested and funded before the last election compared to today, given the $150 million cuts to palliative care?
Yeah, well, look, we can take that on notice.
Thank you.
It's outside my portfolio area, so may be more appropriate across the hall to ask the Minister for Health.
Okay, well, that would be very much appreciated, but I think it's something
in
that
here
you
with
should be
us.
aware. That's right. Something that you should be aware of as Minister for Aboriginal Affairs. In terms of Anzac Day and the Pandemonium Festival, I'm very curious about why the Premier was forced to step in and make announcements about this matter, given it's within your portfolio.
It's not within my portfolio.
So what portfolio was it in?
We don't approve festivals.
but you presumably are interacting with the veteran community.
Yes.
Did they raise concerns with you about the concert?
Yes.
When did they do that?
Around the time when it was appearing in the media.
So they didn't speak to you before that time?
No.
Had you spoken to Legacy at all?
Not Legacy, no. RSL New South Wales had made representations which our office forwarded on to the relevant minister.
And what about speaking with the federal minister about this, given he had some involvement evidently with or at least knowledge of the festival?
Yeah, no, none of that was discussed with us because we have no involvement in letting concerts go ahead or not. We received representations from RSL and we advocated their view on their behalf.
So other events that happen, I believe like the NRL, claim that they do actually consult, and perhaps it's the ATC as well, that they do actually consult with veteran communities before they put on events. So I'm wondering, are you engaged in those processes at all?
No, because most of those are historical events.
Mm-hmm.
They've been operating for a very, very long time,
Mm-hmm.
and they're under agreement between RSL, particularly if they're using the Anzac name.
So are you comfortable with the Premier making his announcement on the day in the media without consulting other ministers? Consulting yourself?
No, I don't believe we weren't consulted.
So
as
the
I said,
Premier
we
spoke
passed
to
on
you.
as advocacy, and I understand that RSL spoke directly to the Premier as well.
So did the Premier speak to you before that decision was made to actually
Premier's,
move?
we had contact with the Premier's office, yes.
Okay, but you didn't speak to the Premier directly?
Not directly.
Okay. And just, if you know, you may not know this, but was there any cost to the taxpayer in moving
don't
this
know.
festival?
No idea.
Is that something that you would ask your colleagues?
It falls outside my portfolio area. I have, other than do the advocacy, I have played no other role in the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Minister, does your government currently have a veterans strategy?
We do.
When's that due to finish?
It's
Completely explain?
about due to finish.
Soon?
Yes.
Yeah, this year. That's my understanding as well. So you'll look to refresh that strategy, I'm assuming? given
Yes,
it's
we
due?
are. Might I say, I appear before the Royal Commission into veteran suicide in the next few weeks, and we will be looking very closely at the recommendations from that Royal Commission in terms of how we formulate our strategy moving forward.
Okay. And in terms of, I guess, a time frame of when we would anticipate to see a new strategy and what's within it?
Caroline would have a
Yeah.
very good idea about that because
Okay,
she's already starting the work.
I might come back with respect.
But we
to
have discussed
that
it
afternoon.
and very much acknowledge the important work of the Royal Commission and how it's important that we look at their findings to make sure that we're getting the settings right.
Okay, and is your government committed to continuing some of the programs within the strategy, or are you looking to bring in new initiatives? What's sort of your thoughts as
That'll
Minister?
be part of the process. We're not looking to cut any at this particular stage, I wouldn't have thought, but no.
And then in terms of how much funding there'll be available for that going forward?
Yeah, so that obviously goes back again that there wouldn't be in this budget, but in a future budget there may be requests for funding for particular projects or programs, and that will go into the mix, and hopefully we can be successful.
Okay, thank you. I might ask a few more this afternoon. Yep.
I asked you some questions earlier and you took them on notice. Is it possible you can get advice in relation to this over the lunch break and advise us this afternoon?
I'll do my best, Mr. Tuto, but I can't commit to that. It sounds like it's detailed legal advice. It may take a little bit more time.
Well, okay, well, I'm not sure. Can I just ask you, Minister, when did you obtain the probity advice?
When did I obtain it?
Did you request it?
I think these things happen as a matter of course.
Did you request it?
I didn't request it specifically, but I think it was very important.
No. Well, what was the timeline?
I think so.
In relation to Rose Hill, when was the timeline?
So I received it this month.
When?
Yeah, in the last couple of days.
The last couple of days?
Yeah.
Full budget estimates.
So, what you're telling us, that you had no probity advice in respect of the announcement on the 7th of December, which prevented you from commenting in relation to that
So
at the time.
what I said was that I'd made a personal decision not to comment about it because I felt that it would be very risky to do so.
But I think it was also in combination with the probity advice you'd received, and I think now you're telling us that the probity advice...
That's the actual document.
Document was only provided in the last couple of days.
Yeah. So in all these things, I put to my staff, this is the issue, how should we proceed? And the advice that I got back was, be very careful about this, there's a whole lot of moving parts, you probably shouldn't comment on it. And so that's the policy
So it
that I
wasn't
thought.
based on probity advice at any period, at any point in time prior to the last 2 days. It was purely...
But I'm pleased because it actually backs up the course of action that I took.
Well, maybe the Premier should have received the same advice. Is that what you're suggesting?
I can't comment on that.
Well, I think that's the implication which we would draw, and maybe... And to you, Mr Draper, do you accept that there are regulatory provisions which would impact on the Planning Minister?
Yes, if there's a proposal that the site be rezoned, for example, or there's a state significant development approval required or something of that nature, then certainly my view would be at that time the Planning Minister should not participate in any of the dealings in relation to the unsolicited proposal.
Well, and in terms of the attitude taken by this Minister, it didn't certainly, because of the regulatory involvement that he has, it certainly doesn't seem to have applied to the Planning Minister.
Well, I said what I was very clear. At the time when a rezoning or an application might be being dealt with, then the Planning Minister certainly should not be involved in the consideration of the unsolicited proposal. And to the best of my knowledge, he is not involved in the consideration of the unsolicited proposal.
Yeah. And yet he appears at a public event for a once-in-a-generation announcement.
Well, yeah, he may have appeared at a media conference, and that's transparent and very clear to everybody. Mr Latham's been referring to it, so it's hardly secret. But he's not playing any role in the unsolicited proposal as part of that.
His regulatory.
Well, I don't think it's inconsistent with his regulatory. I mean, the Minister for Planning, not only in the case of the Rose Hill proposal, but in the case of many other places, also has responsibility for delivering on New South Wales housing targets. He's been very clear about that, so has the Premier. And that is the case in all of those things, that delivery of housing will also require, at some point, planning determinations to be made by either councils, the Planning Minister or the Secretary of Planning. That's consistent across all of those.
Thank you, Mr Draper. Just before I hand over to Mr Latham, I'd just like to ask you a couple of questions, Minister.
Sure.
That is, in correspondence received and published by the Daily Telegraph, Liquor and Gaming has written to stakeholders, and they've said that they are, and I quote, considering further formal regulatory action by declaring a class of liquor products, being those that leverage well-known soft drink branding, as undesirable, extending the ban on the hard solo. My questions are, would Bilson's vodka with Tangle and similar drinks be considered undesirable products under Liquor and Gaming's plans? And will Bilson's be able to sell Bilson's branded alcoholic drinks as well?
So I'll let Tarek talk a little bit more about this, but we've taken a view that some of those products are crossing the line, and that we have written to them and indicated that, and given them the opportunity to address it. And I believe in some cases they have started to do that, but Tarek will be able to give you a more fulsome answer.
Thank you.
So in relation to, so the Minister's right, in relation to those iconic soft drinks brands, like Hard Solo was the one that sort of triggered this. We have commenced a consultation process, so no decisions have yet been made. Bilson's is slightly separate to that, but we've had ongoing engagement with Bilson's, and they've agreed not to supply retailers in New South Wales with several products considered by us to have a high risk of appealing to minors due to the use of confectionery and dessert-themed flavour profiles and packaging. So they've committed to not supply some of those in New South Wales. That is separate to the consultation we're undertaking with industry on the iconic soft drink branding.
What happens to the product that is on the shelves, the hard solo that's on the shelves now? What's happening to that stock?
I can provide you with more detail on notice, but my understanding was an agreement was reached with the manufacturers of hard solo to stop supplying stores in New South Wales with the hard solo product by a date, and then that the hard solo would sell out, obviously then by natural attrition. And it was as more supply was not coming in.
Okay.
They have actually agreed to rebrand that product. You might be aware of the name.
Yeah.
It escapes me at the moment, but that
Hard
is now-
rated.
That's correct. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
What about products overseas that are branded with the alcohol first, like Jack and Coke or Absolute and Sprite? What's the attitude of liquor and gaming to those?
That's not something I think we're looking at this point in time. This is really about the sort of hard solo branding, where it is really a direct connection to the soft drink and the concern we have around appeal to minors or potential appeal to minors of that packaging.
Thank you, Mr. Barakat. Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, what are you hoping to achieve with the Indigenous Treaty?
So we made an election commitment, so up front, that we would have consultation with Aboriginal people to find out what they think about treaty. So that's the process we're currently undertaking. There is no plan at this stage to, until that conversation happens and we get feedback about what community actually thinks about progressing a treaty. My view's always been you can't have a treaty. This is about agreement making, but it's important that we have this conversation because under priority reform number 1, and if you go to, I think it's 31, 32 in there, it talks about how government can do business with Aboriginal communities, ensuring that there is agreement and that there is a responsibility of government to actually deliver what it says it will deliver. And part of that is, I think, putting in place a process that ensures that if an agreement is made, and again, remember, this is a process, treaty making generally is a process where 2 parties sit down, they may not reach agreement. So the fact that somebody puts something up doesn't mean it will be successful. But if there is agreement and that agreement is signed, then there has to be a process to make sure that that actually happens.
Okay. So it's a process about an agreement of our governance processes. But in substance, what can be achieved that hasn't been done in the last 50 years with 2 land rights jurisdictions, federal and state, a lot of extra employment, education, health specific programs, the stolen generation initiatives, the extra transfer payment spending, welcome to country flags and the like. What in substance can be achieved here by a treaty that hasn't been done out of goodwill and some well-intentioned government policy over the past 50 years?
Yeah. So it's really important. Closing the gap is about changing the way that governments do business with mob. What we know through history is that governments with the best intentions, probably in most cases, have put in place programs that may not have hit the mark or been successful because the gap still exists. So what this seeks to do is sitting down and actually from community up come up with solutions to local problems, so place-based solutions. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you every one of those are going to be successful because wherever there's human beings involved, there will be frailties and mistakes and a whole range of things. But at the moment, in any negotiation, the government has all the power. Community doesn't have that power. And so a treaty process is about equalising that power so that they can negotiate from an equal position. And we've got examples. So, for example, Eden Aboriginal Land Council signed an agreement, a forest agreement, in good faith. It was never honoured. So government has been in the past been able to shirk its agreements and responsibilities, rightly or wrongly, or governments of all persuasions have done it. So it's not pointing the finger at anyone in particular. But we need to have a process where there is good faith negotiation that actually can be enforced. So that community, and that's why we're going through this conversation, because community are pretty sick to death of people coming to them and making offers and promises and all that sort of thing, walking away and never delivering.
Right. Minister, in closing the gap, aren't outcomes more important than process? When I visited Burke with the former President of the Legislative Council, the police there told us that 100% of the Indigenous kids over the age of 5 had been sexually interfered with. The Child Protection Officer said it was 50%. An horrific figure either way. Former government ministers have told me at Toomela it's 100%. And because of this epidemic of child sexual abuse, the kids don't go to school because they're out all night on the streets getting away from the predators, or we heard stories of sleeping on the roof. At Walgett High School, only 3% of students, a predominantly Indigenous school, only 3% attend school for 9 days a fortnight, the absolute minimum of getting a decent education. These young lives are being destroyed. No education, no hope in life. Isn't this the basic problem that needs to be addressed, but the one that seems to be too hard for people to talk about, particularly ministers in a government?
Yeah, so the point you're making about outcomes being important, I support what you're saying 100%. And Minister Burney has made the statement at a federal level, one that I support, is that no one's going to thank us for having nice systems. They're going to thank us if there's actual outcomes. So the treaty process and the agreement making is part of a whole of government approach to this, which is changing the way that government does business. So this is a part of it, it's not the whole of it. So what you're talking about in terms of programs on the ground and all of those sorts of things, they are happening as well. But what we have to make sure is that community have confidence that when government comes in with money or whatever, that they're not 6 months, a year later leaving and nothing's changed. So this is about embedding doing business a different way.
The data I've just given you, this human tragedy requires an urgent, immediate response. Imagine in Wyong.
And that's happening.
Is it? What's happening in Burke?
So
what's happening in Burke?
Yeah, so under closing the gap
to deal with this problem.
Yeah. So under closing the gap, DCJ, all of those different departments are all working to address those particular issues. So ministers are holding discussion about how those programs will actually be delivered. Money's going directly to community. There's a whole lot of things happening. It was started under the former government. We're continuing it. But the big missing piece under priority reform number 1 is about how you make sure that when you do make change, that change is embedded. And that's what a treaty or agreement making process is all about. It's saying that government can't just walk away from its responsibility because the government changes.
But what's changing in Burke? How is sending more money to anywhere solving the problem of child sexual abuse?
Because what this is looking at is the creation of community-based programs, so community actually coming up with the solutions that actually meet the needs of their community. So every community is different. In the past, we've rolled out programs across the state, but they haven't really been unique to that particular community, so they missed the mark. This is about actually creating programs on the ground with elders, with mums, with aunties, to make sure that when we do make these interventions and the money is spent, that it actually is successful. Now, we've been in government for not quite a year yet, but already, if you have a look at the grant programs, etc., they are more place-based. They're actually going directly to community, not to other organisations that take out heaps of money. This is not a process that will change overnight. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that. But it is a way that government has to change if we actually are going to make a difference.
Why don't you arrest the predators and put them in jail so these kids are safe at night?
Well, the police...
As we assume in our communities.
Yeah, so the police tell us that that's their role, that's what they do. We talk to... Ministers are talking to each other across the board about these issues. If there is evidence of these things, as you say, and I know they've been raised in other forums, but police can only arrest people with evidence.
With the right laws.
Okay, thank you, Minister, and thank you, Mr. Latham. Ms. Higgins.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you spoke about basically what the treaty process is about. I think most of us are aware precisely what you say, that it is actually about the transferal of power, the transferal of power. Noting, and I'm sure you noted too, the most recent Productivity Commission report actually identified the one fundamental failing that is providing the reason we can't deliver on closing the gap is because we have not yet gone to that transferal of power. Is that your understanding of the Productivity Commissioner's report?
That's correct. I will say, though, that New South Wales is actually furthest along out of all the jurisdictions in terms of this happening.
Order. I can't hear a thing over here. Sorry.
Yeah. There's a whole of government approach, and Mr Draper might be able to talk a little bit more about that, to make sure that that power balance becomes shared in a real partnership.
But it's your understanding that the Productivity Commission's report identified that as the primary reason closing the gap isn't delivering.
Yes.
And that is actually what treaty goes to.
Correct.
Self-determination and that power shift finally.
Yes.
Thank you. Just on that, could I ask you, you stated last year about one of the big issues we have in terms of culture and cultural heritage and the dispossession of cultural heritage is we had in New South Wales a system where you can just get a permit to destroy or move cultural heritage or affect cultural sites. How many cultural sites, Minister, have now been destroyed in New South Wales since you were the Minister?
Okay, so that doesn't come under my portfolio, so I can take it on notice and get a number if there has been.
There have been. There's been quite a lot, Minister.
So the issue there is that at the moment, cultural heritage sits within national parks legislation.
Yes.
We made an election commitment to have it as standalone legislation.
You did.
Yeah. I can update you and say that we are progressing that.
Give me some more.
There's some, well, I can tell you in the first half of this year, we're doing the important work around that now. So we start consulting stakeholders next week directly, and then there'll be workshops that will follow that up for the different stakeholders. What I will say clearly is that we are not going down the Western Australian path. We will not make the same mistakes. We're very lucky.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that, though, Minister? Not going down that path.
So in Western Australia, allegedly.
No, I know what happened, but what are we doing? I mean, it was a very good attempt to empower First Nations people and give them the power and responsibility for cultural heritage.
That's right, but as soon as it hit hurdles, it was overturned.
Well, the National Party made a big hoof about it.
So we don't want to be in that position. So we're going to do proper stakeholder engagement with people like the Property Council, the Minerals Council, Aboriginal groups.
Have we not done this for 10 years, Minister?
Well, as I said, we've only been here a short time. There's been a lot of consultation on this. It started in 2009, but what's been proposed in the past was a full bill to implement the whole thing. What we're looking at now is doing it in parts, and so our first job will be to set up a statutory Aboriginal group under its own legislation, who will then inform government, and this is consistent with closing the gap, which is why we've, it's been a little bit harder because some of the Aboriginal stakeholders haven't necessarily understood that up front, is that we need to set up so that they can then develop the pathway. Otherwise, it's government telling them how to do it again, and that's not consistent with what we're trying to do under closing the gap.
So you're saying today that what we're going to do now, which is different from what we've anticipated, is that we will have a legislated statutory Aboriginal authority that will then do...
Yeah, so initially they will continue to do what the
current system
does, and then as they meet and develop the protocols, etc., and then there will be further legislative change down the track.
So this new statutory Aboriginal controlled authority will determine permits and applications for the destruction of cultural heritage.
So Shane might be able to say exactly what the role is.
And sorry, when will we see this legislation, Minister?
Well, as I said, we're talking to all those groups. We have to take the feedback that we get from all the stakeholders, and then because this is a very complex area because we don't just have our New South Wales requirements and laws. There's also native title and a whole, traditional owners and a whole lot of things. So negotiating, a framework that covers everyone is quite a difficult thing, as you might imagine. So and again, doing it in a way that actually is listening to Aboriginal voices, which is what we've committed to under closing the gap, will sometimes extend some of these processes, not because we want it to, but because it has to. And that's why we've been making sure that the engagement is spot on, but we also want to make sure that the non-Aboriginal community is confident that this is not something that will impact them adversely unless they do the wrong thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Ms Hurst.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Minister, were you aware that 1 dog was killed and 11 were injured on Saturday night at Wentworth Park Racetrack?
No.
Wentworth Park, Minister, is actually one of the most dangerous tracks in Australia when it comes to actually looking at the number of deaths that occur and the injuries. Given this, can I ask why you're leaning towards, to use your terms, supporting this track continuing to operate?
So, one of the issues the industry is very much aware of is animal welfare. And I have to say that last week, for the first time ever, there was a meeting of all of the
Minister,
stakeholders.
I just want to talk about Wentworth track.
Yeah,
I
so
don't want to talk more
I'm
generally.
contextualising it because you can't just answer that as a yes or no. So,
Well, I want to talk about specifically Wentworth Park because 11 injuries and 1 death, you must admit, is problematic. Correct?
So the industry at this meeting, one of the issues they looked at were injuries and all of those things, and they are working out the strategies to put in place to reduce the number of injuries. Now, it may need financial support to make changes to the track. They've just installed a double arm lure at Wentworth Park.
And the injuries have increased since they've done that.
Yeah, and that's because we had to try. We have to trial different things. We have to
but
make
the injuries
sure.
have increased at Wentworth Park since that was put in.
Well,
order.
Yep. So the
Minister,
industry
please just
is
answer
very
my
much aware of
questions.
this, and they're working towards making sure that they limit injuries as much as possible. Now, I am confident that they understand their obligation, their social licence, and I also
But this
understand.
was just on Saturday that we had 11 injuries
well,
and 1
one-offs,
killed.
One-offs, I think overall.
One-offs,
Steve
that's
might be able
12
to.
in total, 1 dead.
Steve might be able to update, but I think there actually is some
But I'm
improvements
talking
overall.
Overall, there might be, but Wentworth Park, it's getting worse. And so I'm wondering why you were then leaning towards giving your support to Wentworth Park when we're seeing statistics like 11 injured and 1 dead
So
on one night.
I said it'd be based on a proposal. Now, I would expect from them, part of their proposal would be upgrades to the track.
Thank you. I understand, obviously, it's Minister Camp that has the final decision, but can I also get confirmation from you before you sort of give him your opinion, which I'm assuming will have some sway, that you will also talk to the local community and to other interested stakeholders outside of Greyhound Racing New South Wales?
I understand there would be a process around this, and I would assume that would include engaging with City of Sydney and a whole range of stakeholders.
Okay, so you will be doing that?
I may not be doing it personally because I'm not the person who has the power to extend
If there
the
was
licence.
some organisations that reached out to you, would you meet with them?
We're always happy to meet with organisations.
In
We do all
regards
the
to
time.
this? Thank you. Mr Griffin, I just wanted to ask you about Trevor Rice, and I understand you can't give any sort of specifics about the case, so I'm not going to ask you any of that sort of information. But just for background, did you consult with the RSPCA or the Animal Welfare League or New South Wales Police about this case to determine whether animal cruelty proceedings should be brought under POCTA at all?
Yeah, we referred the matter to New South Wales Police and they conducted their own investigation, did a review of the evidence and elected not to proceed on criminal charges.
They elected not to proceed?
Correct.
RSPCA have stated publicly that they cannot now criminally prosecute under POCTA because of GWIC's decision to proceed with disciplinary action.
I don't think that's what they said at all. What they said is that we have an MOU in place with the RSPCA, and when we take action, they do not. We have taken action to discipline Mr Rice and disqualify him for life. On that basis, the RSPCA believes that is sufficient. It's been dealt with in that forum. In that basis, they don't then take action on
Mr.
their own issue.
I might give you this article as well. It says in a statement the RSPCA told ABC they had no authority now to take carriage of the matter. And my understanding is they're saying that they now are not able to actually take criminal prosecution because of the case by GWIC. Is your legal advice different to that?
No, I think the basis of what they're talking about is the statute of limitations that apply in terms of taking action under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. the fact that we take disciplinary action doesn't stop the RSPCA from what they want to do themselves. But generally, as they said in the media, and I've had conversation with them too, is that where there's action taken by in another forum, and they tend not to take action themselves because they're focusing on other matters.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. The opposition.
Thank you, Chair.
You've got 2 minutes.
Minister, I want to take you to Racing New South Wales annual report, particularly the key management personnel section, including board members. It says that there's 21 key personnel, and that's consistent with the 2022 annual report. However, despite no increase in headcount, the salary bonuses and fees paid to key management personnel has increased by just over 17%. Were you aware of that?
I read the report, but that's a matter for the board.
But you're the minister, and you
I
weren't aware.
I have
of
no
that?
authority over the board as long as they're meeting their licence requirements.
But if this is what is effectively a government statutory body,
No, it's not.
Right.
The board has to have the freedom to make its own commercial decisions because it also runs as a business.
Sure, but as the minister who has responsibility for racing, and I take what you're saying about the board, but the fact that there's been an increase of 17%, does that concern you?
Racing New South Wales have to make commercial decisions and they operate in a marketplace. So in order to keep key staff, they would be making decisions on that basis. I'm not going to comment whether that's a good or a bad decision because I don't have all the information that the board would see before making those decisions.
Okay. And you said you saw that in the annual report, but just confirming you didn't know about that beforehand?
No, they're not required to give me a phone call and tell me when they're increasing wages.
Is it possible to provide on notice, and I appreciate you may need to seek advice, a list of which key personnel received those bonuses or increased pay in 2023?
That's a matter for the board. We wouldn't.
We can take it on notice and we will seek some advice and come back to you with that advice or with the answer.
Okay, thank you. I'd appreciate that. We only have... you go. We've only got 18 seconds.
Could you also provide the salaries of the board and chairperson, please, on notice?
Again, we'll seek some advice on that, and if it's appropriate to do so, we will.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barakat. Mr. Latham, you've got 2 minutes.
Minister, what advice have you received from Police or Minister Catlin about the new laws that are
Mr. Latham, can you just make sure you use a microphone, mate? Thank you.
Minister, what advice have you received from the police or Minister Catley regarding the new laws that would be needed to deal with the problem of child sexual abuse in Indigenous communities in country New South Wales?
I haven't received anything specifically, but there is a group of ministers with Minister Daly as the Attorney General that are will be looking more broadly at these types of issues. That one at the moment, to my knowledge, isn't one of the ones under discussion, but there certainly is ways of looking at a whole range of issues in Aboriginal people in the justice system.
Yeah, when I was in Burke, the police and the child protection officer said a lot of these prosecutions go nowhere because of problems about evidence and people being intimidated if they were to appear in court. And the police in particular were talking about the need for the equivalent of the consorting laws that we have for bikies in New South Wales. So would you undertake to talk to police in Burke and other places where this terrible problem exists to get some grassroots advice on what would actually help to solve the problem, allowing the police to arrest the perpetrators?
Yeah, if you were to write to me and make representations that way, I'd be more than happy to talk to the police minister and others on the ground about the particular issue, but it does fall outside my portfolio and it's more a question for the Attorney General.
But do you think you can ever reasonably close the gap given the nature of this problem and what it means in terms of school truancy and lawlessness in the communities where these kids have got no hope in life?
Yeah, so we're under no illusion that right across the broad spectrum of community there's a whole lot of issues that need intensive care, and as the government we've committed to look at those things. We're doing it internally, and we are talking. The Premier's gone to Moree today, I understand. So we're getting out and actually talking to people on the ground about those issues.
Thank you, Minister. Questions now from the government members.
Thank you.
Dr. Kane.
Thank you. Minister, I wanted to ask, what is the New South Wales Government doing to reflect on and celebrate the contribution of women veterans across the state?
Yeah, thank you. That's a really important question, and I acknowledge that International Women's Week's coming up as well. And I'll let Caroline talk a little bit more about this, but we currently have the Her Story exhibition and the work of Carla Edwards, who's a Central Coast resident, I'm pleased to say, who served in the Australian Defence Force. She has done what started with a small number of women on the Central Coast, ex-service people, but has now extended that across the state. So that exhibition is on display at the Anzac Memorial in Hyde Park, and we invite people to go down there and have a look at that. It features photos and digital stories of 24 New South Wales women whose military service spans from 1942 up to the present day. They served right across all of the different services. As part of the process, Carla was able to manage to break down barriers, and she said has had memorable and even fun moments creating what you see when she was on the road. It follows two really other successful exhibitions, one of Korean veterans and another one of Vietnam veterans. And I think it's really good that the Memorial at Hyde Park has the opportunities for these important exhibitions. I might hand over to Carolyn and talk a little bit more about some of the events that are going to occur around that.
Thank you. Thanks, Minister, and thank you for the question. Yes, we have a fantastic strategy, and it's been referenced in questions today, and I can talk further this afternoon about development of the next strategy. Carla's exhibition is beautiful. We had 2 centenarian female veterans at the opening, which was just amazing. So the exhibitions we've been doing are part of the strategy, which is to tell the stories of all veterans, but female veterans are part of that, obviously. We're really proud of our activities on International Women's Day. We've now been running for 4 years, an event in the evening for female current serving and female veterans to recognise them and enable a networking opportunity. We are continuing that, and it's been greatly received. Great number of veterans attending that this year. In addition, we added events during the day for International Women's Day that invite the broader female community. So partners of veterans, war widows, current serving women are all included in a day of activities at the Anzac Memorial this year, and anyone is welcome to come and attend those events. We start the day with a commemoration at 10 a.m, and the Minister for Women is attending that event with us, which is a very nice gesture for her to be there. And then there are other activities through the day. There are some performances, there's a donation of some material from Women's Service to the Anzac Memorial. Very proud of the work that the Anzac Memorial does as part of the Veteran Strategy as our state memorial. There are other activities under the Veterans Strategy. We've referenced the Veterans Employment Program, which supports female veterans as well as male veterans, the Rank to Grade Guide, our work with TAFE for veterans transitioning to have additional opportunities for learning and education in their transition. And we've been working with Women New South Wales in particular to deliver International Women's Day and to deliver activities under their strategy. There is a return to work needs that has particularly called out female veterans and current serving as being eligible as a cohort to apply for those supports. So there's a lot happening in that space.
Can I just ask, sorry, Minister, the exhibition you noted, when was that open till? So it's there now across Women's Day, the one that you were talking about, the artist?
Yes, it's up until, I'd have to confirm the exact date. We have the Anzac Schools Remember art exhibition going in just ahead of Anzac Day.
Right,
so
okay.
it,
Into
it's,
April.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Mr Primrose?
No, no.
None? Dr
Very,
Kane?
very
That's it?
satisfied with all the answers.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for your attendance today, Minister. We very much appreciate you appearing and the other officials. Some who are coming back this afternoon. I think most of them are. But yes, thank you very much. We will now have a pause and reconvene at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for reconvening. We will now recommence the hearing with 20 minutes of questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Mitchell.
Can I just ask, prior to the break, Mr. Tudor-Hope sought whether or not you might be able to receive some advice over the break in terms of the reappointment of Dr. Saran Cook. Have you been able to find anything or provide an update to the committee?
So only to confirm that we're confident in the advice that we've received and therefore confident in the process that was undertaken and the subsequent appointment, but very happy to provide detail as to why we think that on notice.
Okay.
That would be helpful.
Did you want to add something?
No, I was going to say the same.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for returning. Mr. Draper, I'm curious about this Wentworth Park situation because the Minister seems very comfortable talking about a situation where there is apparently no proposal on the table regarding Wentworth Park and its possible role in the future of greyhound racing actually being cemented, unlike the plans that had been in place before. Yet he wasn't able, according to advice, to speak about the non-proposal from the ATC. So could you please explain to me what is the difference between the non-proposal in both cases, where the Minister feels comfortable speaking about Wentworth Park but not Rose Hill?
I don't want to try and... Is that on? Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah. I don't want to try and interpret or reiterate the Minister's own evidence, so I don't want to say that. The only thing I would say is that on my understanding of what he had to say about Wentworth Park is that there is no proposal at the moment. At the moment there's a lease that's going to lapse in 2027. Then they haven't received any proposal. In the case of the Rose Hill, although we haven't received a formal unsolicited proposal that's capable of being assessed under the unsolicited proposal guidelines, it was clear, and I think Mr. Latham made this point, it was clear that ATC was going to bring something to the table. They made that very clear to government prior to that announcement. So I think the Minister was differentiating on that basis. Again, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but in the case of the ATC, he's got regulatory role, he's got a role in development of the industry, and he's got a position which is not the case for other ministers who are participating in that event.
Yeah, no, it's not about the other ministers, it's about his role. He also has an oversight role, obviously, as the Minister for greyhound racing in New South Wales, and he has chosen to make a comment that if there were to be a proposal, that he would support it in the case of Wentworth Park. So I'm wondering,
I don't know if he actually said that. I don't
well,
look, you
he said he would be inclined to support it, but nevertheless he expressed an opinion which he hasn't expressed about, or he's declined to express about Rose Hill. And I'm wondering, have you seen the probity advice that he received a couple of days ago?
I've already answered that question. No, I have not.
And is there, Ms. Mildwater, have you seen the probity advice that
Yes,
the
I
Minister?
have. Yes.
And would you say that probity advice prevents the Minister from also speaking about other matters where there has been some indication by the industry that they would be interested in making a proposal despite a proposal not formally have been presented?
The advice we got him in relation to Rose Hill was very specific, given how much publicity it's had, his role, that sort of thing. So I can see why he might be distinguishing the situations, but the advice was confined to the Rose Hill situation.
So what caused you to provide him with this advice, given he didn't ask for it?
Just because it had been so public, and because he regularly meets with stakeholders, it seemed like an appropriate thing to do, to give him some guidance if somebody approached him, because it's not only about when he does and doesn't take a formal meeting, but if he's out and about engaging with people, it just seemed to help.
Why wasn't that advice given last year when there was a lot of media about the issue?
It's a matter of timing when it actually arrived. It did take a while to get it, the probity advisor engaged and get it crafted. It wasn't.
So when did you ask for that probity advisor to be engaged?
I would have to take that on notice.
Okay, that would be appreciated. But, I mean, are we talking at the end of 2023 or the beginning of this year?
I would have to take that on notice. I actually don't know.
Okay. And would you say that there is a general time frame in which you would expect to receive probity advice for ministers when it's essentially unsolicited from the minister? Like, what do you do this for any other ministers? Do you provide them with unsolicited probity advice?
It would depend on the situation. We haven't had this situation since I've been in the role before.
So you haven't done it for any other minister?
I would have to take that on notice. I haven't done it for this minister in this role as far as I'm aware.
That would be helpful, thank you. I'm curious about, and I'm happy to open this question up. My understanding is that the Wentworth site had a number of essentially in principle but very firm agreements with Greyhound Racing and Gibraltar, and that there was even a strategy in place for the use of that Wentworth Park site essentially as a green space, with other Western Sydney areas being explored as sites for greyhound racing, and that the industry was not just involved with that but relatively comfortable with all of that occurring, and that that's something that was occurring in 2022. So I'm wondering what work was done since 2022 on that in principle agreement to have that site used as a green space and to move greyhound racing out to Western Sydney.
They had to change their mind. So they want to stop.
Well, sorry, can I just have an answer, please?
That's the basic fact. That's what changed.
You'll get answers and questions too.
So I'm not aware of that, but I think it would probably be a question for Greyhound Racing New South Wales and Gibraltar to understand why, if they did change their mind, why they did change their mind. If there's anything we can provide on notice, I'm happy to do that, but it's not something I'm aware of.
Yeah, well, what I actually asked was whether there was any work done since that 2022, it was March 2022, that there was an agreement between the government and the industry that there would be a future for greyhound racing in Western Sydney, and that that site in Wentworth Park would be used as a green space. So I'm curious about what work happened in the last 2 years.
The question you're asking is about a time that predates both of us here, but happy to take it on notice.
All right, that would be very helpful, because it does seem like there's been quite a big change of heart if that's what's occurred. One of the things that was developed in that time, or was going to be developed from that time, was the metro racing strategy. So specifically, if you can provide an update on the development of the metro racing strategy.
Can I just ask a question? What's your understanding of who would be developing the metro racing strategy? Was that something you understood government had committed to developing, or is this a strategy being developed by Greyhound Racing New South Wales to guide its metro operations?
So my understanding is that it was going to be essentially like a joint task where you had agreement from both parties, but government was certainly a part of that because it involved the, the Pyrmont Peninsula Place strategy. And so those things would be developed in some way in tandem, given the discussions that were had at the time.
So that place strategy would sit with Department of Planning, I think.
Yes.
So happy to take that on notice.
Yeah. So since you've been in your roles, you haven't had any knowledge or involvement in anything like a metro racing strategy?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. All right, that is helpful to know. Thank you. All right. In terms of gaming reform, I wanted to ask about whether stakeholders who receive revenue from the pot of taxation that in the half-yearly update is revised down by over $300 million, whether stakeholders receive revenue from that pot have been engaged with as part of that assessment by Treasury?
I think that's probably a question for Treasury. If Treasury is revising down forward estimates, it's probably a matter for them to consult to the extent that they need to, but I don't think that will be usual practice.
But when you've got organisations who are receiving funding from taxation revenue, do you reach out to them and say, hey, this isn't what we planned, this isn't maybe what you planned for, so do we need to review our activities?
In terms of organisations, so my understanding of the revenue that's generated from poker machine tax, for example, is that would go back into consolidated revenue and be dispersed by government as it sees fit through a budget process.
Yeah. What about like things like point of consumption tax?
Yeah, so that would all, point of consumption tax is dispersed across the racing industry, as you're probably aware, and also some to the Responsible Gambling Fund.
Yeah.
So are you asking if the racing industry is being consulted as to, not to my knowledge? No.
Okay. And do you ever do that? Is that something that occurs through normal budget process, not just the half-yearly updates?
I mean, we're consulting with our stakeholders all the time. We don't necessarily consult with them about forward estimates of potential tax reductions, but certainly if they raise that as a concern during our regular consultations, we would seek advice and provide that.
Okay, and that includes things like regional clubs, for example, like racing clubs that don't fall under Racing New South Wales per se.
Yeah, so we don't actively engage with every single regional club, but certainly if they came to the Minister or to the department and were concerned or sought advice, we, off our own back, would seek advice from Treasury, I assume, and provide that to them.
So they're welcome to engage directly?
Absolutely, everyone's welcome to engage directly with us.
All right, okay, thank you. I was wondering if possibly Ms. Mildwater is working with the federal government in relation to BetStop, the BetStop program, and whether the state government has been doing any work to enhance the BetStop program that the federal government are running, or monitoring the impact of the BetStop program on gambling in New South Wales.
So we're not doing any additional work to my knowledge, but obviously it is operational. We did participate actively as a member of the National Consumer Protection Framework that brought about the implementation of BetStop and a range of other things like the responsible wagering messaging, so messaging that replaced gamble responsibly, for example. So we're an active participant in that group. I think there were 10 recommendations from that group, and BetStop was the last of those, and that's now been implemented. And should there be further engagement at the Commonwealth level like that, or on something else, we'd absolutely be part of it.
Is that technology being rolled out amongst New South Wales agency programs?
I think it's being rolled out by the Commonwealth. I'm not sure that we have a role to play, but I'm happy to take that on notice, and if we do, provide some advice to you on that.
Seems like it's being taken up so far with reasonable success or enthusiasm. So having that as part of a suite of options that are provided by New South Wales Services, I presume, would be useful. I was wondering if there had been any consultation with the Federal Parliament since the Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs recommended that gambling advertising be banned within 3 years. Was there any response from your department?
So we provided a submission to the inquiry. Obviously the Commonwealth hasn't provided its response to that inquiry yet, so we're awaiting that. There was a ministers meeting, so a state ministers meeting with the federal minister. I'd have to take on notice the exact date. I think it was late last year. But no, the Commonwealth government hasn't actually provided a formal response to that parliamentary inquiry, is my understanding.
Do you have is there any view in government about a response to that?
I mean, we certainly had discussions about the recommendations made by the inquiry, but as to whether or not we'd be looking to do certain things or the government will be looking to do certain things, I think the position is that we need to wait and see what the Commonwealth's response is actually going to be to those recommendations before we would take any action.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I just have some questions for Mr Crawford in relation to the STAR that I alluded to in the earlier session with the Minister here. Obviously, I'm aware you've made some media comments, but would you be able to just advise the committee about the decision to conduct that second inquiry and also to appoint, once again, Adam Bell SC and the rationale or decision behind that, please?
Yeah, sure. We made a decision in November, December, when the position of the manager was coming up was going to expire in early January. We needed to make a decision as to what to do with the manager, so we collected information but through submissions from our manager from Liquor and Gaming and from the company itself. We considered that and made a decision that we were not yet satisfied that they were capable of getting to suitability. So we thought the best decision at that time was to maintain the status quo and seek to reappoint the manager for a further 6 months to the end of June, and notify the company of that, which we did, and say, look, we're still not comfortable. We communicated quite openly and frankly with them about our concerns, and pretty much said a final decision will be made in June this year. That was conveyed in December. And to your point, I think you made a point earlier today in terms of the Act says 90 days.
Yeah.
So I think by then it'll be about 22 months. So we think that's sufficient time to, sufficient opportunity. Then we got to the point, well, what's the best framework for getting to that decision given the gravity of the decision? Having made a decision as the Commission ourselves, we thought it would be wise to use our powers under the Act to institute or constitute an inquiry under the Act, which we're entitled to do. That would provide this process with independence, judicial air about it, because the Commission, the person running the inquiry has the powers of Royal Commission. And who better than Adam Bell? Our first concern obviously was his availability, but he is available for the window we need, so we couldn't think of anyone better with a great knowledge of the company and the business to conduct the inquiry and give the Star every opportunity to put its case forward about getting to suitability. So that's how the process went.
Okay. You said that the Commission is sort of still not comfortable with how things are progressing. Can I ask if there's any evidence of fresh criminal activity at the Star since the first Bell inquiry?
No, it shouldn't be construed that there's any suggestion that there is infiltration by organised crime or anything of the sort we identified in the last inquiry. No, that's not prevalent here.
Okay. And so it's more about working through, is it the remediation plan or trying to work a way forward for the casino to operate again independently? I note that there were comments again in the media about still being under the management of the Casino Commission. So the report I think is due at the end of May from what I've read. But what would be the next steps after that?
Well, the process will be, it's going to be a confidential inquiry, and Adam Bell will do his work primarily in May and June. In March and April, and then he will spend some time writing his report in May, deliver it to us by the end of May, and we will make a decision in June. So that's the time frame.
Okay. And I appreciate this might be difficult to answer given that there's still a process to go through, but I'm just trying to understand what, I guess, what would it take to convince the Commission that Star have been appropriately remediated and able to, given that licence to operate independently? What's the threshold for that process?
Oh, look, we'll be waiting for a recommendation from Adam Bell. He will be interviewing witnesses and he will be looking at documents that will be delivered in accordance with the powers to collect information.
Okay.
If you look at we've published the terms of reference on our website.
Okay.
So do have a look at that, and there's two fairly general terms of reference initially. One is Adam Bell will be looking at his own findings, and then looking at the company's response since those findings were handed down 2 years ago.
Okay.
And then he'll be looking at how they're operating now, whether or not they've got the capability or the capacity to properly meet the challenges of the regulatory environment we're now in.
And sorry, I just wanted to clarify. So in June is when you would anticipate that the Commission will make a response to the findings?
We're hoping that Adam Bell will report back to us. The plan is by the end of May.
Okay.
And we will then have some time in June to consider that and make a decision.
Okay, thank you. I also wanted to ask, and I'm not sure if this is best directed to you, but the $100 million funds from the Star in terms of reducing gambling harm, it might be Mr. Barakat.
Probably,
Yeah. September last year there was a media release from the Minister that talked about how much had gone out, but it didn't total the full amount. It was, I think it was at 84.9 million, so it seems that there's 15 million yet to be spent or allocated. Is there any update on that for us?
My understanding is that that's in the planning years, so the years after the forward estimates.
Right.
So the announcement covered I think at 21.7 a year over the forward estimates, which, yes, I think left an amount of about 15.1 or something, and that sits in the planning years, is my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah. So the whole 100 million has been committed as a harm minimisation fund by government.
Okay, but not yet fully spent as it's over the years ahead.
Not spent or not yet fully allocated either. I think the idea is that some of the recommendations made by the panel may require funding, and that fund might be there then to draw down on. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Barakat. Mr. Latham, you've got 10 minutes, and then
thank you, Chair.
10 minutes.
To Ms. Mildwater, you're the chair of the selection panel for the new head of Racing New South Wales. Were you aware of the John Dummersey conflict of interest whereby he's involved in the selection of the boss of his very best friend, Peter V'landys?
Firstly, I will confirm, yes, I was the chair of the selection panel. I don't think that's been publicly said, but that's perfectly usual process. In relation to the rest of the process, I'm not going to comment in detail because it is before Cabinet, but I will say that there was a conflict of interest declaration process. Conflicts were appropriately declared and discussed, as would be the normal process for these.
But given what you found out today, you must have concerns that Mr. Dummersey shouldn't have been on the panel picking the boss of his best friend, Peter V'landys, as documented extensively in the racing media.
I'm not sure what I've found out today. You've put some questions to us. I haven't heard anything that changes the fact that I think the process was conducted as it should be under the Act.
Seriously? You don't think this is a conflict of interest?
I haven't read what you've got in front of you. I'm happy to take it away and have a look, but I haven't heard anything that...
Do you think someone should be on a selection panel picking the boss of their best friend?
As I say, conflicts are appropriately declared in relation to relationships of panel members, candidates, that sort of thing. I believe the process was appropriate.
Did Mr. Dummersey declare this conflict?
As I also said, I'm not going to talk about specifics of this process because it is still live.
Why not? It's a matter of public concern. You're at budget estimates and people want an assurance all this is done with probity.
And as I...
The point of order has been taken. Mr. Lawrence.
The witness has repeatedly, so as the Minister stated, the reason for not answering the question, and it's perfectly legitimate. Witness is entitled on the basis that it's been advanced to not answer, and in my submission it's discourteous to be so repetitive in relation to it.
Discourteous?
Yeah,
What
thank
about
you for
open
the
government?
point of order. To the point of order?
Well, there's a government promise for open government. They're going to be transparent, much more than the last regime. And if this was happening with John Barilaro, the Labor members would be all over it like a rash.
I think you are all over it like a rash, so don't worry about that. And Ms. Mildwater has explained that it's subject to Cabinet processes and given that answer.
Okay.
So I would ask you, Mr. Latham, to continue with your questioning.
Well, Mr. Draper, you give probity advice to the Premier, yes?
Not as a sort of a functional role, but we have the Cabinet Office who have a legal team and a governance team, and they would more formally.
And having heard today
advice.
about this conflict of interest in the selection of the new head of Racing New South Wales, will you report back to the Premier that there's a problem that needs to be addressed?
It's not really a matter for the Premier.
No?
If it comes to Cabinet, of course, then there'll be an interest from all the members of Cabinet in making sure that process was done properly. But I don't think there's any particular reason to advise the Premier about this.
Okay. And Mr. Draper, you've mentioned that the proposal from the ATC, the unsolicited proposal, is imminent. You said a couple of weeks' time. What sort of resources have been mobilised in the Premier's bureaucracies to deal with this?
Yeah, and just to clarify the timeline, I mean, you asked me whether it was months or weeks. I sort of said I thought it was more likely weeks rather than months, but it's really a matter for the ATC about when they deliver their proposal, so I can't...
But are you mobilising a team to assess this proposal?
We've started to mobilise a team, but until we have a proposal, we wouldn't set up a full process until we have
Well, given what we know about the concerns of ATC members and leading figures like Gay Waterhouse and Chris Waller, wouldn't it be better for the ATC to put this to their membership before the government wastes a lot of resources assessing something that looks like a dead duck?
Well, It's really a matter for the ATC about how they make decisions.
Oh, it's a matter for you. You could waste a lot of time and resources here
Well,
mobilising your team on something that's not going to get past square one.
Well, every significant unsolicited proposal or any project really that we've been involved in has a number of steps to get through. It's never over till it's over. And you incrementally commit resources along the way depending on the status of the proposal, the project.
Right.
I mean, that's true of everything.
How many of these unsolicited proposals rely on a membership vote, in your experience?
I don't have a number for that handy. I don't know.
No, this would be the first one, wouldn't it?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, don't you think in terms of allocating your scarce bureaucratic resources that we hear about, that it's better for the ATC to have a membership vote to see if this is viable in the first instance?
A point of order's been taken.
Asking for an expression of opinion on a matter of government policy.
What?
Well, maybe, yes, maybe you could reframe
it's about the use
it.
of the resources for which the witness is responsible.
Yes, maybe you could reframe it, Mr. Latham. You
Well,
said, do you
okay.
think?
Yeah.
So maybe
Yep.
reconsider the
I'm happy
question
to,
and
I'm happy to
reframe
kind
it.
of respond to what I think you're getting at, which
Yeah.
is, you asked me before about the amount of resources we've committed. I've made the point that we haven't committed large amounts of resources pending receiving a proposal and doing a preliminary assessment on a stage one assessment on whether that proposal will meet our criteria for an unsolicited proposal. So we haven't committed vast amounts of resources to it at this stage, but we would certainly be progressing with our assessments on the basis that incrementally both parties become more and more committed along the way. That's how these things normally work.
Right, and do you think that, what sort of detail are you expecting from the ATC to make this a productive process, given that 2 days ago the Officers of Sport responsible for SIAC at Horsley Park couldn't say whether or not there's enough space at Horsley Park for a replacement training track for Rose Hill?
Well, what we need is enough to assess it at what I'd call a stage one level, and Ms Moldwater might be able to add to this because her department's the sort of custodian of that process. But for a stage one, as you can see in the guidelines, there's a number of criteria. There's the question of, is it unique? That's the first threshold question. Is it aligned to government priorities? Is it likely to be value for money? So we need enough detail to assess against those criteria, but we don't ask proponents to develop a hugely expensive and comprehensive proposal. That's why we have a staged process. After stage one, if there's a view that it does meet those criteria and that's approved by Cabinet, at that point we would enter into an agreement with the proponent, a participation agreement, and we would then start to work on much more comprehensive and detailed proposals.
Right, and is it available to you in the early stages of your assessment to say this is not appropriate as an unsolicited proposal? That what you're talking about is the ATC as a land developer for 25,000 homes supposedly on 150 acres. Harry Triggerboff doesn't get to bring forward an unsolicited proposal for 150 acres. That it'd be better for the ATC to go back as any other land developer with a proposal for rezoning, housing DA and design and be assessed that way.
Well, our unsolicited proposal process is not a de facto planning assessment. That's a much more involved process that involves a lot of public consultation and all the rest of it. I'm sure you understand all that.
Yep.
Our process is assessing whether, what we're trying to do is assess whether government should enter into direct dealings with a party. That's what the unsolicited proposal process is about. The planning assessment process will come much, much later.
Right, and unsolicited proposals in New South Wales have an interesting history, don't they? They started with they came out of the Alan Jones lunch where he served sausages and mash to Barry O'Farrell and James Packer about Crown Casino. How many of these things have ever got off the ground? I looked at them a while ago, and they looked as fruitful as some of my punning at Rose Hill. So, not many of them. Have any of these ever succeeded and seen the light of day as practical implementation?
Yeah, look, I mean, a couple of examples. If you go down to Wynyard Station, you'll see it's been a major redevelopment, much better than what it was, 5-10 years ago. That was an unsolicited proposal, so the redevelopment of Wynyard Station. Right. The sale of Ausgrid in 2016 was done by way of an unsolicited proposal. That was another example, by the way, where government was clearly very enthusiastic and committed to proceeding with the sale. Everyone knew that before that. In fact, the government, I think, had been re-elected on that as a policy. That was a really quite a major unsolicited proposal. It was about a $20 billion transaction. So yeah, there's been quite a few.
Right. Have we ever had a major housing and land development proposal like this come through as unsolicited?
There have been proposals. Some of them, I think, maybe even been still being assessed. But one thing I guess I would say is that, given the clarity of government policy around creating new housing and the demand for the need for new housing supply, they are the sorts of proposals that would be, I think, in line with government policy. That's pretty clear. But there are many, many other ways for those sorts of things. The only reason why you do an unsolicited proposal is where there is a likelihood of direct dealing between government and another party. There's lots of cases people can go and do these things. They don't need government involved.
Thank you, Mr. Draper. Ms. Higginson.
Thank you,
You've
Chair.
got 10 minutes.
Wasn't Barangaroo an unsolicited proposal?
That went well for Mr. Draper. It's a big hole in the ground.
That was
that's a ripper.
The
that
Crown
one.
Casino.
I don't mention Barangaroo.
No, I remember doing an interview a long time
That's
ago
all going
with
ahead
Quentin
very well,
Dempster.
thank you.
All right. Now, if we could just talk about cultural heritage for a little while. I'm just wondering if, and I realise there's a crossover here, and that the AHIPs are administered by a different agency. So I'm just trying to understand, though, is the remit at the moment of your work within Aboriginal Affairs and Treaty, is it only in relation to creating the new laws, or do you have a lens on how much cultural heritage is currently being destroyed?
Only on the new... Sorry, the government's commitment to standalone Aboriginal cultural heritage, we have responsibility for that election commitment.
And so is that, as part of that, are you tracking or are you getting fed into that work what's happening under the current system?
No.
No. So at the moment it's very separate. We're just running the old system as it was under the previous government, and this new government hasn't done anything that you're aware of to change that. No. And we're still just... The focus is new laws will come in and perhaps there might be some change.
Yeah, the focus is to move towards standalone legislation. Yep.
And so just on that, from what I understood the Minister's answer earlier, is that we'll now be doing this in 2 tranches, and the first tranche will be, there will be constituted a body, an Aboriginal controlled body. Is it right that I understood, and that new body will just administer the laws as they are? Did I misunderstand that?
No,
okay.
That's not the intention. The intention would be to establish an Aboriginal council, if you like, to determine what the standalone legislation should look like, to undertake consultation with key stakeholders in community and establish that legislation.
Okay. And is it your understanding that that's because we need to consult more, even though, you know, you and I both know there's been over 15 years of consultation, and I think that we all know Aboriginal organisations and have put on the table many times what best practice laws would look like?
I think what the Minister alluded to, which is in the spirit of the sort of priority reforms, if you like, under Closing the Gap, is that by establishing a standalone council to develop the legislation, they're actually front and centre in charge of developing that legislation, of undertaking consultation of key stakeholders. They're actually driving the process. It's not the government driving the process and they're seen as an outside of that process. They're actually front and centre. So the idea is that they would run that process.
All right, thank you. I do understand. I just feel like it's possibly one of those areas where all that work's already been done. But so then it's fair to say that there is nothing at the moment that is coming from any internally to try to protect cultural heritage from within Aboriginal affairs at the moment?
No, because we don't have responsibility for the system. Yeah.
Thank you. are you aware of how many Aboriginal land claims are expected to be resolved for the remainder of this financial year?
I can tell you how many are outstanding. I don't know about what would likely be resolved.
Sure.
But,
Yep.
Sorry, just bear with me.
No, that's all right. And I think there was some questioning in lands and we got some idea. If you want to take any on notice, I'm fine with that.
I know that I've got the
You've
number,
got it there.
that's all.
So
Yeah.
it's a perennial issue raised.
I know.
So as of 22
Yep.
January, there were 38,532 Aboriginal land claims
Yep.
awaiting assessment.
Okay. Sorry, 30. How much? Say that number again.
38,532.
Yeah. Thank you. Are there does government prioritise these?
I can give you a breakdown of that number. Like I can give you from July 1, 23 to 22 January 24.
Yeah.
333 land claims were lodged, with 236 claims being resolved. 70% of the resolved claims, or 165, resulted in positive outcomes, either land being granted or partially granted.
Or partially. And I managed to ascertain that understanding of partial granted 2 days ago. So, yeah, I understand that now. Thank you. And so, so are there targets set? Do you have a target for, 90% of these will be resolved or 50% of these will be resolved by a certain date? Is that...
We don't, but Crown Lands are obviously do the assessment and then grant the claim. So
and are you consulted? Like, is Department of Aboriginal Affairs consulted around what their priorities look like and how they're working?
Not directly. I mean, we discuss the outstanding claims amongst a number of other issues in relation to land rights, but not that in particular.
Fair enough. Thank you. Do you know anything about where the previous government's plan to hand back the title of national parks to Aboriginal people within 20 years? Do you have a lens on that?
As I understand it, the national parks are working with the Part 4A boards and working through that process of joint management of the national park system. Yeah.
All right. And so, but your department, you're not, that's kind of happening over there.
Yep.
Okay, good. Thank you. At the moment, there's been a report tabled about the Biodiversity Conservation Act review that basically put a really strong focus on engaging with Aboriginal people and organisations in the desperately needed reform of those laws. Has your agency been consulted about that?
Yes.
And what sort of work is being asked of you in relation to that?
It's generally to make comment on progress of the work that they're doing, not being asked to do anything particular to that as a stakeholder, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, and so feeding into their response, because the government hasn't responded to that yet, so is that what that is looking like?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And is that, are you as an agency, are you working outside of the government agency to get input into that, or are you leading on that First Nations expertise feeding into that?
More the First Nations expertise, not doing any work particularly outside of what they're doing.
Okay, thank you. And with the treaty process that the Minister spoke about, at the moment, as we understood it, there will be an expression of interest going out at some point, and that was, just so that I'm correct, that was sometime within the next few weeks or the next few months. Yeah. And are you, and that to date that has had input with Jumbana?
No, so first step is there's three things that will happen between now and the end of June.
Yep.
The first is the establishment of an independent panel that will oversee the process of the appointment of treaty commissioners. The Minister's made a commitment to the co-chairs of CAPO to be one of those. people that would be part of that advisory panel, if you like. We're in the process of finalising 2 other panel members to be part of that. We hope to do that in the next couple of weeks. Then we'll go out for an expression of interest for treaty commissioners. Their role will be to ensure that we've got the criteria right and the process to the expression of interest process right, and then run the process and then provide recommendations to the Minister. And the other piece of work is to engage a proponent to undertake the free and prior informed consent work that will be part of the first piece of work that we do to test the readiness of community to undertake an engagement regarding to treaty.
So just with that free, informed, prior and ongoing consent, what has that involved to date?
We haven't done any work on that to date, but what we have done is, I guess the work with Jumbana is to determine how have other jurisdictions gone about it,
And
what is the best practice, and we know that given what's happened post referendum, that there's a lot of hurt in the community, and we want to make sure and we want to test that readiness before we start to engage, and that best way to do that is under those principles.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. The opposition. You have 20 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I thought there was more crossbench time. I apologise. I just want to very quickly. No, I'll take it. Thanks, Sue. Sorry, nice try. Just quickly back to you, Mr. Crawford, just in relation to the Star, and I'm just seeking some clarification. Earlier in his evidence, the Minister, and I don't want to verbal him, but basically indicated that given the nature of the situation, any decisions around the Star are with the Commission. But we did also briefly speak about the Treasurer meeting with them and signing the agreement in relation to the jobs, and I know that the union was involved in that as well. Was the Commission consulted as part of that, or how does that work in terms of one area of government effectively being able to liaise directly with the Star as an employer versus the work and the oversight of the Commission? Can you just unpack that a little bit for me? if that's okay?
The tax and levy side of the arrangements with government have always been handled by Treasury. They've never been either with ILGA or with the Commission, so that's not something we have any purview over. Except to the extent that we are looking as part of this inquiry into their financial capability to execute what they need to under the casino licence and under the rules which govern the operation of the casino, but levies and taxes always been handled by Treasury.
Okay, so in a sense, the Minister, when he says they are separate and that is appropriate for the Treasurer to be doing that, that is in line with the requirements as
absolutely.
Under the Commission.
Yep,
Okay.
yeah, that's fine.
Yep, no, that's fine. I wasn't sure, so it's always good to clarify. Can I also just ask, sorry, now coming back to you, Mr. Hamilton, and again on land claims, I know that this is something that comes up very frequently, and I've had that experience when I was Minister for Aboriginal Affairs myself, but I just wanted to seek some clarification, and you may need to take it on notice, but we did ask, I think, some supplementary questions last time about it, and the Minister referred the responses to Minister Camper, which again is appropriate, but there was some evidence from the Minister where he said a group of relevant ministers has been established who meet when required. My understanding is there's closing the gap meetings quarterly to talk about issues generally in terms of the portfolio and all portfolios when it comes to closing the gap. But are land claims in that process discussed through closing the gap, or would they be separate sort of engagements between Minister for Lands and the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs?
Well, the short answer is both.
Okay.
But there is another committee. So the Auditor General had done a review of the land claims.
Yep.
And one of her recommendations was to establish a committee specifically to deal with the land claims backlog.
Yes.
Yeah, and have an independent chair, which previous government set up, and that's continued.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how often does that group meet? As needed, or is that a regular
No,
meeting?
it's a regular thing, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's sort of every couple of months.
Who chairs that?
Jack Beatson is the independent chair. Yeah.
Sure, yep. Okay, thank you. That is helpful, I think.
Mr. Barakat, I'm curious about the way that the regulatory sort of oversight works of the different organisations and why ILGA and, say, the Commission are different to Racing New South Wales, which also has a regulatory function. Like, obviously, ILGA and the Commission are represented here today, but Racing New South Wales is not. So can you just explain to me why there's a difference?
I mean, I can't really talk to the Racing New South Wales side of things. I'm happy to provide some advice on notice if you'd like, but ILGA and the NIC are statutory decision makers.
Yeah.
They are two boards that have separate staff agencies attached to them, and they make decisions in the case of ILGA in relation to pubs and clubs, and in relation to the NIC for casinos.
Yeah.
Their relationship to us is that to Hospitality and Racing and Liquor and Gaming New South Wales, is that we would provide the advice. We obviously make decisions under delegation for each of them. We can make decisions under our own delegations as well, but we also refer matters to them for consideration, disciplinary complaints against venues and licensees and things like that. So I think it is slightly different to racing, harness racing and greyhound racing, in that they are commercial bodies that do have a regulatory function, but are also responsible for the commercial side of those particular areas, whereas the NIC and ILGA don't have that. So it is a different setup. I understand that it's complicated. It's even complicated for someone like me who's working in the space, but to that end, if there's any more detail that you'd like, I'm happy to take that away and see if we can more clearly distinguish for you how all of these things are separate.
That would be helpful. Obviously, Racing New South Wales now has a commercial function, but it obviously came from being a regulatory body and still is that. The board and the chair, as we know, is selected by a panel, which is selected by the minister. So there's certainly an oversight mechanism that the minister and the government and I guess the cabinet have in administering Racing New South Wales as a body. So there is still government oversight into its functions. Perhaps if you're not able to answer, I think Ms Mildwater is looking interested in answering.
I was just going to say the levels of oversight are different and it's set out in legislation, so maybe the best thing would be for us to take it on notice and give you a summary.
That would be helpful, and not just a summary, but also if it can be provided, the actual legislative differences between those bodies, just to assist my understanding. Because obviously you've just said you can't really speak for Racing New South Wales, but it obviously does perform an important function here, and we've been talking a lot about them as an organisation today because of the way that they're governed.
Absolutely, we can provide that on notice.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. In terms of, I think Mr Hamilton, this will be for you. In terms of the review of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, obviously that was released earlier this month. There are 4 very detailed recommendations that came from that report. I'm wondering what steps, and obviously I understand the New South Wales Government made a submission to that inquiry or reporting process. Are you taking steps to actually incorporate those recommendations into New South Wales government policy and the programs that you're running? And we can go through some of the detailed ones, but a broad answer is fine to begin with.
Short answer is yes. So last week we had our quarterly ministerial meeting with CAPO chairs and each of the ministers, and at the beginning of that the Premier signed an implementation agreement with CAPO, so it was a commitment by the government to work in partnership to address the commitments under the National Partnership Agreement.
Okay. And in terms of that implementation agreement, are there very specific sets of actions that come under that agreement that will be reported against at a state level?
The national agreement, you mean?
So will the state agreement that the Premier signed have really practical steps and actions that will lead to the implementation of those recommendations?
No, it's more about the principles of the Closing the Gap National Agreement. So the 5 priority reforms, the 17 socio-economic targets, and our commitment to working.
So what's different in that agreement to essentially what the government is already doing?
Well, it's an opportunity for the government to reinstate its commitment to closing the gap.
Okay.
And to the work that we've started to do and will continue to do.
Okay. Well, it sounds nice, but I mean, are you confident in those CAPO meetings that there are actions that are being not just planned but actually undertaken and reported against that are leading to outcomes that can be publicly spoken about?
Yeah, I think last time, and I don't know if we did provide that information, supplementary information, but the breakdown of the structure, the governance structure, if you like, the various groups that work below the ministerial group who are actually taking action on each of the those areas.
So it doesn't really change that. It just says, yes, we still believe that this is the right path.
Yeah, but it allows for changes to be made when we know that things may not be working as they should.
Okay.
And it reinstates our commitment to the national agreement, but also our partnership with CAPO.
Okay. In terms of Priority Reform 5, which is around economic prosperity, business growth and employment, obviously it's an important one for enfranchisement. I'm wondering if the Minister for Small Business, Minister for Innovation, Minister for Women, the Regional Minister are engaging on the strategies that were provided as part of supplementary answers last time in those CAPO meetings, and those pieces of work are the Small Business Strategy, the First Nations Women's Strategy, and the Regional Economic Development Strategy. Are they still on track? Obviously, this is fairly detailed, but
I'd have to give you a complete answer of are they on track or not, or what they've actually done. I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, that would be helpful to understand where those are, because obviously the roadmap has been published, which is good, but those other documents and where they're up to would be helpful. And just to confirm that they are forming some of the agenda items in the CAPO meetings, is that the type of thing that is discussed? Yeah, okay. Thank you. And in terms of how many Aboriginal businesses have started in the last year, are you tracking that information?
We don't. Aboriginal Affairs doesn't. I think finance. Yeah, I think the finance track expenditure by Aboriginal businesses. Yeah.
Okay. So that information isn't reported to the Minister?
Not to our Minister, no.
Okay.
No. But we can provide it.
Yeah, that would be helpful. I mean, it would be good to know how many businesses there are, but also how many have started in the last year.
When you say started as in the government's engaged in a procurement sense, or?
No, just operating. Like, I mean, maybe it's more of a federal government registration process, but I think having that information as a state government is going to be helpful to understand progress towards those goals or outcomes.
Yeah, so they won't track who's registered as a business or started a business. They'll track what their spend has been with an Indigenous business.
Okay.
It's more at a federal level where they would track establishment.
ABNs and everything, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Did you?
Sure.
Thank you.
I have some questions, some medical research, and I also have some veterans ones as well. So I don't know whether we want to have a witness come up, but I'll start with Dr. Levesque. Is that the right way to
Yes, that's correct.
Year 10 French is coming in handy. It's been quite a few years. Thank you, Dr. Levesque. I just wanted to ask you in relation to there was a 10-year medical research strategy, I think, review that started back in 2012, and our understanding is that a review into that would be 2 years overdue. Do you have any insight into work in that space, or if the government's looking at an updated version of that you could provide some information on?
Yes, we have progressed a proposal to the Secretary of Health to revise the health and medical research strategy. So we're working on a research and innovation strategy. There's a consultation process that will start.
Okay.
And over the next 6 months, we're going to consult with, academic partners, local health districts to identify the needs, the gaps, and what are the, specific areas that we need to concentrate on. going forward to continue to, to promote medical research and innovation in New South Wales.
Okay. And so, sorry, that consultation is due to start shortly?
It is starting, actually.
Oh, okay.
So we have surveys being drafted, and it's going to be rolled out across stakeholders. So it is actually starting now.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
And then when, obviously I know it's up to sort of government and ministers with responsibility, but is there any sort of intended time frame of when there might be a new strategy released? How long do you think your consultation will take? And
yeah, there's no specific date
Mm-hmm.
identified, but we hope in the next 12 months to be able to have an endorsed strategy, really identifying what will be the key priorities going forward.
Okay.
And this will help to, consolidate the creation of the new division that we made in New South Wales Health to
Okay.
focus on innovation and research.
Okay, fantastic. And then I just wanted to ask a few questions about the medical research support program. One of the pieces of feedback that we've received is that the program can be quite narrow in its guidelines in terms of the eligibility and such. And someone has provided advice to me that pharmaceuticals and some of the corporate sector aren't part of that program. That's correct, I understand. But is there any, conversations with government or within the department in terms of greater industry collaboration and what that could mean in terms of economic opportunities for the state? How does that arrangement work, and is there potential for reform?
Yeah, so I can confirm the medical research support program is for independent research entities in New South Wales.
Yeah.
These tend to be, research organizations established as separate entities.
Mm-hmm.
We do have other programs that relate to engaging with industry, because obviously medical research is going very fast in certain areas that do require thinking about manufacturing, thinking about commercialization. And we're establishing also within New South Wales Health a commercial and business unit that will on an ongoing basis enable our relationship with industry. We do have a medical device fund program, for example, which is a very applied grant program where startup and small and medium-sized companies can apply to get support to develop their products.
Okay.
And we do have some infrastructural work in place at Westmead Precinct and other precincts that will also support a stronger engagement with industry and the biomedical sciences.
Okay, because under the medical research support program, I think my understanding is that if you receive under $3 million of grants annually, you're not eligible. But what you're saying is there's other programs and initiatives for those who might be a smaller emerging research organisation, for instance, or
Yes, there are criteria to guide our allocation of funds to the different independent medical research institutes. So various factors like volume of research, number of researchers, funds received through competitive processes are all considered to classify different institutes in different tiers of funding. And therefore, there are some smaller groups that cannot qualify for the program, but we have other, funding streams where they can apply. Yeah.
Thank you for that. I'll move on now to veterans, and I do want to come to the plan, but I also wanted to ask, in the last estimates hearing, we had a conversation with the Minister, asked some questions about the concept of a veterans ID to be introduced when veterans are dealing with different government agencies, and the Minister said that he thought that seemed like a policy that had some merit. But I'm just wondering if there's been any work done or update on that concept of a veterans ID. I think he indicated that he might refer that to, Minister for Customer Service. But is there anything happening between departments or agencies in relation to that?
Sure, thank you. I'm very happy to answer that question. It is actually a really complicated issue. It's been discussed at numerous veterans ministerial councils because of the issue of trying to get a national approach to veterans with the Commonwealth with the key responsibility. So we looked into a veteran ID card in New South Wales, and it was extremely costly and burdensome from an administrative perspective, but also not necessary because we have systems in place and have been working very hard with customer service, Transport for New South Wales, etc., to implement recognition of existing Department of Veterans Affairs cards.
From the national level?
The national
Yeah,
system,
okay.
because Veterans Affairs is responsible for classifying veterans' level of disability
Sure.
or health support needs,
Yeah.
etc.
Yeah.
And that then feeds into our recognition in terms of concessions and services that
Okay.
we as a state provide. So it would have been duplicating and messy.
Yeah.
Victoria has done their own card, and the other states...
You can say it hasn't worked well if you'd like. You probably can't.
Well,
I can say that.
they have just gone a different direction, but it didn't seem very sensible to...
Yeah, okay.
You know, because there's already enough lack of cohesion between the different states at a state level, and we're trying to get more cohesion for veterans because they move between states
Yeah.
and they don't want to deal with different systems in different states. They want to be able to transfer seamlessly between states.
Okay, and so at a sort of national level of ministerial meetings, that's been other than the Victorian example, but largely the consensus that it's better to be that nationally led
Yes, so that's
program.
there's the difference between veteran identifier because there are discussions in place also. Obviously, if a veteran goes to a New South Wales hospital and is acknowledged as a veteran for health services,
Yes.
there is a reimbursement between the Commonwealth and the state.
Yeah.
We also have implemented some identifiers in some parts of state systems, so corrections.
Okay.
For example, veterans can self-identify. We can't force them to. We have the veteran identifier for the New South Wales Public Service, the Veterans Employment Program.
We might
which
ask
we've
about that in a little while.
been
Yeah.
tracking for 7 years now.
Yeah.
So we've implemented identifiers where it's sensible and practical within our own systems.
Okay, thank you. I think that's my time, so we might come back.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Ms.
Chair.
Fairman, you've got the Greens have got 20 minutes.
Okay,
You can carve
thank
it
you.
up how you like.
Okay, great. 20 minutes for me. Thanks, Chair.
We're at 6 minutes and 66
Mr.
seconds.
Barakat, no, we're doing differently. Mr. Barakat, just wanted to ask about pokies, of course, and specifically in relation to the exemptions that some pubs and clubs are provided in terms of the 6-hour shutdown. So how many clubs and how many pubs have been granted that exemption from the mandatory 6-hour shutdown in terms of pokies shutdown?
I'll have to take the exact figure on notice, but it is something we are looking at. So if you just bear with me, I can give you some more information about what we're doing in that space. So where the Minister's asked us to look at that exact question, which venues currently have access to these exemptions, and you have to remember these exemptions have been in place since late 90s, early 2000s in many cases, and there's 3 specific types of exemption. There's a hardship exemption, a tourist exemption, and I think it's called an early openers exemption. So these have been around for a long time. The Minister's asked us to look at that and provide him with some advice about what venues currently have access, as well as that we'll be releasing a discussion paper about exemptions generally in March to seek some feedback from the community about whether or not these things should continue on, whether there should be any exemptions at all, and if these exemptions should exist, what should they look like? And then the findings from that consultation, the government has directed the panel to consider. So as part of its roadmap, the panel will provide advice on that broader policy question as to whether there should be exemptions at all.
Yeah, so I put questions on notice in, you might be aware, in relation to this matter and got back a similar answer, despite asking for the specifics around the numbers of the 3 different shutdowns that you mentioned. It does seem as though ILGA hasn't been collecting this data. Would that be correct?
No, I don't think so. I just don't know the figures off the top of my head. I'm very happy to
A question, I submitted very detailed questions on notice requesting the amount, and I got a similar answer back, which does seem to indicate, because again, I'm asking you, I don't expect you to know the stats here, of course not. But I do expect if I submit something in terms of a question on notice to the department asking for that data, if it's available and it exists, it would have been given to me. So it does seem, does it not, Mr. Barakat? I'll ask you now, does ILGA collect the data? Do you have the numbers in terms of how many exemptions, those particular exemptions in each category for clubs and pubs? And if you don't have it here, firstly, do you collect it?
I don't know. I don't know if ILGA collects it. That's probably a question for Ms. Lamb. I don't know that we do. I'd have to come back to you on that.
And
I don't know if Ms. Lamb does either.
Okay, we'll go there in a second then. So to do inquire on notice, as in take it on notice. And so who am I asking? Yes. Where's my little form? Yeah. Thanks, Ms. Lamb. Do you?
Pleasure. I can say that we don't collect the data, but I do have some data to tell you how many exemptions were granted in 2022 and 2023, if that's of assistance.
Oh, so you started collecting since 2022, but not since, when was it, did you say, Mr. Barakat? 1990?
I think that, well, I'd have to give you the exact date on notice, but I think some of them came into place from the late 90s.
While
early
Ms. Lamb's
2000s.
collecting that, like any idea of percentages here, are we talking like 5% of pubs and clubs have got an exemption from the mandatory shutdown, or is it 85% of pubs and clubs? Or maybe 55? Any rough?
I'd be guessing. I'd be making an assumption, so I'd prefer to take that on notice and come back to you.
You know what Queensland's is?
I don't know.
97% don't
have
they have not been granted any exemption from a mandatory shutdown. I know this is a question, if I had more time, I would have put to the Minister, but 97% in Queensland. I somehow think that New South Wales might not be able to boast that percentage. Ms. Lamb?
Ms. Fairman, all I can tell you at the moment, and I regret that I don't have more data at the moment, but I can tell you that in 2023, ILGA determined only 3 applications for exemptions to the 6-hour shutdown. It approved 1 and refused 2. In 2022, ILGA determined 3 applications, and once again it approved 1 application and refused 2 applications.
Yeah, thank you. That's interesting, but the real information is how many existing venues, of course. So you don't have it. You're seeking that for this task force. Is that correct? For the paper.
Yeah. So the minister's asked us to look at those 2 things: who has these exemptions now, and then the broader policy question for the panel: should there be any exemptions, and if so, what should they look like?
Do you see a problematic in relation to that? That if there's, of course, if there's public consultation, other than yes, industry are going to say that for hardship provisions, for goodness sake, they have to have their pokies open at 5 a.m. But the public will be saying they shouldn't be open at 5 a.m. Would be as simple as making a change to the law, and those gaming rooms would have to shut?
Well, my understanding is for the venues that have the existing exemptions, ILGA is the decision-making authority in relation to that. So if through this process a decision was made to provide that information to ILGA for ILGA to make a decision, I think you could overturn.
Are you able to guarantee here that we will get an indication publicly of just how many pubs and clubs have got that exemption for this discussion paper, to work out how far this goes?
I think that's probably a question for government, what it wants to release publicly, but I will take on notice what I've said. I'll take on notice and come back to you with the information that we can.
Yeah, okay. I'll have a question of Mr. Crawford, actually, considering you're here, and I know that a question about Star was asked earlier, but I am curious, because not much has been released really publicly in terms of why the need for this second inquiry. You have been quoted as saying you needed to see whether Star has made the deep structural change and concerns that they hadn't. what kind of probing does Nick do, did you do, to determine that this bell, second bell was, bell 2, was needed? What did you do within, as an ongoing basis? Did you meet with senior management? Do you still look at the books? Are people talking to you from within Star? How did you determine that? Because it obviously did seem to come very kind of quickly and out of the blue, but I'd be interested to, if you could share what you could with this committee.
Pretty much all of the above. We have a manager in there and he talks. He's got his nose right in the business, obviously, and the structure is he holds the licence, but he attends board meetings. He talks to senior management. He does his own work. He's had several consultants in doing works on different aspects of the business. It's quite a complex business. And we as the commissioners have met with senior management on an ongoing basis, and in more recent times had several meetings with the board. Liquor and Gaming have an ongoing relationship with them in terms of compliance. So in November, December last year, so only a few months ago, we went through a process where we considered what to do with the manager, whether we were satisfied. Parliament was rising shortly and his term expired in early January, so we needed to make a decision as to what to do, whether to approach Parliament to extend the time or what. And we sought a submission from the company, from Liquor and Gaming and from the manager, and reviewing all of those, we came up with the view that they weren't at that stage, we didn't think suitable to become, in a position to become suitable. There were too many problems still with execution, the way the business was run. So we informed the company of that in January, our decision. We applied and had the manager's role extended until the end of June this year. And we made it clear that we weren't really inclined to seek a further extension, so a final decision would be made in June. So having been through that process, we then considered, well, what is our framework for making that decision, because it's a big one, if the consequences are very big for the company and big for the state. So we needed to come up with a process, and we have under the Act the ability to start an inquiry, and we couldn't think of a better way to do it than having Bell, who knows the company. The company gets the benefit of independence, so he's independent, judicial. He has the power to compel witnesses. He has the power to dig into documentation. It's what we really want to see before we either give them the green light and put them on a framework to get to suitability, or we cancel the licence or do something else.
But it almost sounds like you potentially were in a position where you wanted to cancel their licence. It's like when you performance manage somebody out of a job, Mr Crawford, that you have to give them written notice and due warning, and possibly that's what you're doing. But you know, they've been through a lot. That initial report was pretty scathing, and to do another one, it takes a lot to take a licence off a casino operator in New South Wales, doesn't it?
Well, look, we've got to balance the public interest, and one of the big balancing issues for us when we set up this framework at the moment was the jobs in the public interest. They had a new CEO coming on board, and for the first time, just after the Bell report was issued, the company lodged a statement with the ASX signed by the then chairman. I call it the mea culpa letter, but basically it said we've done bad stuff. For the first time, there was a big public admission they'd done bad stuff, but they wanted to get on the pathway to reform. They would work with the regulator, and so with those three things in mind, jobs, new CEO coming on board, and that public admission, we put this framework in place with the manager there to hold the licence to see how they went. And it's still suspended, the licence is still suspended.
Yes.
And if we need to make that decision, we will. But we think it's reasonable that there are a process where they can have a say, independent person, and I think you can assume that Adam Bell will dig as far as he needs to make a good assessment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. If I could ask some questions around drink spiking training. Let's start there. What is the progress of rolling out that mandatory drink spiking and sexual violence awareness training for bar staff and security guards in all New South Wales pubs?
So we've committed to including that in updates to our RSA modules and to consulting with what were you wearing, on the content of that training. I don't think those materials have been provided to us yet. I believe it's imminent, and as soon as those updated training modules, and I think also we committed to consulting on updates to our intoxication guidelines with those stakeholders. So as soon as we have those, they will be provided. I believe that's imminent, and as soon as they're agreed, that will commence.
When do you anticipate then that we will have everybody trained across pubs and clubs in New South Wales?
I'd have to take that on notice. I think it will. I'm not sure that. I'll take it on notice. I don't want to give you the wrong information.
Thank you. Liquor and Gaming previously said it would be reviewing the Ask for Angela campaign that commenced in 2017. Has that review occurred?
That was something we committed to, I think, in the petition in response to what we were wearing petition to Parliament late last year. We have looked at that. It's not something that's been relaunched, is my understanding. But again, before we were to do that, we would be consulting with those stakeholders on that. On that, any update to that program.
Thank you. If I could come back to you, Mr. Griffin, around these track standards. I have great concern with the idea that these track standards, which I understand Greyhound Racing New South Wales said that they would be fully compliant with the minimum standards by 30 June 2023, and I'm just looking at, I've got that statement, for instance, in their strategic plan. To your knowledge, are they fully compliant with those minimum track standards?
We asked for some documentation last year, and the documentation was an audit done by someone on behalf of Greyhound Racing New South Wales, which indicated of the 28 tracks, 15 weren't compliant with the minimum track standards, and the remaining weren't, obviously. So again, we don't regulate Greyhound Racing New South Wales in terms of minimum track standards. But that audit was done by Greyhound Racing New South Wales, supplied to us. I guess underscored the fact that they knew that they had some tracks that are not to a minimum track standard as yet.
Yep. We touched on this earlier, the idea that Greyhound Racing New South Wales are now proposing different track standards. Are you aware, you said before there was some modernisation, I think you used the word innovation. Is there going to be, or is it being proposed in the drafts that you've seen, a weakening around injured greyhound welfare, vets, kennels and other welfare-related issues?
No, absolutely not. No, what the Greyhound Racing New South Wales came to us with a completely rewritten set of guidelines.
Okay.
And so we met with them, and most of that those guidelines were predicated on a desire, from what they said to be the world leading in the space in terms of using innovation, using drone lures, new lure rail systems, and so forth and so forth. We said that was a step too far. Well, we're supportive of innovation, anything that reduces injuries, absolutely. But our view was that was to be done in a very evidence-based way. And so we said, no, we're not going to agree to signing off on a new set of fresh set of minimum track standards, but rather they should come back to the Commission and seek agreement from the Commission to do pilots and trials of various aspects of new things that they want to do with track design, and that we would look at that, get information and support and evidence from Dr. Eager at UTS, and then if those things worked well, then we'd modify the existing minimum track standards to make them, to take effect if the trials worked well.
So to clarify then, from your perspective, the Greyhound Racing New South Wales should still be working towards complying with the existing minimum standards, but you may pilot additional improved standards?
Yes, so that's what they are. They are looking at doing with their new track design, and I know that the current track at Taree is one of those cases in point where they're looking at new innovative design in terms of rail lure systems and soft sands and those sorts of things. So yeah, it's meant to be an incremental rather than a holistic. They initially wanted a holistic change to the minimum track standards, a complete rewrite. We said no to that. We want an evidence-based approach that we can be sure that there's good welfare involved, and so they've agreed to that, and so they're going to have an iterative approach from this point onwards.
So if, just so I understand the process, if Greyhound Racing New South Wales was to come to you with standards that you viewed as being weaker from a welfare perspective, do you have powers to basically not approve those minimum standards, or is it so that the buck will stop with you? You won't.
In terms of the changes in minimum standards, yes. So
Okay,
that under the legislation, the Commission has, the Greyhound Racing New South Wales has to obtain approval of those track standards from the Commission. So again, on behalf of government, our role is to assess the proposed changes that Greyhound Racing wants to make to those standards, and we've met with them and said, yes, look, we don't want to stifle innovation, we support innovation, but we want it to be done in a very sensible, evidence-based way, and we're happy to work with you on that, and if the evidence proves that your innovation works and improves welfare, then we'll make the changes to the minimum track standards that are applicable to those changes.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of how many New South Wales bred greyhounds have been exported overseas in the last year? Is that something that GWIC oversees?
Yeah, there's been, in terms of exported to which country?
You tell me.
Okay, we're aware of, from Greyhound Racing Australasia, there are a few hundred. I'll have to come back to you with the number.
Yep.
The vast majority go to New Zealand, and obviously the US program has taken up quite a substantial number. So they're in the hundreds under the Greyhound Passport program. Those that sit outside of that program, however, which we've learned about in the media, there was been 2 that were former racing greyhounds that were exported by people from outside the industry to China.
Okay. Are any efforts being made to get those dogs back from China, or is there what happens now with that?
I understand there's been some rescue group that has retrieved one of those greyhounds, but they're not the responsibility of the industry because they were privately rehomed. So that's obviously something that's outside the role of both government and the industry to that degree. But I did see some media that some rescue group did retrieve one from China.
Thank you.
But yes, but other than that, we've taking disciplinary action against the 2 New South Wales participants who rehomed those 2 greyhounds to a third party. That's not contrary. It was contrary to our rehoming guidelines.
Just finally, I've had some concerns raised with my office in relation to greyhounds being raced in temperatures of up to 38 degrees. Obviously, the world is getting hotter, or at least we're getting more extreme temperatures in different places. What are you doing in relation to preventing greyhounds from being raced in extremely hot temperatures?
Yes, we do have a hot weather policy, and I understand that some people, particularly anti-racing groups, are not happy and are not happy that the temperature that's set of 38 degrees Celsius is too high. But we do actually monitor very closely. There was we've made a change in our process. We were using local weather stations to determine whether those things. We're now actually using the Bureau of Meteorology, as obviously it's the government weather service. So that's we're using the Bureau of Meteorology to determine whether a race or a race meeting is likely to exceed the 38 degree policy setting, and so I think that gives greater transparency as to whether greyhounds are being raced in extreme heat. We do have a new cooling policy in terms of an advice to participants, and providing cooling baths at the tracks has also been put in place more recently to make sure that dogs are ready to cool following the race.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. You've got 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Ms. Barker, just a quick one for you. How long have you been in the acting role for?
I don't know the exact date, I think it was about August last year.
And then can I ask, either to yourself or Mrs. Marlborough, and this is in no way a reflection on you, and please don't take it that way, but I'm just wondering about recruitment for that position permanently, if there's an update on that.
It's in market at the moment. I
Okay.
think applications close at the end. Now I've forgotten whether it's this week or next week, but it's imminent.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So you would expect there to be a decision in terms of a permanent appointment to that role?
In the next couple of months.
Imminently, okay.
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah, well, it's a usual process with applications, shortlisting, panel, appointment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a public service process.
Okay, thank you. I've just clarified. That's all. Thank you.
Dr. Levesque, you mentioned earlier the role of manufacturing in medical research, and that's extremely exciting. I was wondering if you're working with, you mentioned that obviously you've got a report and proposal going through the Health Minister or the department, so you're obviously working with a range of different ministers. I was wondering, are you working with the Innovation Minister as well on that manufacturing aspect?
For some of the programs,
Yep.
we do have relationship with other ministers, including Minister Chantavong. It really depends on the scope. And we have a lot of relationship with Investment New South Wales, which sits also across the portfolio.
Do you have specific things that you are working with Minister Chantavong on? Specific programs or grants?
Yes, we collaborate around RNA manufacturing at the moment. So there is at the moment ongoing the building of an RNA manufacturing facility at Macquarie. And New South Wales Health and has been a partner with the chief scientist in that specific project, and we have ongoing discussions to identify new areas where medical research would benefit from that linking with industry and trade.
Okay, cool. So that's the only one at the moment?
I can take that on notice, but
Yeah.
that's certainly the one that occupies
main
us
one.
the most at the
Yeah.
moment.
Well, if you could take extra ones on notice, that would be helpful. And as a part of that, we obviously we now have a Minister for Domestic Manufacturing. Does that minister or her office become engaged at all with the work that you do, or it's primarily Minister Chantavong?
It's primarily Minister Chantavong. To my knowledge, we've not had specific projects developed with the new minister.
Yep.
I think it will really depend again on what are the new technologies that we need to explore as part of the research and innovation pipeline,
Okay.
both in New South Wales and internationally.
Were you also a part of the Innovation Blueprint Roundtable that was held a few weeks ago?
Yes, health was represented during that meeting.
Okay. And did you, as or having a representative at that meeting, was that designed to give you ideas or feedback on the strategy that you have as part of your work specifically?
Not explicitly. We have regular meetings with many of the participants at that roundtable, and they're part of the consultation as well.
Yeah.
But that innovation blueprint didn't have that as a specific focus.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Higginson, you have 3 minutes and 28 seconds.
I only have a couple of others. I just wanted to ask, Mr. Draper, in your position, in your position in Premier's overseeing Aboriginal affairs?
Sorry. Ms. Higginson,
sorry.
could you just
Apologies.
move the microphone just for the
I
benefit
could
of
hear
your
you.
heads?
Sorry?
I could hear you. I don't think
Yeah, it was Hansard, and they are the superheroes. We must please them. So, are you? I'm not really asking for your opinion here. I'm asking for the sort of oversight you have. Are you satisfied at this point that the treaty process that is being undertaken is still reflected within Premier's department as a high priority for the state?
Yeah, no, it's a really high priority. I guess one thing I would say is Aboriginal Affairs sits within the Premier's department. That puts it at the centre of government.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important because it's a whole of government, and that you can see that from even the Closing the Gap commitments are about transforming government organisations as one of the priority reforms. The other thing, apart from my role working with Aboriginal Affairs, I also chair the Secretary's Board of Government. So that's all the secretaries, and that gives us a lot of direct access to work across government. Only probably 10 days ago, Shane came and briefed all of the secretaries on the treaty process and engaged all of those parts of government on that. So I think it's a really good place for the organisation to sit, and I can certainly say there's a lot of enthusiasm both for closing the gap and the treaty process amongst all the secretaries, and there's a lot of good access. I've also met recently with the executive of CAPO, myself, and I've invited them to come and meet with all the secretaries as well, and that was just prior to all the quarterly meetings with ministers, the progress meetings on closing the gap. So I don't want to conflate treaty and closing the gap, but there is a closely related.
It's very related, and I know earlier there was the question on why is it relevant. I mean, most of us engaged in the space know how fundamentally and inextricably linked this is. So in terms of the Productivity Commission's report, and again, I'll just emphasise that the biggest take-home reading I thought that came out of that report was the reason we're failing to close the gap is because we refuse, or the reluctance or the intractability of handing power back or to First Nations people and communities. Are you satisfied with where you sit, that we are on track as a state, that's the work that we're undertaking at all levels of government from Premier's department?
Maybe I won't say I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied that we all know what we need to do. I don't think any of us are satisfied with where we're at yet.
No, not where we're at. Yeah.
So absolutely, I think there's a strong commitment to that, and things. The particular issues come up from time to time, and they're quite moments of truth, if I can put it that way, where we say, well, how are we going to deal with this one? One, you may be familiar with this one, the Cabbage Tree Island communities and the decision making there, and Mr. Hamilton and myself and the Secretary of Planning went up there recently, and that was really the mindset we were trying to take. Was this is a decision that community and the Land Council needs to make for themselves, and we're facilitating that. There's a myriad of things that happen within government that require that approach, and increasingly we're trying to roll that out. But it does take questioning ourselves at every time we're making those decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Draper. Thank you, Ms. Higginson. We'll now have a break, and we will reconvene in 15 minutes at 3:45. Thank you. Thank you for coming back. And so, look, in discussions, we've got good news for Ms. Harriet White. Apparently, you are not needed for a question, so you're getting an early mark. And thank you. Someone noticed, so thank you for your attendance.
Thank you.
So, yeah, we just thought rather than
Sorry,
having
everyone
to
else, if we could, we
sit
would.
through this, you can go home. And she's out the door like a flash. Thank you. All right, so reconvening, we now have 20 minutes of questions from the opposition. Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Thank you. Mr. Barakat, I'm sorry I wasn't here when you were able to advise the committee that you are confident in relation to your advice to the Minister. Do you accept from me that a member of the board is appointed for 2 4-year terms?
So, Mr. Tudor, I'm probably just going to have to refer you to my previous answer, which is we're confident in the process that was undertaken.
This is a separate question.
Any further detail, I'm happy to take on notice and provide that.
Well, Mr. Barrett, I'm asking you a separate question in relation to your knowledge of the Act. Does a member of the board have a period of appointment for 4 years?
I'm going to take that on notice, Mr. Tudor.
You mean you don't know what is contained in the Act? Is that what you're telling me today? I'll give you a copy of the Act if you need it.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to take that on notice and seek some advice on that and come back to you, as I've said in my previous answer.
But let me, Mr. Barakat, you provide advice to the Minister in relation to this issue. The Act is reasonably clear. The Act is reasonably clear in relation to appointments, and appointments to the board are for 4-year terms, are they not? Do you agree with that as a proposition?
I think that for a period of up to 4 years, I think the Minister has discretion to make a decision within that time frame. But again, I prefer to take these on notice and give you accurate answers, but that's my understanding.
Have you read the report of Racing New South Wales, which was lodged with the Parliament in December last year?
What report are you referring to, Mr. Tudor?
Well, the Racing New South Wales Annual Report 2023.
I've not read that document, no.
Well, it says that the appointment of Dr. Saran Cook was for a period, she was a chairperson and reappointed on the 19th of December 2019. Would you agree with me that her appointment terminated on the 19th of December 2023?
I haven't seen that document, I haven't read that
Well,
document.
if that is true, would you agree with me that her appointment terminated on the 19th of December 2023?
Point of order has been taken. Dr. Kane on a point of order.
Mr. Tudor-Hope's asking the witness about hypothetical questions, and I don't think that's appropriate.
Yes, that is a hypothetical, Mr. Tudor-Hope, so...
Well, I'll give you a copy of the report, Mr. Turk.
Don't we all need a copy if it's going to be tendered?
Yeah, well, if you'd like to table that, we'll...
Well, for the province of the document, let me assure you that her appointment terminated on the 19th of December 2023. If that is the case, Mr. Barrett, can you point to any provision in the Act which allows her to be reappointed other than by a selection panel? Can you point to any provision in there?
I think, Mr. Tudor, with great respect, I have told you that if you want more detail in relation to our position and advice to the Minister on this, I'm happy to provide that on notice, and I remain happy to do so.
Sorry, a point of order has been taken. Dr. Kane on the point of order.
Mr. Tudor-Hope was simply restating the same hypothetical that you had ruled out of order, Chair.
And we must treat all our witnesses with courtesy, Mr. Tudor-Hope. You have repeated the same question again and again, and the witness, Mr. Barakat, has answered the question this morning and this afternoon by saying he wishes to take it on notice.
What's your role with the office, Mr. Barakat? What's your role?
At the moment, I'm the Acting Chief Executive of Hospitality and Racing.
So the Acting Chief Executive of Hospitality and Racing, do you know what the provisions of the Racing New South Wales Act contains?
Not by heart, Mr. Tudor.
Well, can I refer you to Section 7 of the Act relating to the appointment of members by way of reappointment, where it says it requires the minister to establish a selection panel. Did that occur in the case of Miss Sarah Cook?
Mr. Tudor-Hope, I can only repeat my previous answer to this line of questioning, which is any further detail in relation to that process.
Why don't you know, Mr. Barrett?
I'm happy to take
Why
it on
don't you
notice.
know, Mr. Barrett? Why don't you know? You're the acting chief executive. Why don't you know?
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah, I don't need the point of order. Mr. Tudor-Hope, you are badgering the witness at the hearing. Mr. Barakat has said repeatedly that he will take this question on notice, which he has the right to do. So it's moving into discourtesy by badgering the witness, and that's against the resolution of the House. So please,
Well, I'll ask
you
the
could
same
move on.
question to you, Mr. Draper. Do you know?
No, I'm not familiar. I also haven't memorised that Act, Mr. Tudor-Hope.
Well, are you aware of the provisions relating to the reappointment of members of the Racing New South Wales Board?
No, it's not something that I deal with within our portfolio.
Who would know that?
Well, our general counsel would probably have a much better idea.
Would you expect the CEO to know?
I wouldn't. I also have a view that it's very difficult for people administering many acts to have memorised every section of every act. If someone asked me a question, given you were talking about hypotheticals, if someone asked me about an act, for example, the GSE Act, for which I have some involvement, about a particular section, I would go and look it up and check my recollection of that act before I gave an answer.
And you would expect that the acting CEO would be able to do exactly that, would you not?
Order. Let's.
Mr. Drinkwater, where's Mr. Drinkwater?
I think you mean Miss Mildwater,
Mildwater, sorry, beg your pardon.
and I'm sitting here.
Yeah.
Do you know? Do you know?
Order. Mr. Tudor-Hope. Mr. Tudor, I know that you are very interested in this particular area, but that was discourteous.
I beg your pardon.
And you are asking one witness to reflect on the performance of another witness, which is completely out of order. So please refrain
Ms. Mildwater, I apologise.
from being discourteous and
Ms.
treat the
Mildwater,
witnesses
do you know the answer?
with some respect,
So I know
please.
the answer to the question is that you're asking a technical question about the Act, and we have said we'll get back to you on notice. Because we have had advice on it during the process, and we remain confident that the advice we got was good, so we will get back to you on notice. We've heard the question.
Have you had the opportunity of looking at the Act over the break?
No, we've given you an answer, Mr. Tudor-Hope. What we've confirmed is that we are comfortable we got advice at the time, and we still believe it's correct.
But if the advice is wrong, will you resign?
I think that's a hypothetical question.
That is a hypothetical question. Just order. Mr. Tudor-Hope, please. That is out of order and completely discourteous and unnecessary at this time. So please refrain from treating the witnesses in what is a poor manner and a discourteous way. Are there any other questions from the opposition?
Yes, I had a question for Mr. Barakat about the club grants. You mentioned that you expected to have advice to the Minister by the end of the year. Is that an internal deadline?
I think we'll have advice to the Minister well before the end of the year. So the review closes on the 18th of March and we'll be working post that date to get advice to the Minister quickly. I think the Minister, the end of the year timeframe was really just we'll get this to the Minister this year. What government chooses to do after that is really a matter for government.
So do you have an internal deadline for the provision of that advice to the Minister?
Not a specific date, no.
Is it, 6 months, 3 months?
6 months from now?
Yeah.
Or I think, look, without being 100%, I think we September, October advice to government so that they're in a position to hopefully form a position before the end of the year.
Okay, and I mentioned before, thank you, that charities are concerned that they haven't been given an adequate opportunity or structure to provide feedback to the review, and that specifically that survey was really geared towards clubs rather than charities. So you mentioned that charities could actually approach you in some way or provide feedback, or is there going to be some engagement to ensure that charities have the easiest way possible to engage with the process?
So I think in the discussion paper there was an option for interviews, so we're happy to sit down with organisations and speak to them to receive their feedback, as well as receive feedback through the survey on the Have Your Say website, as well as receive formal written submissions. If there are other mechanisms that may be more benefit maybe easier for these organisations to use, we're happy to hear that feedback, and I think there's contact details within the discussion paper that's publicly available for them to ask us about that.
Okay, and you're confident that they would receive adequate responses within a time frame that they could then make appointments and have those interviews conducted, or
I mean, that's the plan. The paper has been out for a while now. It has been out since the end of last year, and we are coming up closer to the 18th of March. So I guess I would have expected if they were concerned about this, they could have got in contact earlier, because those details are there and that interview process is available and publicly known. But certainly we'll do the best we can to accommodate their needs.
Okay, that sounds good. I mean, you say that it has been publicly known, but again, it sounds like the charities who are recipients from those grants may not have been aware of this process, and that while clubs were engaged with those beneficiaries of the club grants were actually not so well engaged with. So were they part of the process? Well, I can use the time as I wish. Thank you, Dr. Kane. I'm explaining the context of organisations that are engaging with the program. So I'm wondering if you have engaged with charities as part of this process.
Well, we would have gone through the peak bodies as we would have done. Well, sorry, the discussion paper was released publicly. It's on our website. We would have gone through NCOS, Wesley Mission, I assume, the peak bodies for the club sector as well, and we would have expected that those organisations were engaging with their members. There was also media announcements and links sent to to a range of organisations. So I think we did do a pretty good job of making people aware that this program is under review, but again, if there's other things that we can do to accommodate the needs of these charities, then happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. I'll certainly pass that on. And in terms of liquor levies, my understanding is that the levies have been imposed through the vibrancy reforms upon distributors, not just like clubs or pubs or hotels, but actually distributors of alcohol, like...
You're talking about packaged liquor, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
So the proposal, which has been put to the sector, is that licence fees might increase by a sort of tiered amount depending on the licence fee type you would have.
Yeah.
That is a proposal at this point. We put out a paper again outlining those potential increases, sought feedback from industry, and that message came through loud and clear from the packaged liquor industry that they were concerned about the amount that was in that initial paper, but no decision has been made yet. So that feedback is currently being considered by government, and a decision will be made shortly, I would assume.
Okay, so that decision is currently with government, not the department. Like, it's with cabinet or the minister, not the department.
It will be going through a cabinet process, yes.
But it's still with the department at the moment.
I don't. It's in that process. There's been no decision yet, though.
Okay, so have organisations within that packaged liquor industry been engaged with? Like, have you met with those organisations? Because I've heard that there are key bodies that haven't been met with.
So the discussion paper again went to the peak body, so Retail Drinks Australia, and the Minister himself met with Retail Drinks to hear their concerns. And we would expect those peak organisations to be, again, engaging with their members.
Okay. That's different to what I've heard in terms of engagement with organisations like Retail Drinks Australia and Wine Growers New South Wales as well, who are concerned that the increase is too great, basically.
And I'm confused by this, why they're saying they were consulted with, because we received feedback from them to that effect, and that has been now being considered by government.
Okay, fair enough. So do we know when that advice will be provided from government?
Again, I can't use a specific date, but it has to be soon, because certain things need to happen to allow the regulations to be changed in a timely manner to advise industry of this before I think the fee cycle commences in May, so it's imminent, but I can't give you an exact date.
Okay. Thank you. Do you want to? Okay, so I was curious. This is actually a question that came up at last budget estimates with Mr. Phillips. Regarding the Office of the Registrar, I understand there is now a registrar, that it's not an interim registrar, which is great. I was wondering whether there were any instances of the Office of the Registrar ceding responsibility to the Premier's Department on any matters in that time since the last budget estimates.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, would you be able to take that on notice, please? And
can I just clarify?
Yep.
You referred matters from the registrar to the Premier's Department?
Yes. So there's a provision in the Act, I believe, where the Office of the Registrar can essentially cede responsibility for their activity to a member of staff in the Premier's Department. But the next part of this question is that person, like, who is that person? If those responsibilities have been ceded at all, who are the people, or who is the person who has taken on that responsibility? Because in the past, it was specifically designated as somebody within Aboriginal affairs, but it was explained last time that the reason that that provision was excluded from the legislation with the amendment was that it was no longer a kind of functioning body within the department, or there was no need for it to be mentioned. So I'm just wondering if the Office of the Registrar has ceded responsibility to the Premier's Department for anything, and if that has been somebody who is an Aboriginal Australian or is within the Aboriginal Affairs component of the Premier's Department.
Yeah, to my knowledge, the Registrar's Office haven't ceded that, but happy to take that on notice and double check that.
Thank you. And I just wanted to clarify something about veterans, actually. It was... Thank you. It was on the matter of veterans and identification, but more related to their children, and whether schools will be advised of the veteran status of the parents of any of the children going to their schools and able to provide support accordingly. Is that something that's being looked at?
Yes, there's been a lot of correspondence about it, and it's been raised at a national ministerial meeting. The Minister has, I believe, approached the Minister for Education, and I understand the department is looking into how that might be accommodated. So there are a lot of programs and supports, and we've worked actively with the Department of Education on a resource kit, and that's been rolled out.
Statewide?
Department of Education resource, yeah.
So
statewide. Yes,
yeah. So that's to all schools? It's not like an internal kit. It's
no,
actually to
it's
teachers.
been made available to support. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a follow-up? Is there any work happening with the non-government school sector as well?
We do a lot of work with the non-government sector. We supply resources for commemorations and activities across all the sectors, and all sectors are involved in the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander commemoration service, and we put resources out for that.
Yeah.
So we do work very closely with them. I'll have to check and on notice
Sure.
whether that resource has been shared with the other sectors.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that sounds good.
I've got one other one
you
for veterans. We've only got a minute and a half, but there's no one else here, so we might go over the bell depending on the chair's discretion. But just in terms of I think before the break we were talking about last estimates, we were given some numbers in terms of veterans, I think, in the public service, and how, I guess, also the work in terms of the strategies going. So do you have any figures or updated figures in relation to particularly the number of veterans in the public service?
So I think the Minister mentioned that we're tracking 6 monthly.
Okay.
So the last 12 months is slightly over the 500 target. I think 534 from memory. Sorry,
That's
I
okay.
don't have my paper in front of me, but the Minister did give
Okay,
the
sorry,
correct figure.
I didn't hear that this
Yep.
morning, but I may have been otherwise engaged.
So generally we get the figures from the Public Service Commission just ahead of Anzac Day and Remembrance Day, and we try and put out reports. In fact, we've just today, Secretary Mildwater will have received our annual report just today.
Big day then. Congratulations.
So yeah, we report annually on the Veteran Employment Program figures, and they're quite comprehensive because they look at the PMES data, and we now have data coming in concerning reservists in the public sector as well. So we really actively engage. We've got champions across the public sector. We have veteran employment working groups. It's a very good program, and we now have 17 local governments who have also engaged with and set up their own veteran employment programs. So we're trying to reach into the regions as well with that.
Okay, can I, sorry, just for both mine and probably Hansard's benefit,
just,
PMES, sorry, can you just...
Mitchell,
that
you've got all
acronym?
the time you need, like, so...
Oh, okay.
There's no one else here, so you just run your questions out.
Sorry.
Apologies.
No, that's okay.
The People Matter employee survey
Sure.
that comes out annually is a good source of information for us.
Okay, fantastic.
So, but very happy. The report will be on our website, and it's full of really interesting data.
Okay, fantastic.
I think that's all my questions.
Okay. Can I ask sorry, no, I wasn't expecting to get, I thought I'd have 10 minutes or so to get my notes back together because we might have had someone from the Greens here, so I apologise. I just wanted to check
Sue's not coming back.
that there wasn't anything that I had missed. I apologise, everybody.
I'm happy to talk about the veteran strategy, which you have.
I did ask, yes, sorry, I did ask about that, thank you.
Just save you looking.
Thank you.
So the current strategy is to the end of this year. It's a 2-year with a two-year action plan, which is to the end of this year. So the next 6 months we will be finishing delivery of all of the actions in the current action plan, working on the reporting of the last 2 years, which we continually track, but we will deliver a report. And then in that time frame, the Royal Commission report on defence and veterans suicide will come out in September. There's been a lot of work. The Minister will appear in the Royal Commission on the 18th of March. So all of the work we've been doing with whole of government, the different departments, health particularly, on veteran-related issues will feed into our next strategy, which will be for the period 2025 to 2028. So a lot of things will continue. So Anzac Day will continue, and our resources and coordination of that. The Anzac Memorial work will continue. There'll be a lot of continuation, but there will be some new actions, I believe, in response to some of the work of the Royal Commission and some of the information that has been gathered as a result of all the work we've been doing on notices to give and notices to produce, which is a whole of government response into the Royal Commission.
Can I also ask, I think last time we got some data in relation to how many ADF members transfer out of defence each year and settle in New South Wales. Is there any updated data on that since we were here last?
It remains fairly consistent at about 1,200 per annum into New South Wales, and I think there's some tracking of where the ADF are exiting into in New South Wales in the current Veterans Employment Program report. So we are tracking that, and that's very useful for our Veteran Employment Program Manager, who is working actively with the regions to encourage veteran employment in the regions.
Can I also, earlier obviously we asked the Minister about the pandemonium concert sort of issue, and obviously he mentioned that there's other events that are on, but they have been in place for some time. I guess learning potentially from that experience where obviously there was a bit of concern about the timing of that concert, and I know that there's now been a decision to make some changes there, but will there be any sort of further engagement between your agency with, I don't know, Create News or whoever's responsible for putting on the concert to kind of maybe have better systems in place in terms of those sort of major events to ensure that something like that doesn't happen again?
Absolutely, I'm sure that will happen because
Okay.
it was so high profile.
Yeah.
The Minister's office, our office, heard about the concert very late in the piece, it's fair to
Yeah.
acknowledge. So it was, there was concern around it being in the domain and being very loud because the Anzac Memorial is quite close,
Far,
and
yeah.
there's there are services midday and late afternoon.
Yeah.
So there was some concern about the number of people in the city already and the number of additional people for the concert and the noise impact. So
Okay.
the Commonwealth was only engaged in that process so far as they are the legal owner of the word Anzac. So anyone who uses Anzac Day in promotion applies to the Commonwealth for the use of the words Anzac Day.
Okay, but since that, I guess, media interest and story, you anticipate there'll be more engagement between agencies, but that hasn't happened yet. And I appreciate it wasn't that long ago, but yeah.
Yes, I think the agency responsible for the Botanic Gardens and Domain is not normally in the whole of government working group
Okay.
for Anzac Day, which sits with Secretary Draper.
Okay.
Department of Premier coordinates whole of government, and we sit on that group as
Okay.
the stakeholder representative. So,
Okay. Mr. Drape, did you want to add anything or not? No.
No, I think that's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
we a lot of those ceremonial occasions are operated by the Premier's department, but I think Mrs McManus has answered that question thoroughly.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Crawford, sorry, just coming back to you quickly, just with one more follow-up with the Star. How would you describe, I guess, the culture or the working relationship between the Commission and the Star throughout this recent period of time?
Most of it's been through the manager, so he attends, as I said, meetings with different parts of the business, with the board, with senior management, every day almost, and so it's pretty constant.
Okay.
As to our relationship, we're the regulator and we're doing our job, and at times I'm not sure they agree with our assessment of how they're going. So I've always had a cordial relationship with their chairman. I meet them, but things have become a bit more difficult since December. They didn't agree with our decision. They made submissions that were contrary to the decision we ultimately took. But it's a very cordial and business-like.
So obviously, even though there's differing viewpoints, I would assume that they do sort of work with you in that professional way, and you're getting the outcomes.
Well, we meet with them. I'd rather not make any further comment.
Yeah, no, that's
past
fine.
that.
No, I appreciate that can be difficult. So, yeah. Thank you.
Just back on this consultation regarding the packaged liquor licenses, because my understanding is that there is industry frustration that basically the industry was told that the co-contribution would be absorbed by the licensees who benefited from the vibrancy reforms, which is primarily the outlets like clubs and pubs and hotels and bars that are obviously open for longer, and they get to have more patronage through the doors, and that the packaged liquor industry are not actually benefiting from these vibrancy reforms, so shouldn't have to absorb additional licensing fees.
So again, no decision's been made, but also again, yes, that came through loud and clear in their feedback, and what was put to industry was a tiered increase across all licence types, with the pubs and clubs that you said who are going to benefit more paying more. We received that feedback from the packaged liquor industry and others that they thought that what was proposed was too high, and I think government's considering that, but I think I would say that the idea of the vibrancy reforms is to create vibrancy, which we expect would mean greater foot traffic, across the board, and there would be an uplift for everyone, but not to the extent, as you say, to some venues are probably going to get a better outcome than others. And I would agree that packaged liquor aren't going to see the same benefits as your pubs and clubs. So we've heard that feedback, and government is currently considering that, but there's probably not too much more I can say other than that came through loud and clear.
So what was the difference between, or how was the process broken up between the industry being told that they wouldn't have to take on this additional fee to, oh, now there's a proposal that actually considers that they might take that extra fee on board, and then to the recommendation to government?
So I think you're probably referring to letters where Retail Drinks has, I think, said that I may have made some commitment that they wouldn't see an increase, and possibly others in the Minister's office, they say, may have made a similar commitment. I, to be honest, have absolutely no recollection of saying that. I don't think I would have, because ultimately it's not my decision, so it makes no sense for me to say that sort of thing. It's always been on the cards that there might be something here for industry to, I guess, contribute to the cost of these reforms. I mean, the liquor industry is based on a model where they do contribute to the cost of their own regulation. I think the other thing to be mindful of is licence fees haven't increased in real terms since they were introduced in 2015. I think they were backdated in 2019 to account for CPI, and they've only increased by CPI since. So in real terms, they haven't actually increased, and what's proposed is really about supporting those vibrancy reforms that that government thinks will drive that uplift across the board and provide greater economic activity to all licence holders.
We've definitely got correspondence from a range of organisations, including community liquor stores in regional areas or more rural areas, where they're very concerned that an increase of 55% was much too great, that they couldn't possibly absorb that increase, and it would have an enormous impact on their ability to survive as businesses.
And we received that feedback too, and certainly the Minister Harris was very concerned about the impact, particularly on those in those smaller rural and regional areas and those small liquor stores. So that, as I said before, that feedback has been heard and is currently being considered. Yeah, okay.
All right, that is good to hear, and hopefully we'll find that out soon. Just in terms of the recommendations that you've made to government, is that, have you got like an A, B and C options, or how have you structured that?
So as it's going through a cabinet process, I can't really say too much about the advice we've provided and the recommendations we've provided. I'm trying to be difficult, but that's just the appropriate thing to do.
Okay. This is, I'm not sure if this goes to you as well, but I'm wondering, are you aware of the declaration of any new restricted alcohol areas across the state since the last budget estimates?
I'm not. I would have thought that was a local government decision to alcohol-free zones and things like that. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, the Minister under the Liquor Act has to consult himself as the Minister for Gaming and Racing and as the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs on a number of the declarations of alcohol-free areas. So I'm curious to know if that has occurred since the last budget estimates.
Not that I'm aware of, but if it has, we can come back to you and let you know.
That sounds good. Thank you very much. It's an interesting quirk when you've got lots of different ministries that are related in very interesting ways.
We all talk to ourselves sometimes in this place, I suppose. Can I just ask, sorry, just going back on the vibrancy reforms, you may have said, and I apologise, but the consultation particularly with the wine industry and wine groups, are you able to outline what that process was?
So I can't with the wine. I know we went to the peaks like Retail Drinks Australia. I'd have to take on notice whether that also included going to specific wine industry associations. I don't know that.
Okay. And then in terms of the regional areas, because like my colleague, it's something that's been raised with me as well. Did you just say that the licence fees, they're being reviewed at the moment?
Yeah, so we put that proposal out to industry, which looked at a tiered increase for licence fees. The feedback has come back from industry in relation to those proposed increases, and now that's being considered by government. It will be government will make a decision very soon.
Okay. And so I guess just in terms of, because one of the things that I've heard, particularly in smaller communities where you might have, they're the post office, they're the shop, they're the bottle shop, they've got everything together, and I think the concern is about their viability if there is a big increase in their fee. What sort of consultation or I guess it's a matter ultimately for the minister, but in terms of financial support or viability, because there's concern about that in some of those communities. Have you heard that feedback?
Again, if we're talking about packaged liquor, then yes, we have. And the minister, I think that there's probably a number of concerns from packaged liquor. It was an increase of the amount in the consultation paper of 55% was too high generally. And then also there's this concern about impact on smaller rural and regional areas. So we did get that feedback.
Okay.
But as I've said, it's currently before government. A decision hasn't been made at this point.
Okay. Yeah, because, I just think particularly in terms of, and I'm sure that the minister will appreciate this, but like I said, in some of those smaller towns, when that's literally the only kind of commercial hub that's there, but they have a range of products that they provide, any kind of concern or issue around their viabilities has wide-reaching impacts. So, and
they're not really going to be benefiting
from
the
vibrancy
reforms.
Well, look, some of them have a pretty good nightlife if you ever want to go. Anyway, that's not for estimates. Did you have anything else? I've got some others.
Okay,
thank you. I just wanted to go to, and I don't expect you all to have these documents in front of you. However, it's just in relation to some of the questions that we put on notice and responses that we received back. It's in the Aboriginal Affairs space. We asked, I think it was for actually I think you did, my colleague Jackie, but the closing the gap budgets, the forward estimates, and there was a table that was provided on notice, and there's quite a difference between the financial years 22-23. I think the total amount was 82,696,000, but then for 25-26 and the outer years it goes down to 26,272,000 from what I've got here. I'm just wondering whether there's any sort of explanation why the outer years of the budget don't seem to have as much funding allocated to those initiatives. And if you need to take it on notice, that's fine, because I have copies but you may not, but it's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a breakdown of the entire expenditure, but it's not, it's quite different, so it might be.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I just clarify what exactly, are you talking about the entire funding envelope for closing the gap, or?
It was in answer to a and Jackie asked you a question that you guys took on notice last time, and the question was about the table of the budget items, the forward estimates for closing the gap on notice, and it lists the New South Wales implementation plan, and then enhanced funding. It goes through community and place grants, delivering better outcomes, PR5 initiatives, and closing the gap delivery, and there's totals down the bottom. And look, it's probably a broader question in that it looks like there's more of a budget allocation in the earlier years than there is in the outer years, and that may just be a Treasury process, but I'm just curious as to why it looks like it may be going down based on this data. But I'm happy for you to come back to us on notice on that if you need to check what was provided.
Yeah, I can double check, but I'd say that the expenditure is going to be in the now. We need to spend the money now, unless as we.
Okay.
And obviously, at some point, there'll be, given that we're in a 10-year agreement and we're only year 3, there'll be further budget.
Okay. But if there's any more on notice that you can provide, that would be helpful. Also, I think, now I don't know whether Jackie covered this earlier, I'm sorry if you did, but the Aboriginal Employment and Enterprise Strategy, last time I think we were told again on notice through an answer that there's a pilot of the approach in Western Sydney was planned for this year. Is there any further information on that particular initiative?
I think that was actually me that answered it.
Sorry, it might have been you, Ms.
Yeah, I think so, because I think that one sits in our portfolio.
Yeah.
I don't have an update. We are still working on the strategy, but I don't have an update.
Okay, but it's still intended that it will be at some point this year?
That's my understanding.
Okay,
yes.
and in Western Sydney?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, we're still working to the same plan. It just hasn't rolled out yet.
Okay, thank you. Did you have any
mine from In terms of your agreement with the federal government and funding for Aboriginal Affairs and Closing the Gap initiatives, when do you usually get the confirmation for funding? Like, is it before your budget cycles in an adequate term? Like, is it 4 years, 3 to 4 year cycles?
Well, the current Closing the Gap funding is over a 4-year period.
Yeah.
So we've still got another full year to run on that. We'll be in the process of developing the next iteration of the implementation plan. So there'll be, as we progress that, there'll be further asks from a budget perspective.
Okay. So you're asking the federal government for money relating specifically to the programs that you're delivering?
Well, I wouldn't say we're necessarily the federal government. I think New South Wales government is funding the bulk of the stuff happening in New South Wales. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we might be done.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much to the opposition.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all to all the officials that have spent the day here. We really appreciate your attendance.
Yeah.
No, they don't. No, we have no questions from the government. No more from the crossbench. So the committee secretary. None have emerged from the ether.
The crossbench. We've technically used all our time.
I'll put all mine on note.
And none from the ether. So, in the absence of any from the ether, the committee secretariat will be in touch with you in the near future regarding any questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions. Thank you very much all for your attendance today.
Thank you.
Very much appreciated, and we'll see you next time.